Podium presents The Heart of Psychos, Part 1, Book 6 of Abbs Valley, written by Ames Mills, performed by Patrick Zeller and Ada Sinclair.
Prologue. 9 months ago. Bridget. I love weddings. Weddings are always gorgeous to me, and Les's is no different. And it makes it even more special that I get to be a part of her big day. Les tried for years to push me away, afraid that I would get hurt if I got too close. But after she settled down with the guys, we became close. If anyone deserves this happiness, it's her and those guys. When my maid of honor duties are done, I hit the dance floor, and 4 songs of being pressed between the Orlov twins is almost more than I can handle. Alexei approached me for the first dance, and by the start of the second, I had Dmitri pressed to my back. If you looked up the definition of smoking fucking hot, these two would be front and center. Dark hair, and even darker eyes. Each of them stands at least 6'3", broad in the shoulders and chest, but lean in the waist. They are identical, except Alexei's hair usually hangs in his eyes, whereas Dmitri's is always pushed back from his forehead. In short, they're panty melting on a regular day, but put them in a tux. Holy shit. "You should come upstairs with us," Alexei says. His voice holds a dark promise, and I'm not sure if I can pass it up. "Us?" I ask, lifting a brow like I don't know what he's talking about. There are rumors that the twins share women, so I know exactly what he means. "Us," Dmitri replies huskily. "You want to see what it's all about?" I look over at Les, who's dancing between Zane and Ryder. Ryder's hands are roaming and Zane's kissing the side of her neck. I'm not going to even lie and say that's not something that I've always wanted to experience. I can feel the evidence of what I'm doing to Alexei and Dmitri. They're both hard and rubbing against me. The more we dance, the more I want to throw all other thoughts out the window and take what they're offering. Fuck it. I lock eyes with Alexei. "Show me," I say breathlessly. "Are you sure?" Alexei asks, making my decision even more clear. The fact that I know he wants this as much as I do but stopped to ask for confirmation is even more of a turn-on. I'm sure. Alexei grabs my hand, and Dmitri slides his warm palm to the small of my back, leading me toward the elevators. I'm nervous, but something about them makes me feel safe. Les wouldn't let me around them if they weren't safe anyway. I've always admired them from afar. It's hard not to. As we're walking toward the elevators, I catch sight of Matteo flirting with a pretty girl from the staff. I shake my head. No way she can resist him. The elevator dings, and the doors slide open. They usher me inside, and as soon as the doors slide closed, Alexei pulls me against his chest. "You're fucking gorgeous," he murmurs. I let my hand slide up his toned chest and across the exposed part where his buttons are undone. His eyes track the movement before coming to rest on my face. He studies my face for a second before his mouth is on mine. His kiss is demanding but soft at the same time. I open for him when his tongue slides across my lips and he groans into the kiss. My back hits a solid chest and I feel Dmitri's hands on my hips. We break apart when the door pings open again. Alexei grabs my hand and leads me toward the end of the hall. Dmitri unlocks the door, and the moment we step over the threshold, Alexei's mouth is back on mine. Fucking hell, he can kiss. I want nothing more than to get naked with him and his brother, but we need to get something out of the way first. Reluctantly, I pull my mouth away and his mouth goes to my neck. Wait, I say, but my head still tilts to give him better access. We need to talk first. About what? Dmitri asks, stepping up behind me. This is one night. I'm set on this rule. There will be no repeats with the Terror twins. No strings. Alexei hums against my neck, making me shiver. You think we can agree to those terms, Dee? Dmitri chuckles behind me. I think so. I nod. Good. Now, get naked. Alexei slowly pulls his head back from my neck to look at my eyes, and what I see there should scare the shit out of me. His eyes are already black, but now they have a sparkle to them that makes him look like a predator. Dmitri starts plucking bobby pins from my hair, letting my long red locks spill down my back. He runs his hand up my neck, tangling his fingers in the strands at the base of my skull. He tightens his fist and pulls my head back to expose my neck fully to Alexei. You already made your rule. You wanted us to show you what he's like, and we intend to. Our way. Those are our terms. Alexei's voice might be slightly deeper than Dmitri's, but it doesn't make him any less intimidating. Where Alexei is all temper, Dmitri is that controlled kind of crazy. Every single fiber of my being wants to argue, but fuck, I want this. Okay, I agree. It's one night. What would it hurt to give them control? Dmitri turns me to face him with his hold on my hair and crashes our lips together. My hands slap onto his chest from the movement, and he shudders from my touch. At least I know I'm not the only one affected. His hold controls the kiss, tilting my head the way he wants it. Dmitri's kiss is rougher than Alexei's, but still good all the same. I feel Alexei tug the zipper on my dress, and I let my arms drop so it can slide off. He tugs it over my hips so it pools at my feet, leaving me in nothing but a light purple push-up bra, matching thong and heels. He nudges my legs to help me step out of it and runs his hands up the back of my thighs. Dmitri pulls back from the kiss, both of us breathing hard. Walk over there. Let us see you. Throwing my shoulders back, I do what he says, taking 5 steps and spinning to face them. Alexei steps beside Dmitri, and I let them look, even cocking a hip out in a pose. I feel severely underdressed, I joke. Their eyes slowly crawl from the tips of my sparkly gold high heels up to my eyes. They move completely in sync, which is eerie in a way, but it also makes my imagination run wild. If they move that good together with a look, how else could they move? Alexei's fingers go to the buttons of his shirt, and I catch myself holding my breath. I've caught peeks of his tattoos, but he keeps them covered most of the time for whatever reason. When he gets to the last button, he jerks his shirt roughly from his slacks and lets it fall from his shoulders. Well, I'll be damned. His whole upper body is covered in black ink, stopping at his collarbone and wrists. I can see them running across his sides, and I'm curious to see how far they go. Why do you hide those? I ask. No one should hide that much sexy ink. His brows furrow slightly. I don't know. Lie. I catch it from a mile away. But I'm not going to call him out on it. It's none of my business. I shrug. You shouldn't. It's hot as fuck. I walk back to them. Are you going to stand there and stare all night? Or are you going to put your money where your mouth is? Alexei chuckles, but it comes out dark. Then he moves. He grabs my arm and spins me so my back is against his front, locking his arm around my waist. Dmitri cocks his head to the side. "You need to know what you're asking for," he says. "When we fuck hard." My eyes are locked on Dmitri's, unable to look away. He starts unbuttoning his shirt, and he's covered in the same amount of ink as his brother. What the hell? Like they need to be any hotter. "Is this still what you want?" he asks, hands going to his belt. "Yes," I say, exasperated. Alexei's hand slides into my panties straight to my clit. "I'm glad you said that, but you have the right to say no at any time," he whispers in my ear. Okay, that's concerning, but not enough to make me change my mind. Not when his fingers are working magic. "I understand," I moan, my hips chasing his teasing finger. Dmitri shoves his pants down with his boxers, and his long, thick cock slaps his stomach. That's going to hurt. Bring it the fuck on. He kicks his shoes off, and his pants, boxers, and socks go also, leaving him naked in front of me. His hand strokes his cock, swirling it around the head. "On your knees, Vaginya," he demands. I have no idea what he just called me, but it sounds sexy, slipping from his lips with his Russian accent. Alexei slides my panties down my legs. "You heard him." Fuck. They really are going to push this to their advantage. I walk over and drop to my knees in front of Dmitri. I knock his hand away from his cock and take him in mine, swirling my tongue around the head. It jumps in my hand, and I have to fight a grin. I hear rustling behind me and then feel Alexei drop to his knees behind me. His hand slides back to my clit, and I moan against the head of Dmitri's cock. He pushes forward, and I open my mouth to let him slide inside. Dmitri's hands go to the side of my face, slowly working his cock in and out of my mouth. Alexei rubs my clit in tight circles, laying kisses across my shoulders. Dmitri's hands tighten on the side of my head, and he pushes to the back of my throat, stealing my air. I'm not a simpering virgin, but this is already the best sex I've ever had, and they haven't even put their dicks in me yet. I can tell by their movements they know exactly what they're doing. My eyes flash up to Dmitri's, and his eyes are on my mouth. "You look beautiful on your knees for me," he says gruffly. "Is he going to make you come?" He pulls back so I can breathe, leaving the tip of his cock resting on my lip. Alexei's hand slides down, working 2 fingers inside of me, the heel of his palm rubbing my clit. He wiggles his fingers against my G-spot, and a moan rips from my chest. "I want you to come on my tongue." His fingers disappear, and I can't stop the whimper. "On your feet." He gets my heels under me, so I'm squatting, and I feel his head slide between my legs. Oh, my God. "Suck him," he demands, and then pulls me down so I'm sitting on his face. "Oh, fuck," I breathe. Alexei doesn't let up, alternating between sucking and nipping at my clit. I wrap my hand around Dmitri's and suck him back in my mouth, keeping up with Alexei's movements. "God damn," Dmitri grunts when I start sucking him fast. My hips are rotating on Alexei's face, and any thought that he might die down there dissolves when he spears me with his tongue. If he dies, he dies. It feels too fucking good to stop. I can feel my release building fast, so keyed up from dancing against their hard bodies for several songs. Alexei nips at my clit, and I go off like a shot, screaming my release against Dmitri. He uses it to his advantage and shoves back into my throat, ramping my release up even higher. "Fuck," Alexei says, sliding from between my thighs. "You taste good." Dmitri slips from my mouth and pulls me to my feet. Alexei unhooks my bra and lets it fall from my arms. "Has anyone had that ass before, Boginia?" he asks. "Yes," I answer. I didn't like it, though. Dmitri's smile is feral. "You will this time." He leads me to the bed and helps me to get situated on the pillows before climbing up to lay beside me. He kisses me roughly again, and I feel the bed dip behind me. Dmitri's hand slides between my thighs to my clit, while Alexei's slides between my ass cheeks. I immediately tense, and Dmitri's kiss gets more demanding, as do his fingers, relaxing me into the bed. Alexei's slippery fingers slide against my back hole. "Relax for me," he murmurs in my ear. I take a shuddering breath, letting Dmitri's lips work against mine. As soon as Alexei feels my body sag, he pushes a finger in. Dmitri pulls my legs onto his hip, giving his twin more access. Alexei works his finger back and forth, letting me get used to the sensation before he pushes another one in. I feel the burn and almost tell him to stop when Dmitri sinks 2 fingers into my pussy. Yup, there it is. They work in tandem until my hips are shoving down, asking for more. I kiss Dmitri desperately when my second release of the night rushes through me. Dmitri pulls his mouth away. "You ready for our cocks?" "Yes," I moan. The last guy that I let try didn't take the time to make sure I was ready. The twins didn't have that problem. They gently pull their fingers free. Alexei hands Dmitri a condom over my shoulder, and I giggle. Such good teammates. Dmitri chokes on a laugh. "I hope so after all this time." He rips the condom open with his teeth and rolls it down his length before rolling to his back. "Come sit on my cock, Boginia." He helps me get in position over top of him. I reach down and line him up, sliding slowly onto his cock. "Holy shit," I moan, my pussy stretching to accommodate him. Dmitri's fingers flex on my hips. "You feel so fucking good," he groans. When I'm fully seated, I look over at Alexei, who's on his knees beside me, watching me take Dmitri's cock. I look down, and my eyes almost bug out of my head. They are almost the same size, and he's about to stick that in my ass. "I'll make it feel good. I promise," Alexei says, rolling a condom on and making sure his cock is slick with lube. He shuffles behind me and pushes between my shoulder blades until I'm chest to chest with Dmitri. Dmitri smooths his hands up my sides. "Push back when he pushes in," he instructs. "And breathe." Alexei lines up with my back hole and, with one hand on my hip, guides his cock inside. "Push down," Alexei grits out when he meets the resistance. With a shuddering breath, I do what he says. "Oh, God," I groan when he pops fully inside me. He stops, letting me adjust, and when my shoulders drop, he pushes the rest of the way in until his thighs settle against the back of mine. I feel so damn full, and it is burning. Dmitri slides one hand between us and starts rubbing my clit. They take their time, letting me get used to having 2 cocks inside me, never rushing me. I slap my hands down on Dmitri's chest and push up. "Please move," I beg. Alexei slowly pulls back out before pushing back in. He repeats that until I'm grinding down on both of them, begging them to fuck me as they promised. The pain is starting to morph into pleasure, and I can't wait to see what's in store tonight. Perfectly in sync again, they start to move. When Alexei slides out, Dmitri pushes in and vice versa until they're sawing in and out of me. That's it, Alexei encourages when I start moving with them. I reach over my shoulder and hook my arm around Alexei's neck and bring him closer. Harder, I pant. Alexei pulls back and slams back in. God, yes! No gods here, Alexei growls. Just us. Say our names. Alexei! Dmitri! Alexei's thigh starts slamming into the back of mine, and Dmitri is slamming his hips up, fucking me hard, just like his dark promise. My release hits me like a freight train, causing my body to tense and my back to bow. Dmitri rubs harder on my clit, keeping me right at the peak. Fuck, you look gorgeous when you come, Dmitri grinds out. They don't stop. They work me through 3 more orgasms until I feel Alexei swell in my ass. Moya жизнь, he groans in my ear when he comes. Boginya, Dmitri says, finally letting himself go. I collapse on Dmitri's chest, all our breathing out of control, sweat slicking our bodies. No matter what happens, I will never forget this night. Chapter 1. Present Day. Bridget. I shouldn't have come tonight, but Caden is impossible to say no to. Ever since Catherine and Rocco's wedding, and the massive bomb Ghost dropped on him about who he really is, Caden's become a really good friend. I was there for him that night, and we've been hanging out since. Hence the fucking reason I'm in Concrete Row at 10 on a Friday night. Ghost and Caden have started to work through their shit, but Caden's seriously hurt that Ghost lied to him all this time. He asked me to come to a house party, and he hasn't even shown up yet. I check my phone again for the 10th time. 10 more minutes, and I'm out of here. Damn, Mama. Can I get you a drink? I turn to the voice, and it's a guy I've never seen before. I thought I was hiding in the corner enough, but apparently not. No thanks, I say politely. I'm waiting for someone. Who would leave you here all alone? He asks, his words slurred. Same fucking question I've been asking myself. I'm going to kill Caden. He's on his way. Wanna dance while you wait? No, I'm fine. I'm just going to call and see where he is. I try to step around him and he grabs my arm. Not so fast, Red. It's just one dance. Please let me go, I say through gritted teeth. I don't appreciate being manhandled, but I'm still very aware of where I am. His grip gets tighter. You sound pretty when you beg. My stomach drops to my feet when he leers closer. I try to tug my arm free, and his fingers dig into the skin. He steps into my space until my back hits the wall. He's at least 7 inches taller than my 5'8" and outweighs me by about 100 pounds. Back off! I shove against his chest, but it's like trying to move a mountain. She said back the fuck off. The guy whips around to that voice and immediately takes a step back. Was she waiting for you, Ghost? Doesn't fucking matter. Get the fuck out of my house now. Ghost growls, reaching around the guy to pull me to him. I'll deal with you tomorrow. The guy slinks off without a backward glance, and Ghost looks down at me. What are you doing here alone? Caden invited me and he hasn't shown up yet, I say, rubbing my sweaty hands on my jeans. Ghost raises a blonde brow. He told you to meet him here? Yes, I sigh. Well, technically, he told me to meet him outside. There's a reason for that, sunshine, Ghost says, leading me into the back of the house. He pushes open a door, revealing an office, and gestures for me to walk inside. Take a seat and wait. I flopped down in one of the chairs with a huff. I could have handled that on my own. Ghost chuckles. I have no doubt, he answers, lowering himself into the chair behind the desk. But you shouldn't have come alone either way. I roll my eyes. I'll remember that for the future. My phone pings with a message, and I swipe to open Caden's chat screen. Caden. I'm on my way. Sorry I'm late. You still in your car? Bridget. No, I'm talking to Ghost. There's no point in lying to him now. Caden. Insert rolling eyes emoji. You went in alone, didn't you? Bridget. I got bored. Caden. Whatever. LOL. I'm 1 minute away. Bridget. I'm in Ghost's office. Caden's on his way. I tell Ghost. Good. I watch him closely as he answers. Caden's never come right out and said anything, but I've picked up quite a few clues that something's going on between the two of them. Or Caden wishes there was. Ghost's face doesn't give anything away except a slight shift of his eyes. Did he say why he was late? No, just gave me shit for coming in alone. The doors bust open. Why the hell don't you ever listen? Caden demands. I turn to his voice. You should have been here on time, I retort. 10 minutes, Bridget. That's how late I am. I shrug and stand up. 10 minutes is a long time. Caden looks at Ghost. How much trouble did she get into? I didn't. Enough. I'm going to have to take care of Rugger tomorrow. Ghost answers. I had to get him away from her. I could have handled him, I say, pointing my finger at Ghost. You just didn't give me a chance. Either way, he's going to die, Caden says casually, slinging an arm around my shoulders. Let's go get drunk, Firefly. Are you going to invite him? I whisper once we're through the door. We've talked about this. You guys were best friends. Nope, he says, still leading me through the house and into the kitchen. Really? I ask with a roll of my eyes, sliding onto the kitchen counter. He's trying, Caden. Cut him some slack. That was slack, he argues. At least I'm actually talking to him. What happened with Rugger? He asks, mixing a drink. He got pushy. Ghost ran him off. End of story. What if Ghost wasn't here? I told you not to come into Concrete Row alone. Then why invite me? Because I like hanging out with you, he answers, handing me a drink in a red Solo cup. You look pretty tonight. I look down at my jeans and my plain black shirt. I barely have any makeup on, and my hair is in loose curls down my back. You're full of shit. Caden laughs. I'm not. Casual or not, you look pretty. Take the compliment and shut up. I punch his shoulder. I don't like you. I'm not even sure why I'm hanging out with you. You don't hate me, Firefly. He runs his hand through his blue hair that's starting to get longer. Caden's gorgeous in his own way. He has his own style, and I absolutely love it. He isn't afraid to push the social norms of how a man's supposed to dress. Tonight, he's got the little black solid gauges in his ears, a tight white shirt that shows off the various tattoos on his arms, and faded jeans. When we first started hanging out, I thought he was after what every man is, sex. But besides the little compliments, he's never made a move on me. It was nice to hang out with him without any expectations. Unlike the two devastatingly handsome twins, I try and fail not to think about every damn day. That night really was the best sex of my life, and nothing has compared since. Not that I've tried very much. All night long, we were all over each other, either together or one-on-one. When I had sex with Alexi alone the last time, we broke the bed. They made sure they left their imprint on me in the shape of bruises, bite marks, hickeys, and memories. It was supposed to be one night, but since that night, they've pursued me. I get flowers and gifts delivered weekly, but like I told Les, it isn't fair to lead them on when I'm dead set against a relationship with one guy, much less two. What's the party for, anyway? I ask, taking a sip of my drink. I have no idea what he put in it, but they're always good. Merger of the disciples and the vipers. What? I splutter. Since when? Since this morning, Caden answers, sliding to sit beside me on the kitchen counter. We're celebrating. I frown. You don't sound too happy about that. No, I am, Caden sighs. Ghost and I will share equal responsibilities. One is not the leader over the other. But as of 11 this morning, we're all officially vipers. Why now? We need to close ranks, especially with Ghost's dad still out there and the Hellraisers sniffing around again. Caden shrugs. It's for the best. But now you have to spend more time with Ghost, I guess. Caden stares off into the distance. Yup. He jumps down from the counter and pulls me off with him, dragging me behind him. What are you doing? I laugh. Dancing, he declares, spinning me around by my hand when we get to the packed living room, almost making me spill my drink. Low by Flo Rida comes on and we dance, singing at the top of our lungs. The music is so loud in the house you can barely hear us. When the chorus comes on, Caden turns around and starts twerking on me, making me laugh hysterically. What the fuck? Ghost laughs. Don't hate, Caden says, not stopping. I pretend like I'm slapping his ass, and Ghost shakes his head. You two are trouble together. You're just mad I'm not rubbing my ass on you, Caden jokes. And I actually see a reaction from Ghost. His eyes widen slightly, and he scrubs a hand down his face. Interesting. Can we talk? Ghost asks, looking at Caden. Not right now, Caden replies, stopping his dancing. When? Ghost asks, crossing his arms over his chest. I've said all I needed to say. You wanted the merger, you got the merger. Now, if you'll excuse the fuck out of me. On that, Caden grabs my arm again and leads me to the front door. I look back over my shoulder at Ghost and mouth, sorry. Ghost is just staring after us, looking lost. Caden, I say, pulling him to a stop when we hit the front porch. Talk to him. He takes my cup and sits it on the porch banister. I don't want to tonight. This morning was enough talking for me. You want to go back to your place and hang out or stay here? I can sense he doesn't want to be here anymore, and I only came for him anyway. Let's go to my place, but you need to tell me what's really going on. Caden wrinkles his nose and groans. But I don't wanna. Oh my God, I laugh. Quit being a crybaby and come on. Firefly, he whines, reluctantly following me off the porch. Why do you make me do that? Talk? I ask, glancing over my shoulder at him. Because you don't need to keep that shit in. Plus, I whirl around when I get to my car. I'm dying to know what the fuck is going on. Oh, so you don't actually care. You just want to be nosy. Good to know. You know that's not all it is. I look around. Where did you park? Caden grins. Over there? He points to the side of the house. He hates it when I park in the yard. You're such a shit stirrer, I say with a roll of my eyes. Get in. I'll bring you back to your car later. Oh, let's have a sleepover. We can braid each other's hair and talk about boys. Get in the damn car. I walk around to the driver's side and slide behind the wheel, Caden getting in on the other side. One way or another, I'm getting answers tonight.
Chapter 2. Ghost. I watch as Caden gets into Bridget's red Honda Civic, pissed that he still won't talk to me. I understand. I knew everything about him, and I couldn't even tell him the most important thing about myself. And it's not that I don't trust him. I didn't tell him because I wanted to keep him safe. My father is a ruthless motherfucker, and he'll go after anyone just to hurt me. I couldn't risk that with Caden. He's more than capable of taking care of himself. That's not the problem. The problem is I'm damn protective over him. "What's up, man?" Banger asks, stepping beside me on the porch. "Where'd he go?" "With Bridget," I answer. I have to admit that I'm a little jealous of their friendship. It used to be him and me. Hell, he practically moved into my house. We spent so much time together. And I fucked it up because I couldn't bring myself to tell him the truth. "You sure he's okay with the merger?" Banger asks, leaning his arms on the porch banister. Watching all the people milling around the yard. I only had this damn party for Caden, and he left 20 minutes after getting here. Nah, not really. He won't talk to me to find out. "What's the deal with you two? Him getting pissed is about a lot more than just him finding out your real name." "There's no deal," I answer, turning on my heel and walking back into the house. The party's still in full swing, with no hope of stopping anytime soon unless I put a stop to it. "That's a fucking lie, and you know it," Banger argues, following behind me. I brought Banger into the Vipers a couple of months ago, and he's turned into a damn good asset. He knows his shit, isn't afraid to get his hands dirty, and can steal any car you want in the blink of an eye. But he also doesn't know when to keep his mouth shut. I gesture for him to walk into my office and take a seat behind my desk. He takes the chair in front of me. "Nothing's going on." It's not a complete lie. "Then why did you look sad as fuck watching him drive away with the hot redhead?" I'm usually better at hiding my emotions, an old trick I learned growing up with a cold-hearted dad. One slip where he could see what you were thinking, and he'd throw you into his version of timeout, which is nothing more than a concrete room in the basement of his fancy-ass house. "You don't know when to shut up, do you?" Banger grins. "Nope. You knew that when you brought me in." He leans back in his chair. "Look, I don't give a fuck if something's going on. I don't judge people for that shit. But you need to talk to someone. Caden apparently found out with her. Who knew gangbangers could be so goddamn thoughtful? We're more than just gangbangers, asshole." Before I can come up with a remark, my phone starts ringing. Mercy's name flashing across the screen. I swipe to answer. "What's going on?" Mercy's one of my enforcers, and he only calls when something's wrong that he can't take care of alone, which is hardly ever. Mercy's ex-military and the size of a tank. "You need to come down to Shooters. Looks like the Hellraisers are looking to start some shit." I stand up, Banger immediately following suit. We all know when it's time to switch to business mode. "I'm on my way. How many do I need? Depends on how you want to handle it." I hang up and make it to the living room. "Everyone who's not a Viper, get the fuck out!" I yell. Banger goes around delivering the same message. I can't leave this many people alone in my house. Slowly they start filing out, and I look around at my old Vipers, mixed with the newly minted ones. Caden's crew is strong, but they've dwindled down over the past several months. Most of them couldn't handle the life, and others have moved on from it for various reasons. That's why I approached him for a merger, not because I didn't think he could handle it. "We have problems at Shooters. Go home, but stay close to your phones." I jerk my head for Banger to follow me and roll my eyes when I round the corner to the carport and see Caden's black Mustang parked fucking sideways in the yard. I hate that shit. Banger laughs, jerking open the passenger side door of my black Dodge Challenger. I'd kick his ass for that. I grunt in answer and pull my own door open, sliding behind the wheel. Little fucker, I mutter, stabbing the button to start the car. The house might not be much to some. It's just a modest 3-bedroom that sits on the outskirts of Concrete Row. But it's mine, bought and paid for, in cash, by me. That's the only thing that matters. 5 minutes later, we pull in front of my pool hall, shooters, and see the trouble the Hellraisers are stirring up. Mercy meets us out front, pointing to everything that's wrong. The windows are smashed, the inside is completely trashed, bright pink spray paint covers every surface, and in it is a message. "This won't save him," Banger reads aloud. "What the hell does that mean?" I walk further into the building, my boots crunching on the broken glass. "The murder. They're talking about Caden," I grit out. "This is another place that's just mine, and these motherfuckers trashed it and threatened Caden." I snap a few pictures on my phone and send them to Caden. Caden. "What the fuck? Hellraisers?" Ghost. "Yeah. It's time to show them who runs Concrete Row." Caden. "When?" Ghost. "We need to hit them when they don't expect it. But soon." Caden. "All right. What are we thinking?" Ghost. "Full force." Caden. "Got it." I decide to push my luck one more time, since he's talking. Ghost. "When can we talk?" The bubbles pop up that he's typing and disappear several times before they stop altogether. Sighing, I shoot off messages to some guys to help clean this up and shove my phone back in my pocket. Eventually, he will have no choice but to face this. "What's the call?" Banger asks, sitting back in the booth. It took us 2 hours to clean this shit up, and the more time that it took, the more pissed I got. If Tink, the leader of the Hellraisers, thinks that I'm gonna take this lying down, he's sadly fucking mistaken. We need to pull Caden in for this. It'll just piss him off if we do it without him. Like I told him, we need to hit them when they don't expect it. They're expecting it right now, so those motherfuckers will be in hiding. We need to level the whole fucking crew. Most of them are useless anyway. I rub my chin, thinking. I say we start a recruitment mission. Piss Tink off enough to come out of hiding. Someone catches my eye and I grit my teeth. It's time to take care of something else first. I already sent another message to 2 people I know would love to watch me handle this. Banger follows my line of sight and turns back to me. "What did Rugger do?" "I caught him getting aggressive with Bridget at my party. You know I don't stand for that shit." I stand up. "Rugger! Back office! Now!" I head that way with Banger right on my heels. The back office isn't exactly an office, and all these guys know that. If you are called to the back office, you know your ass is toast. It's at the back of the real office, nothing more than a room where you were taught a lesson, with drains in the floor for easy cleanup. Rugger drags his ass in there, head down, hands shoved in his pocket. "I didn't know she was yours," he mumbles. "Fuck that. First of all, look me in the goddamn eye when you talk to me," I bark. I wait until his head snaps up. "Second of all, she's not mine, but she is a part of my crew in extension to Caden, which means she's mine to protect. Third of all, you don't treat any woman like that, whether she belongs to someone or not." I wasn't going to add what would happen if Les found out what he was doing. Out of the corner of my eye, I watch Banger pull on the gloves that have brass knuckles built in. I pull mine from the shelf, doing the same. The door creaks open behind Rugger. Alexei and Dmitri step through. eyes glued to the man that I'm sure is about to die. I forgot to mention something, Rugger, I say, nodding behind him. She belongs to them. That isn't entirely true. They're convinced she's theirs. She has other ideas. But either way, they're also fucking protective of the Spitfire known as Bridget. One night with her, and she has them by the balls. Fuck, Rugger whispers when he spots the Terror twins. I hear you laid hands on a woman, Alexei says, pulling on leather gloves. My own father died for laying his hands on my mama. I didn't know she belonged to anyone. I just asked her for a drink and a dance. Cut the sheet, Dmitri says, stepping in front of Rugger. He already has gloves on and murder in those creepy dark eyes. You need to be taught a lesson for touching what's ours, and for thinking you could touch a woman, period, who doesn't want it. Dmitri strikes before Rugger has time to react, nailing him right in the ribs with a mean jab. Rugger grunts and bends at the waist. Dmitri grabs the back of his head and slams his knee into Rugger's face. Rugger sprawls on the floor, blood pouring from his nose. Damn! Banger grimaces. Ruthless! I walk over to his sprawled form. What are my two most important rules? I ask. No drugs, and respect women, Rugger groans. Use this as a lesson the next time you think about manhandling a female like that, I declare. If we don't kill you first, I draw back my leg and kick him in the kidney with my steel-toe boot. Get him tied up. Banger drops the chains from the ceiling while we drag Rugger over. We heave him up, and Banger clips the cuffs around his wrists. It might be overkill, but with the way Rugger was talking to Bridget, I have a feeling that wasn't the first time he tried to force himself on someone. That shit isn't going to fly with me. Let me ask you a question, Banger says to Rugger. Was she the first one? Funny, he picked up on that too. Yes! I don't think I believe that, Alexei comments, walking behind Rugger. What about you, D? No. Dmitri cocks his head to the side. You know it takes a real fucking coward to touch someone without their permission. He looks at me and I shrug. Do what you want, I reply, answering his unspoken question. That's all he needs before he, Alexei, and Banger let loose on him, landing blows left and right, making the chains swing wildly. When Rugger's head drops, they all take a step back, not wanting to beat an unconscious man. We might not follow a normal code of conduct, but even we have limits. I grab an ammonia capsule, a little gift from Les, and break it under his nose. He wakes with a start, and when he sees me, he has a resigned look on his face. Lesson 1, and it's your only one. If I hear a whisper that you've done this again, I'll sneak into your house in the dead of night and string your body parts everywhere. Are we clear? Yes, Rugger groans. Banger releases the lever on the chains, and Rugger hits his knees in front of me with a thud. Just to drive my point home, I hit him in the cheek with the brass knuckles, knocking him out cold again. Dump him on his porch, I call out, leaving the room. I have other shit to take care of. Chapter 3. Caden. I made it all night without telling Bridget anything. That's about to come to an end if the way she's staring at me is any indication. Start talking, she demands from across the little kitchen table. We just got done with breakfast, and I'm not going to be able to avoid this anymore. What do you want to know? What's the real deal with you and Ghost? That's a damn good question. Okay, I say. I'll answer your question. She grins. That won't last long. But you have to answer mine about Lex and Dee. Just like I suspected, her smile drops. This isn't about me. And there isn't a deal with them. We fucked one time. Is that all it is, though? I wave my hand around. You don't think I've noticed the flowers and that expensive fucking necklace sitting on your neck? She rubs her hand across it. Maybe I bought this for myself. I don't need a man to buy me pretty things. I snort. No, you don't. But you didn't buy that because I was with them when they did. I lean my arms on the table, and it wasn't just one night for them. I'm aware. She lays her forehead on the table with a sigh. We had a deal. One night with no strings. Why can't they just leave it there? You did something right, because they are obsessed. My question is, why are you fighting them so goddamn hard? Isn't that what women want? A man that's so obsessed he can't think straight? She lifts her head with a glare. How did this get turned around on me? It's your turn. I don't know what the deal is. I shrug. He knew every dark, dirty secret that I have, and he lied to me for months. Caden, babe, you are too damn upset for it to just be that. Do you like him? She asks softly. I bark a laugh. Isn't it obvious? Well, yeah, but neither of you have said anything. Does he know? I'm sure. It's not like I hide it. But I'm clearly not Ghost's type. I jump from the chair and walk toward the living room in her townhouse. I flop on the couch, and she sits on the other end, with her feet tucked under her. How do you know if you don't tell him? If he did, would he have lied to me? I retort. That still burns my ass up. Ghost knows every little detail about me, some stuff he's the only person I've ever told. But he couldn't even tell me his real name. I don't give a fuck if he's a mayor's son. That's not the point. It's that he didn't trust me enough to tell me. It doesn't matter now anyway. You're more his type. I've seen the way he looks at you, Caden. He doesn't even give me a second glance. I think you're just hurt, which is understandable. But don't you think it's time to let it go? Or at least talk to him? What do I say? Hey man, I have a fat fucking crush on you. Want to fuck and see if you like it? She laughs. No, dumbass. Start with the talk and see where it goes from there. She looks at me harder, and I can see the question on the tip of her tongue. So you said if he liked it. What about you? I already know I like it. Her mouth pops open. Are you bi? I shake my head. I wouldn't know. I've never been with a woman. Bridget's eyes get as wide as saucers. That's something not many people know. It's not like I'm broadcasting it, and I've flirted with the best of them. You're a virgin? I'm not a virgin, so to speak. I've had my dick in something. It just wasn't a pussy. Are you gay? I don't know. I just prefer men over women. Holy shit, Bridget says, sitting up on the couch and crossing her legs under her. I like her like this. No makeup on, so her freckles stand out. Her bright red hair piled on top of her head, and in a shirt she stole from me. One of the many nights I've stayed here. I don't like going home alone, which is why I spend most of my time at Ghost's house. Being alone gives me too much time to think, and for someone like me, that's never a good thing. That's another thing that pissed me off when Ghost took off for Rose Hills after his dad. He left me here, alone.
So you've never wanted to try it with a woman?
Not really. Until Bridget. But I don't want to ruin the friendship we're building because I'm curious. I love hanging out with her. She's real, and she doesn't sugarcoat anything. Why is that so surprising? She gives me a dry look.
Because you're fucking hot. I figured you'd be drowning in pussy.
You think I'm hot? I ask, batting my eyelashes.
Shut up.
She laughs.
You know you are.
I have another question since I answered yours. She flops back on the couch dramatically, throwing her feet in my lap. Shoot. The Terror Twins. How good was that?
How did I know you'd ask that?
She blows a breath out.
Better than fantastic. Fucking mind-blowing. Haven't found anything close to that. I've had sex twice since then, and I was bored to tears the whole damn time.
I bust out laughing. One dick just isn't enough anymore.
It would be if they knew what they were doing with it.
So Lex and Dee know what they're doing.
Did you miss the mind-blowing part of that conversation? Alone, together, it doesn't matter. They are sexperts.
Sexperts? What the fuck is that? I laugh.
Guys who know the basic anatomy of a girl. I mean, how hard is it to find the clit? It's right there. And the guys who can't get you off are the ones who swear the G-spot is a myth.
I'm full-on belly laughing at this point, tears rolling down my damn face, and she's laughing right along with me. I finally get myself back under control when my phone pings with a message. I dig it from my pocket, swiping open Ghost's chat screen. I know I'm being a punk by running from the inevitable conversation, but I have no idea what to say. Ghost. Meet me at the garage. We need to plan. Kaden. Did something else happen? Ghost. No. I roll my eyes. I need to ride back to my car. Duty calls. Bridget nods, and I follow her to the front door to slide our shoes on. We walk out to her car and climb inside. She backs smoothly from the spot and pulls out of her parking lot. I'm not letting this twins thing go, I inform her when she's on the main road.
I'm not letting this ghost thing go.
I expect nothing less. After Bridget dropped me off at my car, I went straight to the Viper's garage, knowing I can't avoid this forever. I finally shove open my door and slam it harder than necessary when I get out. I walk over to the side of the building and let myself in the side door. Ghost! I call out when I walk into the empty garage. Be out in a minute, he answers from the office. I sit down at the little table in the back to wait. Ghost walks into the garage, shirtless, covered in grease and sweat. God damn it. Ghost is tall and lean, and you don't know how much muscle he's hiding until he takes his shirt off. You can also see the work he's been putting in to get ready for the fight at Les's Underground Fights. The match is coming up soon, and it's one of the most anticipated because Ghost took a back seat these last few months. Feel sorry for the poor asshole that steps into the ring with him. What's all that from? I ask, gesturing to his greasy chest, trying not to let my eyes linger too long. Fucking Mercy's piece of shit Bronco broke down again, he answers, sliding into the chair in front of me. We've been working on it all morning. He just left. A nod. Where's everyone else? They're coming later. Then why did you need me now? I ask, pissed off that he made it seem like it was urgent. Because you're my best fucking friend, and you've been avoiding me for weeks. I wonder why, I mutter sarcastically. Just let me explain. Explain what? That you didn't trust me? It wasn't about Trust! His voice raises with each word, and he takes several deep breaths. I did it to protect you, Caden. So you said. But I call bullshit because you know I'm more than capable of taking care of myself. I stand up. Call me when the others get here. I turn on my heel, and he grabs my arm before I can even touch the doorknob, spinning me to face him. Ghost is only 3 inches taller than my 6'2", but right now, he feels bigger while he's crowding my space. Quit walking away from me, he grits out. Or what? You gonna go all ghosty on me? Fuck all the way off. When you can quit lying to my face, then we can talk. He backs me up until my back hits the door. I'm not lying to you, and if you'd open your eyes, you'd see that. It would kill me if something happened to you because of me. That's why I didn't fucking tell you. So you think that makes it better that you fell off the fucking grid for days and wouldn't tell me shit? Oh, let's not forget you told me to stop fucking calling you. God damn it, Ghost grinds out. You're not listening to me. I couldn't tell you. I wanted to. Fuck, I wanted to, but if you knew, it put you in his crosshairs. And look how well that played out. I'm in his crosshairs. I shove at his chest, push him back a step. You should have told me. You don't think I know that now. He steps back up until his chest is against mine. Him being this close is making all rational thought fly right out the window. I can't lose you, Caden. Don't you get that? I'd do anything. Just please fucking forgive me. He slaps his hands on the door on either side of my head, caging me in. His lips are hovering right above mine, and no matter how mad I am, all I want to do is close that distance to press my lips against his. Sure, I've choked, flirted, kissed his cheek, and slapped him on the ass, but I've never pushed him. He didn't seem like he was into me. And just like Bridget, I didn't want to fuck up our friendship. But it's already teetering on the edge of being fucked up. I want to believe him, and part of me does, but that other half is still pissed as fuck he lied to me. Fuck it. I slam my lips against his, and just when I think he's going to push me away, he presses me to the door, deepening the kiss with a groan. Holy fucking shit. I lick the seam of his lips, and he opens for me, chasing my tongue back into my mouth and stroking it. I'm gonna melt in a puddle right here. Imagining kissing Ghost is nothing like the real thing. I settle my hands on his hips, and his whole body shudders. Ghost! He jerks away like he's been shocked at the sound of Mercy's voice. And just like that, the spell's broken. I open the door and slip out before he can make any excuses.
Chapter 4. Bridget. Mom! I yell, walking into her house after I dropped Caden off at his car. In here, she answers, and I follow her voice to the kitchen. I kiss her cheek and slide onto the kitchen counter where she's cooking. You off today? I ask. Yeah, she smiles. Les gave me the week off since they weren't going to be home. My mom absolutely adores Les and her guys. She started working for Luca Paletti about a year before he passed, and didn't even hesitate to stay on the house staff with Les. Not that Les expects much out of her. Mom just does basic things, and I have my suspicions that Les only keeps her on because she loves Mom just as much. I'm bored without her here, I groan. What about Caden? You guys have been hanging out a lot lately. She sets the dough she's kneading into a bowl, laying a towel over it so it can rise before turning to me. Don't get that look, Mom. He's just a friend. His bombshell about never being with a woman shocked me to my core today. I thought for sure he'd have girls lined up out his front door. He's a sweet boy, though, Bridget. You should give him a chance. I roll my eyes. It's not like that. Is this because of Travis? Nope, not going there. I hop off the counter and head toward the living room. Mom is right on my heels. Come on, you can't really swear off relationships because of one bad one. I flop on the couch. Like you did? She sinks into the chair in front of me on the other side of the coffee table, narrowing her eyes. I look so much like my mom that it's scary, especially when she gives me that look. I didn't swear off relationships because of your father. I had you to raise. That was more important. What about now? I'm 24 and it's not like you've got one foot in the grave. Mom just celebrated her 40th birthday last month. She had me at 16. And although I talked to my dad, he didn't really stick around to help since he was only 17 himself. But Mom did everything she could for me. And then some. She waves her hand. I'm not looking. You can't look if the only place you're at is here and Les's. I lay my head back on the couch with a sigh. I'm not looking either. You're young, sweetie. You'll find someone. I know Mom secretly hopes that someone is Caden. He's been to the house with me several times, and she fawns over him. He absolutely eats it up, too. I don't know much about how he grew up, but like most people from his life, it wasn't good. All this conversation does is bring my mind back to Alexei and Dmitri. Mom knows nothing about what happened with them. It's not like I can tell her I was in a twin sandwich, and now they won't stop sending me gifts. It should be creepy how they are so insistent. But it's sweet for them, given who their piece of shit dad was. Mom is right, though. I can't swear off all relationships just because one ex cheated on me almost the whole time we were together. But I also don't know if I can let myself go through that again. I'm not saying all men are the same, but I can't get my mind to agree with my pussy. Bridget, did you hear me? Huh? I jerk my head up and look at Mom. How long has she been talking to me? I said you should invite Caden over for dinner tonight. Are you sure you're not interested in him? I joke. She scoffs. He's young enough to be my son. So you'd make a hot cougar. Bridget! Mom gasps. Stop that. Don't act so shocked, Mom. I laugh. You would think by the look on your face that you've thought about it. I look closer just to mess with her. Oh my God, you have! I have not, Bridget Page Carter. Oh, you full named me. I'm in real trouble. She gives me that mom look again. Stop it. Okay. I hold my hands up in surrender. I'll stop. She gets up and flounces toward the kitchen. Call Caden and tell him to come for dinner. Make sure you wear something revealing, I yell back. You're impossible. I've heard that before. Party's here. Caden's voice carries from the living room when he walks in. In the dining room. It smells like freaking heaven in here, Mama S. He pops a kiss on Mom's cheek before he flops in the chair beside mine. Thanks for having me. It always makes me giggle that he's so polite when he comes to my mom's house. Who said gang members don't have manners? You're always welcome here. Mom smiles, and I waggle my eyebrows at her, making her eyes narrow again. Dig in. We load up our plates with pork chops, mashed potatoes, green beans, and Mom's homemade bread. What did you do today? I ask Caden between bites. His fork stops midway to his mouth, and he shoots me a panicked look. What the fuck? We made some plans for later. That's it. Alrighty then, I reply, deciding not to push him in front of Mom. Everything good? Oh, yep, He shovels more food into his mouth before he can answer any more questions. The rest of dinner is filled with easy conversation. Caden always fits in nicely around here. I didn't know what Mom would think when I started bringing him around because I knew she knew who he was. But she instantly fell in love with him, and not in the way I was joking with her about. She took him in as a surrogate son. Caden and I start clearing the dishes since Mom cooked, and as soon as I get him in the kitchen alone, I corner him. "What happened today?" I whisper. Caden looks over his shoulder for Mom before looking back at me. "I kissed Ghost." Fucking what?" I say, a little too loud. "Shut up," he hisses. "It just happened. And then Mercy walked in, and he acted like he couldn't get away from me fast enough." "Oh, that wasn't going to do. I'll kick his ass." Caden snorts a laugh. "I'm sure you could, Firefly, but don't worry about it." "Don't worry about it, Caden." "No, stop. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I went for it and it backfired. It's all good." He hip checks me out of the way to start loading the dishwasher. "Besides, it's for the best." "It's for the best? Are you fucking kidding me?" "What do you want me to say?" he asks, shutting the dishwasher with his hip. "It was a stupid fucking thought anyway." "Caden," I sigh. "I can see the look on your face. Maybe he didn't mean what you think." "What else would it mean?" "You need to talk to him because I don't see Ghost being like that. He's too accepting of everyone else around here." Mind made up, I grab his hand and start pulling him to the door. "What are you doing?" he laughs, trailing behind me. "Bye, Mom, love you," I yell on my way past the living room. "Love you too," she yells back, right when the front door shuts. I pull him to his Mustang and don't give him a chance to argue. I slide into the passenger side seat, shut the door, and wait. He gets in slowly, shuts his door, and fires the car up. "I don't like that look in your eye." "Go to wherever Ghost is." "What? No. Not just no, but fuck no." He turns off the car and crosses his arms over his chest. "Caden, you can either take me or I go on my own." He doesn't budge, so I push my door open and he grabs my arm. "Are you taking me?" "Yes," he sighs. I shut the door back, and I swear he mutters, "Stubborn-ass woman," under his breath. He starts the car back up, and we pull in front of Ghost's pool hall 20 minutes later. What happened here? Boards are covering the windows, and it looks like there's still some spray paint on the brick of the building. "Fucking hellraisers," he says through clenched teeth. He shuts the car off and turns to me. "What's your plan here?" "It's time Ghost and I have some words." Before he can respond, I'm out of the car, leaving him to scramble out behind me as I march into Shooters. I jerk the door open, my eyes searching for the blonde giant. I get several curious looks, and then remember I'm in a man's t-shirt, shorts, flip-flops, no makeup, and my hair is in a crazy bun on top of my head. Oh well. I spot Ghost at the back of the pool hall and stomp right up to him. "We need to talk," I demand, cutting him off mid-sentence, talking to a guy that is at least the size of Dex. Ghost looks at me slowly with a raised brow. "Nice to see you too, Sunshine." "Fuck that sunshine bullshit!" I stab my finger into his chest. Damn, that's harder than I thought it would be. Focus, Bridget. You hurt someone I care about. Ghost frowns. Then I watch as it dawns on him. "We can talk back here." He jerks his head for me to follow, and I catch Caden out of the corner of my eye talking to none other than Alexei and Dmitri. Shit. It never dawned on me that they would be here. I follow Ghost back to a corner office, and he shuts the door and turns to me. "What do you know?" I narrow my eyes. What do I know? I know Caden finally kissed you today, and as soon as one of your buddies walked in, you couldn't get away fast enough. His eyes widen slightly. "He told you?" "Yes." I throw my hands up in exasperation. He told me, and he's really hurt. And that really pisses me the fuck off. Ghost sits on the corner of the desk, raking his hand through his hair. It had nothing to do with someone catching us. I don't care about that. Fuck. That's my best friend out there. I thaw slightly. I know that, but he thinks you're ashamed of it. Do you know? I ask, hoping he'll catch my meaning. I needed to know if he knew that Caden's never been with a woman. As far as I knew, Ghost's never been with a man. About Caden? I watched the thoughts run across his face. Holy shit. You know? Fuck me. We're still talking in circles. Can one of us clarify so we know we're talking about the right thing? Caden and men? Yes. So he's okay with this. You need to make sure you are before leading him on, because I won't hesitate to stick the pointiest shoe I can find up your ass if you hurt him anymore. Ghost chuckles. Noted. I jerk a nod. Okay. Well, I said what I needed to say. Fix this with him or else. I warn, pointing my finger at him. I pull the door open and march back into the pool hall, trying and failing not to check out the twins sitting in the corner, watching me with those dark eyes. Damn, a guy whistles when I'm almost to the door. Where are you going in such a hurry, sweet thing? I turn on my heel to speak my mind, but Alexei already has the guy by the shirt. What the fuck did you just call her? He says in a deadly tone. It's okay, I supply. It isn't something I like, but it happens. The fuck it is, Beginia. I'll be damned if the sound of Dimitri's voice doesn't make my pussy pay attention. Traitorous bitch. Lex, man, back off. That comes from an even deeper voice. I turn to it, and it's the guy from Les's party, Banger. Why the hell do all these guys have to be so hot? Alexei's head snaps up. He and Banger have an intense stare-off before Alexei peels his fingers slowly from the other guy's shirt. He turns to me, and just that one look has my heart beating out of control. I do my best to avoid them or situations like this because I know how my body reacts to them. It makes me want to climb them like trees.
Chapter 5. Alexei. I turn around and face the woman that's been in my dreams since the night at the hotel. No one has ever captured my attention like her. Ever since I was first introduced, I knew I needed her, as did Dimitri. It was never even a question of whether we would share her or not. We usually did. Emotions didn't get entangled that way. Until Bridget. Hello, my Azizin. She raises a red brow.
Hello, Alexei. Bye, Alexei.
She turns on her heel and shoves through the front door, leaving me staring after her. Good one! Caden laughs, slapping me on the back, following her out. What I wouldn't give to be in his place. She so easily lets him be with her, but refuses anything my brother and I offer. I know he agreed to no strings, but the moment I saw her come apart between us, I knew that she was ours. I turned back to the man that thought he could disrespect her. If you ever even look in her direction, I'll eat your heart for breakfast. The guy nods rapidly and slips past me to the front door. I roll my shoulders back to relieve some tension. So that went well? Banger laughs. If I didn't respect him so much, he'd be eating my fucking fist. She'll come around, I say, and Dimitri nods in agreement. Banger lifts a brow. You know you sound creepy as hell when you say that, right? And you've also been saying that for a while now. I don't know how else to show her that we would treat her like royalty, unlike how our father treated Mama. If we used him as an example for anything, it's how not to treat a woman. We have to go, Dmitri says, looking at the time on his phone. We have that meeting. I nod, and we say our goodbyes before going outside and sliding into my dark blue Lamborghini. I make it to the main highway toward our house before Dmitri turns in the seat to face me. What we're doing isn't working, he states. I'm aware, I admit. What else are we supposed to do? I think we need to step it up. Do you think we're wasting our time? I ask the one thing that plagues me every goddamn day. Even as I ask the question, I swat it away. Bridget's worth it. Dmitri grunts in answer, sits back in his seat, and we drive the rest of the way to the estate in silence. After my father's death, we moved back into the main house. Even though all we wanted to do was burn it to the ground, we kept it to show we could handle this. But the truth is, we don't know how to run a criminal empire. Victor never showed us anything. His ego was too big to let go of even the slightest bit of control. So when he died, we handed it over to our cousin, Nikolai, from our mom's side. I imagine Father is rolling in his grave knowing we did that. But Nikolai is the only person we trust to run this family until we are ready. And just because we don't sit on the throne doesn't mean we aren't involved in daily business. I pull through the front gate and straight up the driveway to the front of the house. Dmitri and I climb from the car and make our way inside to the conference room at the back of the house. The whole inside had to be renovated after Alessa and her guys played heroes and rescued Mama from here. It's crazy to think that was over a year ago. And she's been in New York with Aldo ever since. We push through the conference room doors, and Nikolai nods his head for us to sit by his side. I look around the room on the way to my chair and catch Kian Morin sitting there. He politely nods, and I have to control not scowling at him after the last meeting we attended with him there. Now that we're all here, Nikolai says once Dmitri and I are seated to his left, side by side. We have some business to discuss. He gestures to Kian. Why don't you start? I've already talked to Evander and Mateo, but I wanted to apologize for how the last meeting went. My cousin is no longer part of this family. As far as I'm concerned, I want to start these alliances off on a better foot. I lean my arms on the table, folding them in front of me. So you called a meeting for that? I hate when people waste my time. Not exactly, Kian answers easily. He pulls an envelope from his suit jacket pocket and slides it across the table to me. I eye it suspiciously before picking it up and turning it upside down, letting the USB drop into my hand. What's this? I ask, holding it between my thumb and forefinger. A peace offering. What's on it? Nikolai asks. Someone in your ranks is working for Mayor Augustus. Ghost's dad. What the fuck? How the fuck did you get it? Dmitri asks, mirroring my pose. It was delivered to me this morning. After I saw what's in it, I called Nikolai for this meeting. Kian answers, and I watch him closely for a hint of deception. When I don't find any, I sit back in the chair. If you don't need me for anything else, I'll leave you to it. Kian stands up and looks between us. We'll be in touch, Nikolai says, standing to shake Kian's hand. Kian nods and leaves the room, When the door shuts behind him, I turn to Nikolai. "What if this is a trap?" I ask, wiggling the USB. Nikolai gives me a look. "I'm going to have Holden run it before we plug it in anything of ours." I think he's telling the truth. Whoever delivered that to Kian knew we needed this alliance. The Irish were strong at one time, but Kian's father ran it into the ground. "When can Holden run it?" Dimitri asks. "They should be back in town tomorrow." I slide it to him across the table. He catches it and shoves it into his pocket. "Who do you think it is?" Nikolai shrugs. "It could be anyone. After Victor died, most people were replaced. The sooner we find out, the better, I see. No one will live through betraying us." After our meeting, we head back to Concrete Row for a plan to fuck with the Hellraisers. They fucked with Caden and Ghost's business. We can't let this slide. Becoming friends with these guys was never on our radar. But the more time we spent with them, the more we felt like we belonged, which didn't happen very often for me and my brother. People either gave us a wide berth because of Victor or because they're scared of us. That suits us just fine on most days. Caden pulls in front of the building at the same time, and we meet at the hood of my car. "I trust Bridget is safe?" I ask. Caden rolls his eyes. "Yes, she's safe. Who the fuck do you think I am?" We walk into the pool hall together, and the place is packed with Vipers. They made a damn good decision to merge the two gangs. The Vipers are strong, but the ones they took from the Disciples made them even stronger. With Caden and Ghost in the lead, they are almost untouchable. Except for this dumbass Tink. Thinks he can fuck with my friends. "Nice of you to join us," Ghost says, snapping a clip into a Glock. "Plan still stands. Mercy and his group are going for the garage. Twitch and his will take the bar. Banger, Kate and Lex and D, you're with me. Fuck shit up. Make some goddamn noise because this shit ends tonight." The groups nod and leave to go do what Ghost says. Ghost looks at us when they leave. "We have Tink's house. It's time the motherfucker realizes why they call me Ghost." The shit Ghost can do is mind-blowing. He can slip in and out of anywhere, and you'll never know he's there. We got word he's not home, so it should give us plenty of time to set our plan in motion. More than ready, we follow him to the back of Shooters and load into a nondescript SUV, where Dimitri and I trade our clothes for the black tactical gear we bought for Ghost, Caden, and their guys. I peel my shirt off and slip another one on that I don't care if it gets ruined with a little blood. Slide my vest on, and then the hoodie. "Why the hell do you guys cover all that?" Caden asks, gesturing to my tattoos. It's the same thing Bridget asked the night we slept together. I didn't answer her that night because it was only supposed to be that one night. Not a good time to divulge how fucked up Victor really was. Stuff that Mama didn't even know about that Victor used to do to us. "Victor hated it," I answer. "It's just a habit now to keep them covered." No matter what, Dimitri and I would always wear long sleeves in his presence. But since the night Bridget said she liked them, he started to let them show some. Old habits still die hard, though. "That back piece is sick," Banger says from my other side. My whole back is a skull with smoke coming from the eyes and mouth. Dimitri has a matching one. "Thanks," I reply. I check my Glocks and then strap my knife sheath to my leg. "Can't we just kill this asshole?" Caden laughs. "I wish, but we need to send a different message." "Isn't this going to cause an all-out gang war?" Dimitri asks, strapping his own sheath to his thigh. More than it already is? Ghost asks from the driver's seat. We've let it slide more than once. That shit stops tonight. I nod in agreement. I'm all about teaching someone a lesson. 5 minutes later, Ghost drives deeper into Hellraiser's turf and pulls into an alley beside a run-down restaurant. His apartment is on the second floor. It's Hellraiser-owned, so that's all that lives here, Caden explains. He lives in 202. We file out and melt into the shadows, headed to the fire escape that will take us straight to Ting's apartment. Ghost takes off running, jumps to grab the last rung of the rusty ladder, and pulls himself onto the landing. We follow behind him doing the same thing and stop when we get to Ting's window. All the lights are off, and we don't hear sound. Wait here, Ghost whispers. He pulls a knife from the sheath on the back of his pants and sticks the tip between the window and frame. He wiggles it a few times until the lock slides open. Sheathing his knife, he raises the window and slips inside. 2 minutes later, he pops back into the window. Coast is clear. Jesus, fuck, Ghost. Don't do that shit. Caden grumbles. Ghost grins and slips back into the shadows. I really hate that shit. We file in and start laying the devices for recording in random places while Ghost keeps an eye out. Once done, we destroy everything in his apartment, smashing the TVs, slashing his furniture, ripping everything from the dresser, and turning it over. Anything that's in one piece definitely isn't by the time we leave the apartment. Game on, motherfucker. Chapter 6. Ghost. After we destroyed everything we could last night, I went home to think. Things with Caden are still rocky, but after that fucking kiss, it's all I can think about. I know I always played it off that I just saw Caden as a friend. But that's such bullshit. When Caden and I became friends, it was instant. We were inseparable. And this time without him sucked. But I need to get my head on right when it comes to him. I've fucked up a lot in my life, and this isn't going to be one of them. I drove to Micah's this morning because I knew I could talk to him. He went through some shit when it came to Van, and I knew he could offer some advice. Mine wasn't quite the same, but advice is advice. I ring the doorbell on their new house, and Evie answers it with a smile on her face. Hey, Ghost! I kiss her cheek and step inside, shutting the door behind me. Hey, Micah around? He's in his office. I follow her through the house, and when I pass the living room, I hear the best thing anyone can ever hear. Ghost! Maria screams, barreling around the corner. She hits my legs, and I scoop her up in my arms. Hey, Squirt! Come play, come play! I chuckle and continue following Evie. I can't play right now. I need to talk to Papa first. She sticks her lip out in the cutest pout. If I didn't know better, I'd swear this is Evie's biological child. She even has the same brown hair and eyes. Evie knocks on Micah's office door and pushes it open. Ghost is here. Thanks, let me Estelle. Papa, Ghost won't play. You little... I cut myself off before I can finish that sentence when Micah lifts a brow. I hand her to Evie. Just remember, snitches get stitches. She giggles. Snitches get stitches. Oh, that's just great. Evie says dryly before leaving the room. I'm so dead for that one, aren't I? I ask, sitting in front of Micah's desk. Probably. Between you and fucking Gage, I don't know who teaches her more shit she's not supposed to say. He closes his laptop. What'd you need to talk about? I sigh and lean back in my chair. I need advice. Micah nods for me to continue. It's about Caden. Just your friend, Caden? He asks sarcastically. Go on. How did you move past all the bullshit with Van? I ask bluntly. I'm not the type to beat around the bush, and Mike appreciates that. You mean coming to terms with the fact that I was in love with a man? No, it's not that. I run my fingers through my hair. Fuck, it is like that. But not because he's a man. This is Caden. Micah's eyes widen. You're in love with Caden? What? I didn't say that. I pause. Shit, I did. I don't know, to be honest. You don't know how to separate the friend Caden from whatever you're feeling? Micah guesses. I nod. He shrugs. Look, don't make the same mistakes I did. Get your shit together and either tell him how you feel or let it ruin your friendship. Yeah, it's different moving from the friend zone to a relationship, but the outcome from that can be something fucking beautiful. Friendship is the best laid path to a relationship. I can't believe this is Micah I'm talking to. Before, he would have told me to eat shit before answering these questions. I don't know who made him open up, but all of us are thankful he isn't a dick anymore. So, you're saying to throw it all in? Do you know how Caden feels? I have a pretty good idea. I nod. Then talk to him. You don't need me to tell you what the right thing is. You already know. I let that sink in for a few minutes, and Micah just waits me out. I'll talk to him. Good, he says. Now for the other thing. Your father. What about him? You know Holden's been tracking his movements, and so far he hasn't left Rose Hills. Hart and Gray have been watching ports, and there haven't been any more shipments either. That we can tell. Have you heard anything? Not since I left Rose Hills the last time. He's gonna make a move, though. He's just biding his time. And you'll let us know when he does? I don't blame him for asking. Not since I went off on my own the last time, which was a stupid move for many different reasons. I told you I would. I know you did, but I also know how your mind works because you think just like I did. You swear you can do it on your own so you don't have to involve anyone, but I'm here to say that's bullshit. Lean on your friends, Ghost. I don't know if I can, but I sure as fuck am going to try. I flipped my phone around in my hand for the 400th time. I came straight home after leaving Micah's, dead set on calling Caden, but all I've done is stare at the phone. Shaking my head at myself, I finally swiped the screen to Caden's contact and dial. Hello? Come to the house. We need to talk. You know, Caden says, I'm about tired of hearing that. You left before we could settle anything. Caden laughs, but it's humorless. I left because I was giving you an out. Out? For fucking what? I growl. I'm not ashamed of what happened. God damn it. Come over so we can talk. The line goes silent for so long that I have to look to make sure he's still there. I'll be over in 10, he finally says, and the line goes dead. I pace my living room for the 10 minutes it takes to hear his Mustang pull right into the front fucking yard. He busts in the front door seconds later. Let's talk. I look at him and pointedly out the window, where his bumper is almost touching my front porch. I told you to stop parking in the yard, Caden gasps. I must have missed the driveway. He flops on the couch. Get on with it. I sit beside him. That kiss yesterday? Don't worry. It won't happen again. Will you fucking look at me? I demand. He turns his head slowly toward me, and all I want to do is kiss that doubt off his face, but I can tell that's not what he needs right now. I want it to happen again. No, it's fine. I get it. You didn't like it. He trails off. Wait, what? I want it to happen again. I repeat. You caught me off guard, and that won't happen again. I pulled back from you when Mercy walked in because I was confused, not because of kissing a guy, but because I was kissing my best friend. Gaten eyes me doubtfully. You liked it? Yes, I did, and if you would have stayed, I was going to run Mercy off and finish what you started. I moved closer. Tell me that's what you want. Tell me you want to do this with me. If you have any doubt, say so now, because I won't fuck up this friendship any more than I already have. This isn't just some experiment. I shake my head. Or just about sex? I shake my head again. What does this mean, then? It means I want a relationship. With you. I won't be some dirty secret, Ghost. I move even closer, pushing my body into his until he has to lie down on the couch. I brace my hands beside his head. You won't be a dirty secret. I don't give a fuck what people think. You should know that by now. Okay, then. Shut up and fucking kiss me already. With a roll of my eyes, I slam my lips against his, and just like yesterday, it lights up every fucking nerve ending. Gaten opens his mouth for me to stroke his tongue with mine, and his groan is almost my undoing. I settle my hips between his and let my hard cock rub against his. I've never felt anything like this, and I sure as fuck am not a virgin. Kissing Gaten feels like everything I'd been missing in life. His hands slide under my shirt, and I sit back long enough to jerk it over my head and get rid of his. Gaten's body is hard, but not overly so, and the amount of muscle he hides under his shirt is surprising. I lay back down so we're chest to chest and go back to his lips. He takes his time exploring my body with his hands, and I can't stop the shudder that racks my body. Fuck, he pants, jerking his mouth away. I start kissing down his neck, and he turns his head to give me better accents. Am I dreaming? This is some kind of fucked up dream that I'm gonna wake up from and be pissed as hell, isn't it? I chuckle and move to his shoulder. Not a dream, I murmur against his skin. I fantasized about this, but never knew how to approach the situation. Gaten's more open with his actions, and I always played them off as jokes. Until now. Every time he's touched me, flirted, or anything else flashes through my mind. It all makes so much fucking sense now. I continue down his chest, stopping at the butterfly tattoo that spans from shoulder to shoulder, the bottom of it resting on its sternum. He got caught up in some shit when Les had a stalker, and the sick fucker cut mine into Caden's chest. If I'm honest with myself, that's the moment I knew I had feelings for Caden. Seeing him lying there bleeding tore my fucking heart out. Shaking the thoughts from my head, I look over his flat nipples and watch goosebumps pebble his skin. How far are you taking this, Ghost? I look up and grin. Really, really fucking far. Shit, Gaten chuckles. I never thought I'd see the day. What day? I ask, kissing right above his jeans, watching his muscles bunch under his skin. The day you were centimeters from my cock. I kiss his cock right through his jeans, making the most delicious moan leave his mouth. Not gonna lie, I've thought about this for a while now. What it would be like to touch you? I reach out and unbutton his jeans. What it would be like to kiss you? I unzip them. What it would be like to taste you. I reached my hand into his boxers and wrapped my hand around his dick. "Ghost! You've got to be fucking kidding me," I grumble, looking toward the sound of Banger's voice. "Get the fuck out! As much as I want to let you two continue, Hellraisers retaliated. They went after Les's place and Greta." Caden flies up to sit on the couch. "Oh, hell no." "Give us a second," I tell Banger. Banger grins and backs out of the house. I look at Caden. "To be continued?" "You can bet your hot ass this will continue." He pecks my lips. "Let's go kick some Hellraiser ass." Chapter 7. Banger. It's about fucking time. That was my first thought when I heard what Ghost was saying to Caden. I haven't been a part of this crew for long, but even I saw that shit happening a mile away. I didn't want to interrupt, but these motherfuckers messed with Greta. And she's ours to protect. She's been in the downtown Abbs Valley area for longer than I can remember, and if it wasn't for Les, she and Paul would have lost the place. Slowly, they're turning downtown into a place I'm proud to call home again. It wasn't much when I grew up here, but it is now. I didn't grow up in a bad home like most people who ended up in gangs did. We just grew up poor. I've found a life of crime all on my own. We pull in front of Les's place, and it's surrounded by cop cars, fire trucks, and a very pissed-off Greta. Ghost squeals in behind me, he and Caden jumping out at the same time. "Greta!" I call out. She called me half hysterical, and I dropped everything to come here. She's like family, and these damn Hellraisers definitely fucked up now. "Banger!" she sighs in relief. "Where's Paul?" Caden asks, giving her a hug. She hugs him back tightly and does the same to the rest of us. "He's in the ambulance, smoke inhalation and some minor burns." She swipes her gray hair from her face. "That's never happened in all my years." "What happened?" Ghost asks gently, leading her to sit in the passenger side of his car. She sits down heavily, looking like she's aged 50 years tonight. "He dropped some fries in the fryer, and it started bubbling like crazy, more than normal. Paul heard it hissing and knew something was wrong and got us all out of there, but he went back in for Taylor, one of the waitresses. It exploded seconds later and burned half the kitchen." She sucks in a deep breath, tears in her eyes. "If he hadn't jumped out of the way, he wouldn't have made it." Caden, Ghost, and I all share the same look. If this was the Hellraisers, this is too far. I crouch in front of her. "How do you know this is them?" She digs around in her apron pocket and hands a piece of paper to me. "It says to tell him that he won't get away with this." "Ma'am?" A firefighter walks up beside us. "The fire's out, but the kitchen is badly damaged. We'll have to shut you down for the time being. You might want to get the owner on the line because this looks like arson." "Excuse me?" Ghost barks. "Are you accusing her of something?" "No, but it doesn't look good. The gas line was rigged to blow. We'll give the owner further details." Greta stands up. "The owner is Alessa Paletti. Why don't you give her a call?" His eyes widen, and I have to contain a snort. That name carries a lot of fucking weight around here, and I'm glad I'm on the right side of it. He hands Greta a card. "Please tell Mrs. Paletti to give me a call." He turns without another word and walks away. Fucking Fire Marshal Seth Pandry. I went to school with him, and he's still a dickhead. "I'll call Les. You have a seat," Ghost offers, already pulling his phone from his pocket. He flips it to speakerphone. "Hey, Les, I hate to bother you, but something happened at Les's place." He fills her in on everything that's been going on.
He did fucking what? Les says in that tone that makes grown men piss themselves. Are Greta and Paul okay? We're fine, but the kitchen is destroyed, Greta answers. Don't worry about that. I'll have a crew down in the morning to fix it. Ghost sighs. They're shutting it down for an arson investigation. I'll be goddamned. I'll call Pandre and have it taken care of by daylight. I want someone on Greta and Paul until this shit is taken care of. Les barks. Not a problem, Ghost answers easily. We're almost done here, and we'll be back in town, Les says, and the line disconnects. Ghost slips the phone back into his pocket. I don't need protection, Greta argues, crossing her arms over her chest. Caden chuckles. The boss has spoken. You want us to go against Les? No way. I have guys that I can trust. You won't even know that they're there. Ghost promises. I agree with him, Greta. This shit is heating up. You know how this goes, I say. Greta's been around more than one gang war, and this is exactly what this is heating up to be. Fine, Greta grumbles. Caden grins. Love you, G. She tries to hold on to her stern look, but finally loses her battle, smiling at Caden. You're too cute for your own good. We'll come back in the morning for cleanup, I tell her, kissing her cheek. Go check on Paul. Good boys, she says. All of you. She struts off to the ambulance Paul is in. We watch her go and then turn back to each other. This means war. You fucking know that, right? Caden says finally. We should have shut them down a long time ago. Let's go see what we can pull from the cameras we placed. Ghost says. In agreement, we pile into the cars and head back to Ghost's house. He wanted the cameras to pick up every little bit of information possible. Holden set them up to record in 30-minute intervals, which are then saved to a hard drive at Ghost's. The feed can also be picked up in real time if someone is available to watch. We get back to Ghost's and head straight to his office, and I try to ignore the looks he and Caden are giving each other. I could tell they want to be doing something way more fun together than this, but they also know the business comes first. We comb through 2 hours of footage and never hear a word from Tink about going after Greta. Are we sure this is him? Caden asks, rubbing his eyes. Because he hasn't said shit about Greta. It makes sense, though, Ghost argues. What better way to hurt us than go after people we care about? Caden sits up in his chair. Do you think Bridget's a target? I doubt it, I say. She's only been down here a handful of times. He probably hasn't made the connection yet. Call her if it makes you feel better. Ghost soothes. Caden picks up his phone from the desk and dials. You better have a good fucking reason for calling me at 1 in the morning, Caden Harris. Bridget answers, sounding half asleep. We had some shit go down. I just wanted to check on you. As you can see, I'm fine, she says through a yawn. I could see her in my mind right now and try to stop that train of thought. It's hard as fuck not to notice her, but I won't step over that line for less than D. Are you coming over later? Caden glances at Ghost. No, I'm staying with Ghost. Oh, shit. Now she sounds fully awake. Did you guys kiss and make up? Tell me all the nasty details. You're on speakerphone, Ghost laughs. I don't give a fuck. Damn, I like her. Hey, Bridget, I call out. If it isn't Mr. Lickable himself, hey, banger. I raise an eyebrow, and Caden chokes on a laugh. Can I ask you a question, banger? I'm kind of afraid to agree, but sure. What's a girl got to do to see you naked? Firefly!
Caden splutters. Jesus fucking Christ!
I'm just saying, that sexy, smooth caramel skin, beautiful lips, and 2 different colored eyes. He's a walking wet dream.
Growing up with one blue eye and one green, I was the subject of a lot of bullying. But hearing her say she likes that shit makes me want to puff my damn chest down.
You can't say you've never noticed how hot he is.
I'm hanging up now, Caden says dryly. If you need me, call.
Sure. You're just cock-blocking me, asshole.
She pauses.
Wait, this is some kind of bro code shit, isn't it? Fucking figures. Good night.
The line goes dead, and Caden just stares at it for a second. What the hell just happened? Hurricane Bridget just happened. Ghost answers with a chuckle. Let's call it a night. I'll go through the rest of this shit tomorrow and see if we find anything. It's my cue to fuck off. I laugh and jump to my feet. Let me know if you need anything. Time to go back to my apartment alone. Again.
Chapter 8. Bridget. I jerk awake and look around, not sure what woke me up. I strain my ears, and when I don't hear anything again, I snuggle back into my pillows. As soon as I start to drift off, I hear it again. Thumping. I jerk my phone off the bedside table and clutch it against my pounding heart. What the fuck is that? Throwing the blankets off, I pad softly to my bedroom door and lock it. Could Caden be here? He has a key, so it's entirely possible that something happened with Ghost. I check my phone. The display reading 3:30 a.m. and no messages from Caden. The sounds of footsteps get louder, so I dart to my en-suite bathroom, shutting and locking the door. Who the hell is in my house? I pull up Caden's contact, and it goes straight to voicemail. He wouldn't play this sort of joke on me, I'm certain of it. There is a stranger in my damn house. I pull up the contact for Les, and remember last second that she's not even in town. Fuck, I whisper miserably. I call Ghost, and straight to voicemail. Pulling up my contacts, one name sticks out above all the others. Alexei. I'd much rather face him than become a statistic in the morning paper of the single white female flayed alive in her townhouse. Good job on that visual, dumbass. I suck it up and hit dial. Maya Jizin, he answers on the third ring. What's wrong? There's someone in my apartment, I whisper. Where's Caden? He asks, sounding very alert. He's with Ghost. Where are you? Locked in my bathroom. Good. Did you call the police? Well, fuck. Instead of calling the cops, I called my one-night stand. Jesus Christ. No, I answer, trying to control the quiver in my voice. I'm sending someone to you now. Stay in the bathroom and keep me on the phone. You aren't coming? I ask. I don't know why that disappoints me so much. I'm not in Abbs Valley. I had some last-minute things to take care of, he answers, his slight Russian accent soothing my frayed nerves. Alexei, they're trying to get in my room. I can hear them jiggling the doorknob. Is this how my story ends? Some random intruder? Listen to me, Maya Jizin. Help will be there in 2 minutes. Nothing's going to happen to you. My bedroom door busts open and smacks against the bedroom wall. Oh my God! I scramble into the bathtub, silently close the curtain and crouch in the corner. Alexei, I whimper. They're in my room. Shh, it's okay. 1 minute. They're prowling right outside the bathroom door. I can hear the heavy clumping of their boots. Fuck, this is really how I'm going to die. The doorknob jiggles. No. I bury my head in my arms, clutching the phone to my ear, Alexei murmuring soothing words, but even through my panic, I can hear the strain in his voice. The bathroom door bursts open.
Bogenya.
Dmitri? The twins are hardly ever apart. I rip open the shower curtain and he strides to the tub, stepping into it. I fall into his arms without hesitation. You came! I cry. After all the bullshit, Alexei and Dmitri were still here. And I'm the stubborn-ass bitch that won't put my feelings about my ex aside.
Of course I did, Bogenya, he answers, rubbing my back. Is Lex still on the phone?
Oh, shit! I jerk my phone back to my ear. Are you still there?
I am. Let me talk to Dee.
I hand my phone over and barely hear what he's saying. He just keeps rubbing my back. But that's when I notice his hands are trembling. I pull back to look into his eyes, and they're focused on my face. He says goodbye to Alexei, scoops me up in his arms, and strides back to my bedroom, stepping over a body on the way. What did you do? I ask out of curiosity.
I killed him,
Dmitri says, matter of fact. Oh, cool. There's a dead guy in my apartment, and all I can do is inhale Dmitri's expensive cologne. He lays me gently on the bed, and when he goes to step away, I grab his hand. You're shaking, I state, like he doesn't already know that. He gives me a tight smile.
I'm fine.
He walks over to the body and heaves it over his shoulder before striding from the room. I watch him through my open bedroom door, move around the townhouse, then disappear around the corner. Was this some kind of random attack? Or was I targeted for something? So many thoughts are rolling through my head. Dmitri steps back into the room minutes later.
I have someone coming for him. Are you okay?
I nod automatically.
Keep your phone close.
He turns on his heel to leave, and panic claws at my throat. Don't go, I blurt out, causing him to turn slowly back around. I don't want to stay here alone. He eyes me for longer than necessary before coming back to the bed, kicking his shoes off, and motions for me to scoot over. He lays down beside me, and I notice the tremors are still in his hands.
Get some sleep, Bogenya,
he says when he notices me looking. I hand my phone to him to lay on the bedside table, shut my eyes, and try like hell to fall back asleep. But it's useless. After my third sigh, Dmitri chuckles.
What's wrong?
He asks. I can't sleep. Who was that guy?
I don't know, but we'll find out.
I open my eyes, and his face is right in front of mine, his dark eyes almost glowing in the room. He's even more beautiful than I remember up close. Dark brows over even darker eyes, high cheekbones, a strong, perfect jawline with stubble that's thicker than I normally like, but looks irresistible on him. Perfect lips to bite on. Stop it. This is some type of trauma response to almost becoming fish food. He reaches up and tenderly pushes some hair off my face. Why are you shaking? I ask. He jerks his hand back and clenches it into a fist.
Nothing to worry yourself about, Bogenya. Go to sleep.
I huff and close my eyes, snuggling into the pillow. I don't have any right to demand answers. The only thing that matters is that he showed up when I called. I wake up the next morning, stretching, then shoot up in bed when I remember last night. My head whips to a deep chuckle, and Dmitri is sitting in the little chair that I have tucked in the corner. I frown. Were you watching me sleep?
You make the cutest faces when you're asleep, Bogenya.
Whatever. I huff, pushing my hair out of my face. Why are you still here?
Would you like me to leave?
God, Bridget, bitchy much? That's not what I meant. I figured you would have something better to do.
I need a ride,
he answers, but he looks away when he says it. How did you get here? I ask. He got here in minutes. He sure as fuck didn't run.
I drove.
Okay, I'm confused. If you drove, why do you need a ride? He stands from the chair.
I'll call Ghost to come and get me.
He takes off from my bedroom, leaving me to chase after him. Wait a damn minute. Why can't you drive back, Dimitri? I don't mind taking you, but it doesn't make sense.
Can we drop this, please?
He turns to face me, begging me with his eyes. I throw my hands up. Fine. Let me get ready and I'll take you, but I need coffee first. I spin on my heel and march back to my room, snatching clothes from my dresser. I throw my hair into a bun, quickly shower, and brush my teeth. When I walk back into the kitchen, there's a cup of coffee waiting for me. Why does he have to be so sweet? And why the hell did I call them last night instead of the cops? Thanks, I say, sliding onto the chair at my little kitchen table. He sits in front of me, watching me put the sugar and cream in. Where am I taking you?
To the estate.
If Alexei isn't home, why are you still here? He raises a brow.
We aren't attached. We do things separately, as you know.
I choke on my fucking coffee at his hidden meaning. Thanks for the reminder. I splutter.
Anytime, Bukinya.
I sip my coffee and watch him scroll through his phone. Would it be so bad to give them a chance? They've more than shown their interest. I've blown them off since that night, and Alexei still took the time to keep me calm on the phone, and Dimitri killed a man for me. Holy shit, he killed a man. How can you be so damn calm? He looks up, confused. You killed someone last night, and now you're sitting here scrolling through your phone like it's nothing. I don't know why this didn't even occur to me last night. Someone died at his hands.
It's the life. It's something I've done before and will have to do many times again. But they were after you, Bukinya. They invaded your space and targeted you. I couldn't let that stand.
Why was there no blood? He sighs.
I broke his neck.
I sit my coffee mug down with a thump. With your bare hands? I squeak. Those same hands that had brought me pleasure over and over.
Yes, you know who my father was.
He stands.
Do you mind if we leave?
I wrinkle my nose in annoyance, but get up anyway. I brush past him, and he grabs my arm and pulls me into his chest.
I would do anything to protect you. We both would. Why can't you see that?
I suck in a sharp breath at the look in his eyes. Because I can't give you what you want.
You haven't even given us a chance. How do you know?
His hands drop to my hips to pull me closer.
Your body wants it. Why doesn't your mind?
No way in fuck am I having this conversation with him right now. It's not that simple.
But it is.
He leans forward like he's going to kiss me, and I brace myself. But his lips skim mine and brush my cheek until he's at my ear.
Let us show you the world, Bukinya.
Well, fuck.
Chapter 9. Dmitri. I look over at Bridget in the driver's seat of her little car. I want to reach over and grab her hand, touch her thigh, anything to have my hands on her. But I'm respecting her boundaries. For now. When Lex messaged me last night and said to get to Bridget's, I'd never felt such fear. The panic of trying to get to her almost drove me over the edge. The intruder was right at the bathroom door when I picked the lock to get into her place. I wanted to kick the motherfucker down, but I didn't want to mess up her door. Seeing her huddled in the corner of her bathtub, with her phone clutched to her ear, ramped up my desire to be with her even more. Even though it's already at obsessive levels as it is. One night with the gorgeous redhead and my heart already belongs to her.
How are you going to get your car home?
Bridget asks, glancing at me and then back to the road. I clench my hands into fists, so she doesn't notice them shaking again just at the mention of that. I'll send someone for it. It isn't even my car. It's Nikolai's. I haven't been behind the wheel of a car for 9 years, since I was 17. Until last night.
You aren't going to explain any of this, are you?
I sigh and sit back in the seat. Not right now, Boginia. It isn't something I ever like to talk about, and if our relationship was different, I would consider it. But I can still feel the steel fucking wall she has up between us. I've never met such a hard-headed, gorgeous woman in my life. Bridget's phone rings through the car speakers, and she stabs the button to answer it.
Hello?
Firefly! Caden's voice filters through. What the fuck happened last night? I'm so fucking sorry. My phone was off. Are you okay?
I'm fine, Caden. I called Alexei, and he sent Dmitri. All good.
Dmitri? I have so many questions now, but I'll hold them in. Are you sure you're okay?
I promise I'm fine.
She sighs.
It was scary as hell, but Dmitri stopped them before they could get to me.
So your knight in shining armor is D? Caden chuckles. Did you suck his dick as a thank you?
Caden, no, shut up,
she groans. I turn in the seat to see her and watch that beautiful blush creep into her freckled cheeks. I know she's covered in those freckles. I traced them with my fingers, lips, and tongue during the amazing night we all had together. Then she was gone the next morning without a word. I'm kidding, sort of. Tell me what happened. She explains from the moment the noises woke her up until I busted in the bathroom. Wait, Dee drove there? This little asshole says a fucking word. I'll slit his throat. Huh. That's interesting.
How is that interesting?
Bridget says, flicking a glance at me.
Never mind, I'll call you later.
I'll be over later to install a security alarm. Okay, bye. Caden disconnects the call, and Bridget mutters under her breath something I can't hear. I need to let Caden know I already took care of her security system. I have people on their way right now to install the best of the best. I just need to keep her distracted long enough for them to do it. Would you like to get breakfast with me? I ask, and hope she doesn't say no. I'm not ready to leave her yet, and it's hard to tell how long it'll be before I see her again. Or come to the house, and I'll cook for you. I watched that little crinkle over her brow appear.
You can cook?
Yes, Boginia. I chuckle. Lex and I both can. Something my father hated. He thought it was beneath someone of our power to cook for ourselves. But Lex and I both learned that we enjoyed it. One of our house staff taught us behind my father's back, and I'll be forever grateful for her. Too bad Victor found out and killed her for her troubles.
Huh. That's surprising.
That's not an answer, I remind her. She sighs.
Just breakfast?
Just breakfast, I promise.
Okay.
She agrees and continues driving toward the house. I can't help watching her. She has one arm propped up on the window frame, with her head resting on it. One hand planted firmly on the wheel, and she looks lost in thought. Her brows crinkled, and she's chewing on that pouty bottom lip. I'd love to know what has her so dead set against trying with us. Everything about it screams a shitty ex, and when I find out who it is, I will track him down and beat the fuck out of him for hurting her. She finally takes the last turn to take us up the winding driveway to the estate. When she pulls to the gate, she rolls down the window, and when the guard sees me, he automatically opens it. "Drive to the top of the driveway," I instruct. She does, and throws the car into park at the top of the circle driveway.
"This house is gorgeous,"
she comments before popping her door open, making me grind my teeth. "You should never open your own door, Bogenia." She rolls her eyes and steps out of the car, shutting it harder than necessary behind her. I push my own open and meet her at the hood of the car. She's eyeing the house with awe. I wish I still saw what she did. But all this house does is remind me of every bad thing that ever happened in my life while Victor was alive. I place my hand on the small of her back and lead her to the steps. When we get to the front door, it bursts open before I can touch the handle. "What the fuck, D?" Nikolai growls, and then his eyes light on Bridget. "Oh, hello."
"Hi,"
Bridget says with a little wave. "Bridget, this is Nick, our cousin," I introduce. Not that you could miss the resemblance. He has the same dark hair, but his eyes are an odd shade of green. He's also a year older than Lex and me. "Nice to meet you," Nick says politely. "A word, D." I knew this was coming. I turned to Bridget. "Down the hall, second door on your right. I'll be there in a minute," I say, pointing to the left side of the spiral staircase toward the kitchen. She takes off that way, and I wait until she's out of earshot before I turn to Nick. "Your car is fine. It's at Bridget's." He was asleep when I snagged the keys to his Benz. He grabs my arm and pulls me toward the other side of the staircase. "I don't give a fuck about the car, D. You should have woken me up. I would have driven you." "I know that," I argue, "but I didn't think about it at the time." Truth was, I didn't even hesitate to jump behind the wheel. It didn't hit me until I was already at Bridget's. "I'm fine, Nick. Are we done?" He raises a brow. "For now." "Is that her?" "It's her," I reply. "And if you don't keep your fucking eyes off her, I'll pluck them out." I saw the way his eyes suddenly trailed over. I didn't like it. At all. "Oh, shit," Nick laughs. "Is that serious?" "Yes, now fuck off." I leave him standing there, laughing. Asshole. I find Bridget in the kitchen, sitting at the kitchen island. She looks up when she hears me walk in and gives me a small smile.
"Is everything okay?"
"It is, Bogenia. What would you like for breakfast?"
"Anything is fine. I'm not picky,"
she answers. I walk to the refrigerator, and I can feel her eyes on me. I pull out the ingredients for a loaded omelette and lay a pan on the stove to heat up. I lay everything else on the island so I can see her. Just like I've done a million times, I start cutting the vegetables, the motion calming my mind.
"Oh, so you can cook?"
Bridget laughs. Goddamn, I love that sound. I look up from my desk, and her eyes are focused on my hands. "I can." She starts chewing on the corner of her thumbnail, and I know something is on her mind. "It's a good question, Bogin. I can see it all over your face."
What did you do with the guy?
Disposed of him like the trash he was. You'll find out who he was. I don't know if this is related to the bullshit with the Hellraisers or something else. According to Ghost, he doesn't even think the attack on Les's place was the Hellraisers. They found nothing on the cameras about them talking about an attack, and Bridget was never mentioned. It's entirely possible it was random, but either way, the guy died for his troubles. He went after the wrong girl. I cracked the eggs into a bowl, whisked them, and then turned to the stove to pour them into the hot skillet, before carefully placing the vegetables and cheese on top. Waiting for the perfect time, I flipped the edge, let it finish cooking, and slide it onto a plate before placing it in front of her.
This looks so damn good.
She inhales and makes a noise in the back of her throat that has my cock paying attention. I've heard that noise before.
It smells even better.
Grabbing my own food and orange juice for both of us, I slide onto the stool beside her, and we eat in silence. The whole time I can feel her glancing at the side of my face. Bridget isn't entirely immune to either one of us. She's running from something, and it's now my mission to prove that she doesn't need to. Chapter 10. Caden. They drove there? Ghost asks from a spot at the kitchen table. That's what I said. As far as I know, Dee hasn't driven a car for a long-ass time, and the only reason I know why is because he got drunk one night and spilled the whole story when I asked why Lex drove everywhere. He doesn't even have his own car. Ghost chuckles. That's huge for him. Is she okay? I shrug. She seems to be. My phone pings with a message, and I scoop it from the table, swiping open the chat screen. Dimitri. I have the security being installed right now. Caden. Should have fucking known, LOL. Is she really okay? Dimitri. She's fine. Eating breakfast right now. Caden. Are you okay? I know driving is a big deal for him, and the twins are close friends of mine. Dimitri. I'm fine. And I'm not talking about this, so fuck off. Caden. Insert middle finger emoji. I was just checking on you, asshole. Dimitri. Insert kissy face emoji. Caden. Insert crying laughing emoji. I lay my phone down with a chuckle, and Ghost is staring at me with a look I didn't think I'd ever see from him. Last night, after Banger left, we had a long goddamn talk. Then passed the fuck out. The only difference between this time and any other time is that we were in the same bed. I woke up this morning, and Ghost was plastered to my back with his arm locked around my waist. It felt damn good to wake up like that. Our makeout session on the couch has us both fucked up, but we need to make sure this is going to work before we take it any further. I refuse to fuck up our friendship. Ghost gets up from the table and clears off the dishes. We need to catch up with Les and check on Greta. Ghost sent several of our crew to sit vigil at her house. Paul was sent home from the hospital late last night, and is damn lucky that his injuries were minor. Do you still think this is the Hellraisers? I ask. Some of our guys combed through that footage, and there isn't a mention of Greta or Bridget. What about Bridget's place? If he went after her, he has to fucking die. I agree. Ghost turns and leans against the counter, crossing his arms over his chest. But if it isn't the Hellraisers, who the fuck is it? Your dad? I thought about that. Maybe the attack on Les's place, but Bridget? I have no connection to her that would cause him to go after her in a warning. So what do? We find out who the guy was that broke into her place and go from there. Maybe that'll lead us back to who sent him, or find out it's random. Dee sent the pics to Holden, and he's gonna run them as soon as they're home. A nod. Dee's installing security at her townhouse, but I don't like her staying there alone. Ghost shrugs. Stay with her, or bring her here. I don't like it either, especially now. Bridget isn't going to leave her place. I laugh. She would gut me for even suggesting it. I get up from the table and walk until I'm in front of Ghost. What about you? What about me? He asks, settling his hands on my hips and pulling me closer. I put my hands on the counter beside his hips. Fuck, this feels good. I want to stay with you too. We could both stay at our place. Ghost raises a blonde brow. Both of us? She doesn't know me like that. She could. Come on, it would be fun. It's a fucking blast. Oh, I'm sure it is. We'll see what we find out and go from there. Okay? Before I fully nod, Ghost's lips are on mine, jerking me so close that we're plastered together. I can't stop the groan when he slips his tongue into my mouth. This is what I've been waiting on. Ghost didn't even hesitate to jump into this. I let my own insecurities make my mind run wild. I wasn't lying to Bridget when I told her that I'd never been with a woman. I could see the outward beauty of them, but that's all the appeal they held for me. I grew up most of my life thinking I was gay. Until her, which confused the fuck out of me. Now I'm starting this relationship with Ghost, and Bridget is completely off limits. I don't want to meet the angry side of the Terror Twins. Ghost's hands run under my shirt and pulls back to jerk it over my head. Bedroom? He asks, kissing down my neck. Are you ready for that? I'm ready for anything with you, Caden. I pull back to see his eyes, and the truth is staring right back at me. He's serious. I step back with a grin and unsnap my jeans. Unzipping them, I start walking back toward his room, and he stalks my every step. God damn, he's sexy as fuck. My feet cross the threshold to his room, and he slams the door behind him. He jerks his shirt over his head, and my breathing speeds up. He gestures to me. Off. Now. Well, when you put it that way, I shove my jeans down with my boxers, making my hard cock slap my stomach. I step out of them and raise my brow. His fingers make quick work on the button and zipper of his jeans. He shoves them off, and Ghost is standing completely naked in front of me. His cock is standing proudly between his thighs, long and thick. Well, fuck me, I say when my eyes finally reach his. Ghost is a work of fucking art. Oh, I planned to. With that, he shoves me onto the bed and stretches his body against mine. With the first contact of his cock against mine, we both groan. Goddamn, Caden, you're sexy as fuck. I let my hands slide down his back and raise my hips to grind our cocks together. The feeling is mutual, but I've already noticed that. Ghost barks a laugh. You think I've never noticed before? It's all I've thought about. He starts kissing my neck again, and my whole body shudders. I let my hands slide down and sink my fingers into his tight ass, making him groan. I buck and roll until he's sprawled on his back. It's my turn, I declare. Ghost had his fun last night. I kiss his lips hard before moving to kiss his neck, across his pecs and his tight abs until his cock bumps the bottom of my chin. Last chance to back out, I warn. I'm not backing out. Taking him at his word, I lick from the base of his cock to the head, lapping away the pre-cum leaking from the tip. I make sure to roll my tongue ring across the head a few times. Fuck. Ghost grunts when I suck the head of his cock into my mouth. His hands fly to my head, his fingers sinking in. I stretch my arms out, so my hands are braced on his side, and let my mouth slide down until he bumps the back of my throat. His groan rattles my goddamn bones. I tap his side, hopefully conveying the message to take control. His fingers tighten, and he lifts his hips, fucking my mouth. His taste explodes in my mouth, and I have to wrap a hand around my throbbing cock. I've dreamed about this. Hell, I've daydreamed about this. For months, all thoughts have been on this moment, and it's finally happening. Holding my head, he keeps moving in and out of my mouth. On the fourth stroke out, I hollow my cheeks and suck him hard. God damn it, Caden. My eyes flash to his face, and his are locked onto my mouth. I wrap my hand around the base of his cock and start sucking him fast, twisting my hand around at the same time. His harsh breathing gets even harsher. Are you trying to make me come? I grin around his cock, but don't stop. When I see his abs start bunching, I let him go with a wet pop. His eyes narrow, and then reaches down, pulling me back on his chest before rolling, so he's back on top of me. Are you fucking with me, Caden? His tone is dropped to that warning tone he uses when he's in boss mode, the tone that always makes my dick hard, usually at inappropriate times. I would never, I say with a grin. Ghost reaches between us and wraps his hand around my cock, making me hiss. He starts stroking me as he kisses his way down my body. Ghost pauses when he gets to the butterfly tattoo in my chest. The one he put there. It spans across both pecs, covering up the word mine, the less creepy-ass stalker carved into my chest. With his eyes locked on mine, he swirls his tongue around the head. No fucking way I'm gonna last with his mouth on me. Ghost, I groan when he does it again. He chuckles darkly. I've never done this before, but you taste so fucking good. He closes his mouth over the head of my cock, and I'm fucking done. I try my best not to grab his head, but when his lips meet where his hand is, they fly to his head. Fuck, Ghost. His mouth pops off. Say my real name. What? I pant. His hand is still moving, and I can't fucking think. In here, I want you to call me Gabriel. I don't know why this feels like such a big moment, but it does. Ever since I found out his real name, I've never called him by it, no matter how pissed I was. I reach down and stop his stroking. Okay. Then fuck me, Gabriel. His eyes flare with heat, and I can't look away. He reaches over and pulls a bottle of lube from his bedside table, uncaps it, and squirts it onto his fingers. He rubs them together to make them slick and leans down until his mouth is hovering over mine. I spread my legs wider, and his fingers slide against my back hole. He kisses me hard and pushes them inside. Fucking hell! This is how Caden dies. Death by his best friend fingering his ass. He rubs against my prostate, and I moan into the kiss. How in the motherfuck does he know how to do that? I jerk my mouth away. Are you sure you've never done this before? Just because I've never been with a guy doesn't mean I don't know what this does. He rubs it again, harder this time. I played around a little. You've let a girl play with your ass? Why the hell is that so hot? I have. He admits. Plenty of times. Yep, dead. I need you to put your cock in me now. Thanks. His movements stop, and he breathes a laugh. Tell me what you really want, Caden. I want you to fuck me. That's what I really want. He takes a shuddering breath and pulls his fingers free, snatches the lube, and squirts it directly onto his cock. I'm sure as fuck going to feel this later. He massages it in, and with one hand braced by my head, he lines up, pulling his eyes up to mine. He pushes his hips slowly until the head of his cock is sitting inside of me. Holy shit. He breathes,
He works his hips forward until he meets resistance and places his other hand beside my head.
Ghost!
Both our heads snapped to Mercy, banging on the bedroom door.
This is a fucking joke.
Ghost mumbles.
What? I need to talk to you.
Is someone bleeding, dying, dead, or under any direct threat? I'm trying my best not to laugh. If something is wrong, this is some kind of sick joke that it keeps happening in situations like this.
Well, no, but nothing.
Ghost barks. If it's nothing urgent, fuck off. He slams his hips forward, bearing himself to the hilt. My fucking back bows, and the loudest moan I've ever heard come from my mouth escapes. No way Mercy didn't hear that.
That's it, baby love. Let him fucking hear you.
Baby love? What the fuck? God damn, Gabriel. He starts moving faster.
I want the whole world to know.
What? I groan, my fingers digging into his biceps.
You're mine. I'm not ashamed of this, and I'm not ashamed of us. Now, let them hear you.
Well, if that didn't turn me into a fucking puddle on the bed. His hips start rocking, driving me absolutely crazy, and I let whoever is in this house hear what he's doing. Hear mine too, I say. His eyes stay locked on my face, and he swivels his hips. When I moan again, he grins.
There you go. And you're damn right I am.
His mouth seals over mine, his tongue mimicking the motion of his hips, fucking my mouth just as good as he is my ass. He lays his whole body against mine, his abs giving my cock the friction it needs. One hand is under my arm, braced on my shoulder, and the other is hooked on my hip. My greedy-ass hands are running down his back and arms. This is Ghost. That's still a fucking shock. His thrusts start getting more urgent, and I can feel my release racing toward the finish line. I reach between us and start stroking hard and fast. He pulls away from my lips and leans back enough to watch my hand.
Are you gonna come for me, baby love?
Fuck, yes, I grunt. I explode all over my chest, and he groans loudly. Gabriel!
That's the single hottest fucking thing I've ever seen.
He slams his hips forward and buries himself deep in my ass. I feel him swell.
Baby love,
he groans as he comes. He braces his hands back beside my head and lays his forehead against mine. Both are breathing out of control. Baby love, I say, and he chuckles, then groans when he pulls out of me. He rolls until we're chest to chest. Legs tangled, not giving a fuck about the cum all over my chest.
It felt right in the moment.
I shrug. I like it. Makes me feel all girly and shit. Ghost laughs loudly.
I didn't say it to make you feel girly.
I'm fucking with you, I say, and peck his lips. Truth is, it makes me feel damn good to be his baby love.
Chapter 11. Alexei. Pulling into the driveway of the estate, my heart skips a beat when I see Bridget's car still sitting there. Getting that phone call last night, I almost dropped everything I was doing to run to her. But instead, I called one of the only people I can trust with her safety. I never thought in a million goddamn years Dmitri would drive there, though. I tried to keep calm, but inside, I was raging that someone dared to scare or touch her. When I find out who's behind this, they're as good as dead. I pull into the garage and let myself in through the door that leads into the house. I can hear Bridget's laugh carried down the hallway, so I kick my shoes off and follow the sound. I find her, Dmitri, and Nick in the game room behind the stairs. Dmitri is behind her, helping her line up for a shot. He slides his hand slowly back down her arm to grab her hand on a pool stick. And moves her hand to hit the cue ball. The 8-ball sinks into the corner pocket, and she whoops.
I won!
She exclaims, doing a little dance. Nick rolls his eyes and lays his stick on the table. You didn't win, he did. She scoffs.
How dare you? I won fair and square.
I agree, Maya Jizin, I say, announcing my presence. She whirls around to face me.
Nice of you to join us. I just kicked his ass in pool. Twice.
She walks over to me.
Thank you for taking my call last night.
It was never a question, I say sincerely. Confusion and excitement coursed through me when I saw her name flash across my phone. Then fear and anger when I realized why she was calling. Either way, I felt it meant something that she called us before the police. Are you okay?
I'm fine, I think.
She runs her fingers through that long red hair that I love wrapping around my fist.
It's just scary. It's not something you think will ever happen to you.
I can't resist rubbing my knuckles down her cheek. I'm glad you trusted us with your safety. Her cheeks darken.
I called Caden and Ghost first.
I try not to let that bother me. At least they were on the list of people I trusted with her.
I should have called the cops.
No, you did the right thing. Stuff like that gets pushed under the rug by the police, I argue. With us, you know we'll get to the bottom of this. I take her hand, and I'm surprised when she lets me. Why don't you show me some more of your pool skills? She snorts.
You mean his pool skills?
She gestures to Dmitri, making him grin.
I can't play pool for shit.
What happened to I won fair and square? Nick asks, crossing his arms over his chest.
I was full of fucking shit.
Bridget laughs.
I've never won a game a day in my life.
Why don't we play another game? I suggest.
I'm down,
Bridget says with a shrug.
I don't have anything to do until Les gets back later today.
Perfect. You're on my team. I grin.
I suck. Did you not get that?
Bridget asks, picking up the pool stick. Oh, trust me, Maya Jizin. I remember very clearly how good you suck. I tease. Her mouth pops open, and then she laughs.
Walked right into that one.
Nick shakes his head and starts setting up the table. Ladies first, he declares, rolling the cue ball to her. I grab it, line up her shot, and make sure she's holding the stick correctly. I step behind her like Dmitri had, and help her get the stick situated. Let the tip glide through your fingers when you pull back. I whisper in her ear. Her body shudders, and I can't stop the smile. Perfect. Don't look at the cue ball. Look at your target.
Okay,
she says breathlessly. Oh, this is going to be fun. Jab the stick forward right in the middle of the cue ball. She lets it fly, and the cue ball smacks dead center of the racked balls, and she sinks one into the corner pocket.
Holy shit, I did it!
Yes, you did, Bogania. Dmitri chuckles. She lines up for the next and misses completely. Dmitri lines up for his own shot. I know how good Dmitri is, and if I let him, he will run the table on us. Want to even the odds? I whisper to Bridget, and she nods. Distracting. She giggles under her breath and moves until she's in Dmitri's line of sight. She props her hip on the table so he can see her smooth, creamy thigh. Dirty? Fuck yes. But I'm not above cheating, so she can win this game. His eyes flash to her thigh and then to my face. He knows exactly what I'm doing. We can read each other inside and out. And not just because we are twins. We got good at talking without saying a word around this house because Victor had ears everywhere. That's fucking bullshit, Nick laughs, seeing what's going on.
What?
Bridget asks innocently.
I'm just resting.
Dmitri raises a brow, lines his shot up, and closes his eyes. He pulls back and lets it fly, sinking his shot. Fucking show off.
How in the hell?
Bridget gapes. I'm good with more than just one stick, Bogenia. I feel like I shouldn't be here anymore. Nick grumbles, making us laugh. Take a shot, asshole. The game continues with me coaching Bridget and her trying to distract Dmitri. When that doesn't work, she starts distracting Nick. He tries his best to keep from looking, and I wanted to be jealous, but I know the draw Bridget has. It gets down to the 8-ball, and it's our turn. Bridget's shot. You got this, Oyashizin. I encourage.
Oh, yeah? No pressure, right?
She mumbles before lining up for her shot. Dmitri steps into her line of sight and adjusts his cock through his jeans right when she lets go for the shot. It goes wide, and she scratches the cue ball. Dirty fucking asshole. He's going to pay for that. What happened? Dmitri asks, trying not to laugh.
Fuck you,
Bridget says sweetly, laying the stick down. Nice to meet you, Nick says. Don't forget about later, he says to us before leaving the room. Bridget turns around, and the move puts her chest to chest with me.
Oh,
she breathes, feeling the same thing Dee and I are feeling. Same thing we felt the night at the hotel. I walk toward her until I back her up against the side of the pool table. You feel that, don't you? I ask, bracing my hands on the table, boxing her in. Why do you fight it?
It's not just as simple as sexual attraction, Lexi.
You think that's all this is? Yes, of course, I am sexually attracted to you. But that's not all it is for me or for him.
That's the problem,
Bridget says, placing her hands on my chest.
I don't want anything more.
Why not, Moya Season?
Because I refuse to be ruled over by someone again. I want to be someone's equal.
I knew her reservations had to do with a guy. You can see it in her eyes. It's time she realizes we aren't like him. I pull back until I can see her eyes. You aren't my equal. She sucks in a breath and shoves at my chest, but I push in closer. You're so far fucking above me. I don't want to rule over or control you, Moya Season. I want to fall at your feet and worship you. I want you by my side, not behind me. We both do, Bogenia, Dmitri adds, stepping up to her side. We would never put you below us. Like I told you at your place, we want to give you the world, if you let us. I step back to give her space. It's in your hands. She stares at me for the longest time, and just when I think she's going to run from the room, her arms go around my neck. Her lips are on mine before I can register what's happening. The shock lasts less than a second before I sink my fingers into that bright red hair, tilt her head to the side, and sink my tongue into her mouth. Her moan reverberates across every nerve ending. She pulls back all too soon and turns to Dmitri. His lips seal over hers before she even has a chance to fully let me go. Not that I care. She kisses him the same way before breaking away and taking several steps back away from both of us.
You have to give me time,
she says breathlessly. We've given you time, Moya Season. We'll never push you, but we'll always let you know that we're here. Waiting.
I have to
I have to go. She spins and walks as fast as she can from the room. She doesn't know that all she has done is give us hope.
Chapter 12. Bridget. What is wrong with you? Evie asks with a laugh. I met her and Les at her favorite restaurant that sits right on the beach, but even the salty air wasn't calming me down today. I sigh again for the 10th time. Spit it out, Bridget, Les says. I already told them about the break-in and the subsequent saving by one sexy twin. Les was beyond pissed when she found out from Holden, but I assured her they had it taken care of, and I truly believed that. But what I didn't expect when I got back to my townhouse was a state-of-the-art security system that I found out Dimitri had installed while he was distracting me. I kissed them, I blurt out. What? Evie splutters. Oh my God. I groan and lay my head on the table. I kissed them. Why don't you start from the beginning? Les suggests. I tell them about Dimitri's distraction, the pool game before Alexei got there, and the one that happened after. I left out nothing, including their sexy-as-fuck cousin Nick. Is there anyone in that family that isn't edible? When I get to what they said, and the kiss, Evie and Les are all ears. Wait, so what's the issue? Les asks. Are you kidding me? I exclaim and jerk my head up to look at her. I told you I don't want anything serious, and all I did is make it easier for them to push past my defenses. It sounds to me like they literally obliterated every excuse you've had for not giving this a shot, Evie argues. Trust me, I get it. But sometimes it takes someone like them to help you heal. I had to learn that the hard way. Don't make the same mistakes I did. Is this about the ex again? Les asks gently, and I nod. Look, he's a boy, because only boys treat women like that. Lex and Dee are men. Grown-ass men who know how to treat a woman. Don't let one guy's fuck-up ruin something I already know will be world-changing for you. They even told you in their own words how much they think of you, and that was after one night, babe. Imagine if you gave it all to them. I'm fucking scared, okay? I declare. I'm scared I'm going to give them my heart and they're going to fuck me over, cheat on me, treat me like shit, just like Travis did. I can't do that, because I can already feel how attached to them I am. I'm going to get hurt. You can't run your whole life, Bridget, Evie says, grabbing my hand. She's right, Les agrees. I've known them a long damn time, and never once have I seen them like this with anyone. I raise a brow. Except with you? She shakes her head. They were never like this with me. We were friends, nothing more. We flirted and joked, but that's all it was. We bonded over our fucked up lives and became each other's allies. Alexei used to call you his treasure, I say dryly. Les laughs. Yes, but it didn't mean anything, and it was mostly to get under Ryder's skin. They're family, and we're damn protective over each other, but that's where it ends. What if I do this and then decide it's not what I want? I don't want to hurt them, I argue. You aren't going to know unless you try, but honestly, I don't see that happening, Evie says. I sit back in my chair with a pout, making them laugh. I hate you both. No, you don't, Evie giggles. We're just giving you the same tough love that you gave me. I have no idea what to say to that because she's spot on. When she ran from her guys, Les and I tracked her ass down and showed her how much she was missing out on. Those guys were fucking miserable without her. It was a sad sight to see. I can pretend all I want to, but I miss Alexei and Dimitri, and ignoring them is killing me. I want nothing more than to fall into their arms and accept what they are offering. I just don't know if I can. After lunch with the girls, I came back home and lay in bed, staring at the ceiling for an hour. I am no closer to coming to a decision when I hear Caden's voice carry through the living room. "In here," I call out, and seconds later he opens the bedroom door. "What are you doing in here?" he asks, coming to lay beside me, mirroring how I'm lying. "Thinking." I lean over and sniff. "Fuck, Caden! Did you bathe in ghost cologne?" I sit up with a gasp. "What happened last night?" I haven't had a chance to gossip with him since I found out he was staying with Ghost. Camden smiles ear to ear. "We made up? Twice?" "Oh my God!" I squeal, bouncing to my knees on the bed. "Really? You guys are like, together? "Yeah, we're gonna give it a shot." I attack him in a hug, so fucking happy for him. He hugs me back with a chuckle. "That's why you didn't answer your phone." "No, we fell asleep last night and it must have died. I'm so sorry for that, Firefly." "Don't worry about it." I pull back to look at him. "I'm so happy for you." "Thanks." He pecks my nose. "Dimitri told me about what happened and about you hanging around their house today." I sit up and cross my legs under me. He scoots against the headboard. "Did they tell you they laid everything out there?" Caden shrugs. "Yeah, they're damn serious, too. Is that why you're locked in your room? And why the fuck didn't you have the alarm set?" "I forgot to set it." I roll my eyes when he glares. "I just need to get used to it being there. And to answer your first question, yes. That's why I'm in here." "Talk to me." I keep going back and forth between wanting to take what they're offering and packing my shit and moving as far away from Abbs Valley as I can get. "That's a little extreme," Caden laughs. "Look, if I can do this with Ghost, you can do this with them. Don't be a chicken shit." "Oh, now you're the wise one. Fuck you. It took you how long to tell him how you felt?" "That's different. He's my best friend. I didn't want to ruin anything with him. You don't have that with Lex and Dee. You get to build that with them." He slides off the bed. "Starting tonight." He reaches down and tugs me to my feet. "What's tonight?" "The games, but we're doing a costume thing before that. You want to go? The twins will be there and you can knock them dead in something really fucking short and sexy." "First, I don't have anything to wear for a costume. Second, I don't need something short to knock them dead." "Sure don't, Firefly. Let's go find something because I need your help to find mine." Nothing cures problems better than shopping. "Caden! Come out and let me see!" I yell through my bathroom door. We spent hours shopping, and just like every time with Caden, I had a blast. I can't wait to see him in the outfit I picked out, or for the twins to see me in mine. Somewhere along the way, I made up my mind that I'm going to give them a true shot. Caden opens the bathroom door and steps out. I suck in a breath when I see him. As soon as I saw it, I knew he would look hot in it. I picked out a pair of fitted black slacks that hugged his ass and a black button-up that fit him like a second skin, but that wasn't the best part. I found a man's corset that had blue designs lining the hooks on the front, on the shoulders, and on the waist. Blue strings laced up the back, matching his bright blue hair. He turns around, and I pull the strings tight and tie them at the bottom. "Holy shit, Caden, you look amazing." He fixed his hair so it's messy, like sex hair, and he has on the dangly earrings that he somehow makes look sexy. Ghost is going to lose his shit, I laugh. "Who is Ghost, Firefly? You look incredible." He picked out a black dress for me that hits right at the knees, with sides split so high you can almost see my panties. It has red straps and a thick red belt. He even picked out a wig that matches, black on the bottom and red on top. Thigh-high boots and black fingerless gloves that come past my elbows complete the look. I did my makeup darker than normal with thick cat eyes and bright red lips. I step in front of the mirror and start putting in big hoop earrings. Caden, are you checking out my ass? Huh? His head jerks up to my eyes in the mirror, and he rubs the back of his neck nervously. No? Why would I do that? What the hell? He totally was. He sits down on the side of the bed and pulls on a pair of black boots. We should go. When he stands up, I can't help but look at him again. Caden can pull off anything that he wears. I'm pretty sure I just drooled, I joke, following him from my bedroom. Shut up, he laughs. No, seriously, I just want to bite that tight ass. He waits for me to set the alarm and then pulls the front door open, gesturing for me to walk through. Cool, you can add your mark beside Ghost's. My hand pauses midway to the lock with the key in midair. Ghost bit your ass? Now that is a fucking image. Yup, Ghost is a fucking monster in bed. He fucked me up. I finish locking the door and turn to face him. I need more details. They're kind of hazy. He laughs and slides his hand to the small of my back, leading me to his car. He pops the door open and helps me get in before shutting it and jogging to his side. He slides in, shuts his door, and stabs the button to fire his car up. I can only imagine how much my neighbors hate his loud car, but I love it. I also know how fucking fast this thing can go. He backs out of the spot in that hot guy way with his hand braced on the back of my seat, letting the wheels spin across his hand before shifting into first and heading toward Concrete Row. Are you really done playing hard to get? Caden asks. I snort. No, they still have to work for it. That's a fucking lie. You're so full of shit, Firefly, Caden says, calling me on my bullshit. I'll be surprised if you don't drag them off somewhere before this night is over. Not happening. I have more self-control than that. It's Caden's turn to snort. Yeah, and I didn't just get fucked stupid multiple times by Ghost. That mental image makes my body flush with heat, and I can feel my panties start to get damp. I subtly fan my face so Caden can't see. I so need to get laid, if something that simple is turning me on. Maybe Caden is onto something. I should just drag Alexei and Dmitri off somewhere and fuck their brains out. Maybe then I'll stop thinking about my best friend and his boyfriend. Naked.
Chapter 13. Ghost. Caden said he and Bridget were on their way when I messaged him earlier. Never in a million fucking years did I think he'd show up dressed the way he is. I had to remind myself several times we were in public when I laid eyes on him. That fucking corset is doing something to me, and all I want to do is untie it slowly. I don't like costume parties, and the only reason I throw them is because Caden likes them. Caden leads Bridget to stand in front of me, and he nervously shuffles from foot to foot, unsure how to act. Fuck that. I hook my hand on his hip and jerk him against me where I'm leaning against the wall. No way in hell do I want him to think I won't show how much I want him in front of anyone. Mercy gave me shit about hearing us earlier, but he was just joking around. He knew exactly who was in that room with me when Caden moaned, and if anyone on my crew cares that I'm with him, they don't fucking belong here. Are you trying to kill me, baby love? I murmur against his neck. His hands finally settle on my waist when he relaxes against me. I look to his partner in crime. Hey, sunshine. She doesn't even look like herself with that wig on. I'm used to the bright, vivid red of her hair. She looks hot, but I prefer her hair and freckles, which you can't see right now. Hey, Ghost, she smiles.
You guys look amazing together.
We are getting several curious looks, but I don't care. And Caden doesn't seem to mind either.
What are you supposed to be?
I reach beside me on the table and pick up my mask. Ghost face, I laugh. I still had the black robe and mask from last Halloween. Real original, Caden comments. What are you supposed to be, besides fucking sexy as hell? I ask him. He grins. Exactly that. He nods to her. She picked it out. I picked out hers. I take in the rest of her outfit. Nice. The twins are gonna drool all over your goddamn boots. Speaking of twins, I see them pushing through the crowd of people in my house, headed straight for us. They stop behind us, give Caden and me the once-over since we're cuddled together, and don't say a word. They've known what's been going on from the beginning. They don't even look shocked. Goddamn Bulgania. Dimitri practically growls when Bridget turns to face them. What are you wearing? She cocks a brow.
You have problems with what I'm wearing? Afraid someone else might look?
Alexei steps toward her until she has to look up at him. I don't care what you wear, my Azizin, as long as they know not to touch what's ours. He leans down to her ear. And I know how to use many weapons if they need to be reminded. Good fucking answer. Bridget's mouth forms an O, making Caden chuckle. Shocked, speechless. I never thought I'd see the day, he says between chuckles. She flips him off behind her back, and he leans down and bites her finger. Ow, asshole, she grumbles, jerking her hand back in front of her. Doesn't this look cozy? Banger comments, walking over to stand with us. He lets his eyes roam down Bridget. Damn, I'm rethinking that offer to get naked now. I bust out laughing. Watch it, Banger. Lex just threatened bodily harm to anyone who needs a reminder.
I'm not theirs, Bridget points out. I'm here of my own free will, unattached.
She pats Banger on the chest.
Dance with me?
What kind of game is she playing? She drags Banger to the bigger part of the living room, turns around, and starts grinding her ass back on him. It takes him all of 2 seconds before he's dancing with her. I look at Lex and Dee, waiting for them to pull the Glocks that I know they have hidden on them somewhere. But they're both just watching Bridget and Banger, with matching creepy expressions. What the fuck? Caden whispers, noticing the same thing as me. They turn to us at the same time. I hate that shit. Does the threat not extend to him? Caden asks. Dimitri shakes his head. She's free to do as she pleases. Within reason, Lex adds. What the hell does that even mean? I ask, confused as fuck. It means that threat doesn't extend to any of us. Lex explains. He sighs when he sees the question in my eyes. Our group. Caden turns around to face him, leans back against my chest, and crosses his arms over his chest. I wrap my arms around his waist and sit my chin on his shoulder. Can you use more words, you cryptic bastard? Only a handful of people can get away with talking to Lex or Dee like that, and Caden, luckily, is one of them. It means that if you wanted something with her too, and that's what she wanted, we wouldn't say anything. It's everyone else that will fucking die for even breathing in our direction, Dimitri says. So you're telling me if you walked into a room and Banger was fucking her, that you wouldn't put a bullet between his eyes? Caden pushes. Lex shrugs. No. You do know I don't like girls, right? Caden asks. Dimitri snorts. Bullshit. You might not like all girls, but you like that one. He points to Bridget, and I smile against Caden's shoulder. I've seen the way he looks at her when he thinks no one is looking. And with her, it doesn't bother me. Not anymore. He's mine, but if he wanted to dip his toes in, so to speak, I wouldn't say no if it's with her. What? No, she's my friend, a damn good one, Caden argues. That you want to see naked, I whisper. He turns his head and gives me a wide-eyed look over his shoulder. I don't care, I assure him and peck his lips. She's hard to miss. You want her too? Caden asks, frowning. Not necessarily. I just meant that I can admit she's gorgeous. This night just got really confusing. Caden sighs. I turn Caden back around in my arms. I'm not pushing, but I've seen the curious looks you give her, and she looks at you the same way. And something says she's just as confused about it as you are. Well, fuck, Caden laughs. It's just been recently. I don't know why. We don't pick when these things happen, I assure him. It just happens. I seal my lips over his like I've been wanting to since he walked through the door. He freezes for a split second before he melts in my chest. We kiss until our hips are moving, rubbing our cocks together. We pull back, panting for breath, and Lex and Dee are gone. I look for them and find them on the dance floor with Bridget dancing between them and Banger. They're fucking serious, Caden says, surprised. Look that way, I admit, kissing down his neck again. Fuck, I can't get enough of him now that I've had him. He places his hands on my cheeks and pulls my face back. Stop that. Do you want her? I don't know. I've never thought about her like that. At all? He asks doubtfully. I shake my head. No. She's always been theirs in my mind, and all I've wanted for months is you. Well, aren't you fucking sweet? The sweetest, baby love. Don't forget that. I'll tell that to the bite mark on my ass. I grin at him, and he shakes his head. You liked it. I had him on his hands and knees on the bed. His ass was just too damn tempting. Plus, you bit my fucking peck. Your peck, Gabriel, not your ass cheek. I lean in beside his ear. Unless you want me to bend you over the closest surface and remind you of when you call me that, I'd call me Ghost if I were you. You think that scares me? I spin him so his chest is pressed against the wall and I'm against his back. You want me to fuck you right here? Pull down those tight-ass pants and show everyone who this ass belongs to? I run my hand down his ass, and he shudders. Is that what you want, baby love? You freaking monster! Caden laughs, but it's weak. I can hear how turned on he is right now. I let my other hand run down between him and the wall, letting my palm skim over his hard cock, and he groans. Ghost! It's time to roll! Mercy calls out. Later, I promise and step back. I should make you suck me off now, Caden threatens. Remind me when we get to the games. Come on! I call out to the rest of the group, Bridget included. I feel like she's going to become a permanent fixture around here. Laughing and joking, we all walk out onto the front porch. Lex, Dee, and Banger walk ahead. Bridget turns to us with a smile, and everything else happens in slow motion. I hear the squealing of the tires before the first gunshot even rings out. I don't even think. I dive for her and tuck her underneath me. The popping of the automatic rifles echoes through the night, and I keep her shaking body shielded as much as possible. I'm not going to let her get in the crossfire of some stupid gang war. The sound finally dies off when the SUV squeals away. I lift up slowly and breathe a sigh of relief when I see Caden squatting beside us with his Glock pointed at where the SUV's taillights are disappearing. "Sunshine," I say gently, pulling her to sit up. Her makeup is smeared down her face from the tears leaking from her eyes. "Are you okay?" Les and Dee drop to their knees beside us. Banger's pacing with his phone to his ear.
"I'm fine."
She smiles, but her lips wobble.
"Okay, I'm not fine."
I wipe her tears with my thumbs and pass her to Caden. I stand up and start barking orders. I know someone already took off after the SUV. Everyone scatters to do what I ordered, and I look back down at Caden and Bridget. Her whole body is shaking like a leaf. "Get her in the house," I say. Lex scoops her up and strides that way without a backward glance, Dee following behind them. That was the goddamn Hellraisers. "We have someone on those cameras. Why aren't we getting warnings?" Caden says, standing up. "I don't know, but it's time we found out." He follows me into the house, and the twins have Bridget between them on the couch. I sit on the coffee table in front of her. "Did you get hurt?" She shakes her head.
"No."
Besides the scrapes on her arms and legs from me pushing her to the ground, she looks fine. I let out a breath in a whoosh. She has no business in Concrete Row. Not until the Hellraisers cease to exist. "Mercy's tailing them. We going?" Banger announces, walking into the house. I look around at the others, the same look of determination on their faces. "I'll stay with her," Dimitri offers.
"No, go. I'll be fine."
Her words trail off when Lex and Dee both give her a look.
"Okay, fine. Miss out on all the fun."
I bark a laugh despite myself. "You're tough, Sunshine. I'll give you that." She takes a shuddering breath.
"I don't know about that, but go take care of business."
Lex pulls her face to his with his fingers on her chin and kisses her softly. "We'll be back, Moyashis. Hopefully, with fewer Hellraisers left alive." Chapter 14. Banger. Lex slides into the passenger side of my dark blue Chevy Chevelle without question, while Caden jumps in with Ghost. We tear off down the road with several other cars trailing behind us to where Mercy has the Hellraisers in his sights. "These motherfuckers will die," Lex says between clenched teeth. There isn't a doubt in my mind now. They shot up a party where they fucking knew we would have innocents. And they fucked up big time with Lex because Bridget was in the crossfire. My heart jumped into my goddamn throat when I turned around and watched Ghost dive for her. Lex, Dimitri, and I were pinned down in front of the cars, and I can't imagine what went through their heads when those first shots rang out. Why the fuck are we not hearing them talk about this? Did we miss something? I ask. This makes the third attack that slipped past us, and we have different people watching the cameras, so it can't be that someone was flipped to the other side unless they got the whole goddamn gang. I don't know, Lex answers, strapping his knife sheath to his thigh. But I'm about sick of this shit if they're coming after Bridget now, and we're missing it. Where do you hide that thing? It's like he pulls it from thin air every fucking time we go on a job like this. I can't reveal all my secrets. He laughs at my look, but still doesn't answer. We drive further into Concrete Row, and I dial Ghost, flipping it to speakerphone. Left on the key, he answers, already knowing why I'm calling. I stomp the gas, jerk the wheel to the left, and skid into the alley so I can cut them off. Stealing cars for a living has its advantages, like knowing every alley and side road that I can squeeze a car down. The front end of the car jumps at the end of the alley, and I slam on the brakes, cutting off the SUV. It fishtails, trying to stop, and jerks into reverse, but Ghost and Caden are already out with guns drawn. Lex and I jump out and do the same as the rest of our crew comes flying in. Get out of the goddamn car, Ghost yells. He starts creeping to the driver's side, gun aimed. Now! The guy pushes his door open, hands raised. He doesn't look like anyone I've seen before, but the Hellraisers play dirty. Lex sneaks up on the passenger side. "You too, motherfucker," he growls. He does the same as the driver, and he doesn't look familiar either. What the fuck is going on? Lex grabs him by the back of the neck and shoves him face first into the asphalt, placing a boot on the back of his head. "Who the fuck are you?" No answer. Lex pushes harder. "Who the fuck are you?" "Take them back to the garage," Ghost calls out. "I want to leave this one bleeding in the goddamn street," Lex barks. "He took a shot at my girl." "Shit." "Lex, man," I say gently. It's like trying to defuse a temperamental bomb talking to him sometimes. "We can take him back to the garage, and you can have some fun with him," I offer. Lex pushes harder, making the guy groan in pain. "Lex!" Ghost yells. "We need information. Let's fucking go." Lex raises his boot bag, and before I can say a word, he slams it down on the guy's temple, knocking him out cold. While I was squared off with Lex, Caden and Mercy already loaded the driver into the car. Lex grabs the guy by the leg and starts dragging him toward the back of the SUV, making his face bump on the asphalt. "Jesus Christ, Lex," I say with a shake of my head. I pop the hatch, and we heave him into the back. "You're a crazy bastard, you know that, right?" "I'm aware," he answers before jumping into the driver's side of the SUV. "Maybe you should remember that." With that parting shot, Les slams the door closed, jerks into gear, and peels off toward Ghost's garage. We all pile back into our cars and follow him, arriving 2 minutes later. Ghost jumps out and opens the garage door for Lex to drive through to hide the shooters in their car. Ghost sends Mercy and the rest of our crew to stay on watch just in case they come gunning for us here. One at a time, we get them hooked into the chains on the ceiling over top of the drain on the floor of the garage for easy cleanup. Caden lays out on the table that's pushed against the wall with his feet propped against it and his head hanging off the side, staring at us upside down. "I'm fucking hungry," he says. "Caden, why the fuck do you get hungry right before we torture someone or right after?" I ask. "I don't know. I just do." "I got something you can eat," Lex jokes, grabbing his dick through his jeans. "Bring it on, you big sexy Russian bastard," Caden retorts. My eyes snap to Ghost, and he's just shaking his head with a smile. I saw them at the house, and there is no doubt they're together now, so how the hell is Ghost okay with him flirting with Alexei? Lex barks a laugh. "Don't tempt me. I'm hard as a fucking rock right now." "You would be because you're insane," Ghost laughs. "Keep talking shit, and I'm going to take my post-torture adrenaline out on your boy toy's mouth," Lex threatens. Ghost shrugs. "That would be up to him. Can we get on with this so we can make it to the games?" I look over at Caden, and he looks just as surprised as me. Ghost pops an ammonia capsule under the shooter's nose, and he groans when he wakes up. His face is thoroughly fucked from Lex smashing it into the ground and being dragged 3 feet across it. I walk over beside the table and lean against the wall, out of the way. I'm not squeamish, but torture isn't my thing. We usually leave that for the twins or Caden. Ghost pulls his phone from his pocket and places it to his ear before walking back to the office. Lex positions the knife at the hem of the guy's shirt and slices upward so it falls open at his chest. "Who are you?" Lex asks, twirling his knife through his fingers. The guy just stares. So Lex makes his first cut, and he grits his teeth to keep from screaming. "Who the fuck are you?" No answer. This goes on until his pecs are carved in a weird pattern that Lex always does, and blood is pouring down his stomach. It doesn't take too many cuts until he started screaming. but he still isn't talking. Neither is the driver, who finally woke up. Lex snaps a picture of each of their faces, shoots off a text, and shoves the phone back into his pocket. One last time. Who are you? And why did you take a shot at my girl? Fuck off, the guy finally says. He doesn't look real menacing now, with tears and snot leaking down his face. I'm not telling you shit. Caden pushes off the wall and flips off the table onto his feet. He stands up and joins Lex with the guys. You will tell us, Caden grins. He should look ridiculous with that fucking corset on, but even I can admit he pulls it off well. Caden starts rummaging through the tool chest sitting in front of him until he triumphantly pulls out a wicked-looking knife. Found it! I knew it was here. I told you that you have to keep up with your knives, Lex instructs. Yeah, Caden grumbles, walking to stand in front of the driver. Together, they cut and taunt their victims or talk shit to each other like it's just another goddamn day. Which to us it is. Sadly, in this life, you get used to getting shot at or watching someone get tortured. This goes on for 15 minutes before the driver finally says he'll start talking. Caden spins the knife around his fingers and holds it against the guy's jugular. Start talking, he demands. We were hired by Tink, he gasps out. What were your orders? Lex asks. It was just a warning, he groans. Lex moves so fast that the guy jerks back, scrambling to get away even though his arms are still strapped above his head. You took a shot at my woman as a goddamn warning? Lex says in such a deadly tone even Caden takes a step back. No one got hurt, the other one argues. Like that fucking matters. Lex jerks back and shoves his knife right in the guy's eye, making him howl in pain. It echoes so loudly around the garage that I wince. Lex jerks the knife out and moves to do the same to the other. Wait! Caden exclaims, stepping back up. Lex swings his eyes on him, and Caden holds his hands up. Whoa, Captain Crazy! We need to know why we aren't finding out about these hits. We don't know anything, the driver sobs, looking at his half-dead friend. Tink just offered us $1,000 to shoot up the house. That's it. Kill them, Ghost announces, coming back out of the office. I'll send Mercy and some guys to dump them at Tink's. That should serve as a warning not to fuck with the Vipers. You're so sexy in boss mode, Caden says, shivering in exaggeration. Ghost shakes his head, walks to the back door, sticks his hand out, and pulls it back in with several bags of food. He brandishes them in front of him. Holy shit, I laugh. You sent someone for food for him, didn't you? Yeah, Ghost answers, not at all embarrassed. Oh my God, I'm sucking your dick so good later, Caden says, then looks back to his victim. Sorry, my dude, but my man got me some food. This ends now. Toodles. He slices through the guy's neck and practically skips to Ghost. Before taking the food, he kisses Ghost deeply, making Ghost groan and jerk him closer. I'm not against anything like that, but it's never been for me. Sure, it's always hot to watch people get lost in their desires together. I can admit that. And Ghost and Caden look hot together. But that's where it ends for me. I look over at Alexei, and his eyes are glued to the side in front of him. Unlike me, though, he seems to be a little more than turned on by it. I can see his erection pushing against the front of his jeans. But I don't know if it's from the torture or Ghost and Caden making out like no one else is in the room. Lex's crazy ass always gets turned on after torturing someone. And Caden always gets hungry. We are a fucked up bunch. But we are family. And I'm sure as fuck not trading them in for anything. My mind wanders back to Bridget and her hot ass rubbing against me. I initially ignored my attraction to her because of Lex and Dee, but they made it perfectly clear tonight that they didn't give a fuck as long as it stays inside this group and she agrees to it. Could I do that? Share her with 4 other guys? I already love watching people fuck, and the thought of seeing her hot, naked body getting worked over by any of them does appeal to me. You can eat in the car, baby love, Ghost says, bringing my attention back to them. I'm so fucking happy for both of them. They both deserve some good shit to happen in their lives. We can go get Bridget and go to the games. I have a feeling tonight's gonna be the first night of many we are spending time with the spicy redhead. Chapter 15. Caden. After we dispose of the guys at the garage, we swing by Ghosts and pick up Bridget. She's wiped all of her makeup off, and her wig is gone, but she still looks hot as fuck in her outfit. Even better now that I can see her long red hair. She comes out of the house with her head held high and her shoulders back, sliding into the passenger seat of Ghost's car without hesitation. It makes her even more gorgeous in my book, which is confusing the fuck out of me. Ever since Ghost made that comment about me wanting to see her naked, it's all I've fucking thought about. Just like now, I can't stop checking out her legs in the short dress from my spot in the middle of the back seat. Like a damn gentleman, I let her sit up front. Ghost catches my eye in the rearview mirror and raises a brow. I shrug, because fuck if I know what's going on with me. And since he gave me the okay, it makes me want to find out if I like pussy or not. I watch Ghost closely to see if he even sneaks a glance. And to my surprise, he keeps his eyes firmly on the road, or on mine in the mirror. Even if he was checking her out. Like him, I don't care with Bridget. I sit back in the seat with a sigh and think about what Lex said, and Ghost's comment back. Did that mean we were going to enter into some kind of weird relationship like the rest of her friends? Okay, it's not even that weird. I kind of like the idea. I just never saw myself in one. Then Bridget entered the picture and blew that idea all to shit. I've been hard as a rock since the scene at the garage, and then Ghost slips on mine. I've thought about every unsexy thing I can, but it won't go away. I'm considering taking matters into my own hands right in the back seat, but I still don't know how Bridget feels about all this. She turns in the seat to face me. Did you really get dollies without me? She asks. I grin. Ghost got me dollies without you, I defend. That's bullshit, she declares, and I have to keep my eyes firmly on her face and not her tits hanging out of that dress. You know I love that place. I point to Ghost. Blame him, I say defensively. He bought it. She turns narrowed green eyes on him. How dare you? How was I supposed to know? Ghost chuckles. Anyone who's lived in Abbs Valley loves dollies or Greta's. It's like an unspoken rule. When you want good, greasy, horrible-for-you food, you go to one of those places. This cow ate every goddamn thing and didn't even save me a fry. A cow? Ouch, Firefly. That fucking hurts. I declare with a groan, laying over in the back seat, clutching my chest. I know I put on a few pounds, but you didn't have to point it out. Ghost snorts. Caden, there's not an ounce of fat on you. He turns to Bridget. And be nice. She gasps and points to herself. Excuse me? That was nice. I can't believe you just said that to me. She wipes a fake tear from her cheek, making me bust out laughing. I'm never gonna survive the both of you, he grumbles, pulling into the airstrip parking lot where they always hold the games. Lex and Dee pull up beside us, with Banger on the other side. I can already spot Les with her guys by the bikes, and I see Evie and her guys standing with them. I fucking love this group of people. You don't have to worry about any judgment, especially since Ryder is holding backed up against the side of Dex's truck with his lips sealed over Holden's. Well, that's a sight to see, Bridget laughs. Lex pops her door open and helps her out, then shuts it behind him. I grab for the door. Stay, Ghost demands. He slides across the console and into the back seat with me. How the fuck he can get his tall ass into those types of places is beyond me. What are you doing? I laugh. I think you offered something for the food, Ghost says, his hands going to his jeans. Here? Not that I'm opposed to that idea. My mouth waters when he reaches into his pants and pulls his hard cock out. I've been thinking about your mouth since the garage, Ghost says, stroking his cock. Suck my cock, baby love. The windows are dark enough that no one will be able to see us, not that I care if they did. Then, when we get home later, I'm going to peel you out of that goddamn corset and worship every inch hidden underneath. Home. That word rings out above anything else. I scoot back on the seat and take him in my hand. He hisses at the contact and runs his fingers tenderly through my hair. Leaning forward, I lick around the head of his cock, letting my tongue ring slide through the slit. Oh, shit, Ghost chokes. Fuck my mouth, Gabriel, I suggest, licking around the head. I want to tap into that monster I've been joking about. I've seen a little of it, but I want more. Need more. Fuck, baby love, Ghost groans, adjusting himself in the too small back seat, so his leg is on the seat beside me and I'm between his thighs. I put one knee on the floorboard, keeping one braced on the seat, and lean forward, teasing his cock by letting my tongue ring roll around the head. His hands go to my head and pull it down, so his cock slides into my mouth. He pulls my head up and down a few times until, without warning, he slams his hips up at the same time he pulls my head down, sliding into my throat. I relax at the last second, letting him slide all the way inside. His groan fills the car, and I can't stop the one from leaving me just from the sound. Hold on, baby love, he warns. I brace my hands on his thighs, and he starts fucking my mouth hard, just like I wanted. This mouth fuck, Ghost grits out. You like sucking my cock, don't you? I moan around the head in answer. Fuck yeah, you do. You like choking on it? He buries himself so far in my throat it cuts off my air, holding me there. Choke on it. Let me hear you. I gag around it, and he groans again. He pulls out of my mouth and pulls my face up to look into his eyes. His eyes are wild, and it makes my hard cock throb even harder. He rubs his thumb across the drool on my chin and smears it across my lips. Make me come, Ghost demands. Yes, Gabriel, I answer automatically. He has me under some type of spell by just the look in his eyes. I put my mouth back on his cock, and he starts ruthlessly fucking it. His grunts and groans are spurring me to go faster. I reach up and jerk his pants further down his hips, reach inside and roll his balls around in my hand. That's it, Ghost encourages. Squeeze. I squeeze until he starts panting for breath. It's the sexiest sound in the world because I'm doing that to him. Harder. Fuck. I'm gonna come. I squeeze harder, and I feel them draw up in my hand. He slams his cock into my throat and groans. Baby love. His cum slides down my throat, and I swallow greedily around the head. Fuck. He jerks my head and pulls my lips to his. He devours my mouth, tasting himself on my tongue. We break apart when someone knocks on the window. Are you two going to fuck in the car all night, or are we going to race? Lex yells through the window. and I hear Bridget laugh behind him. Come the fuck on! We reluctantly pull apart. And Ghost ducks himself back in his jeans and then pulls the robe for his costume back on. With a grin, he reaches under the seat and pulls his ghost face mask out and slips it on. With a laugh, I follow him from the back seat. What the fuck? Gage laughs when he spots him. I didn't know it was costume night. We had a costume party before we left, I explain, moving closer to Ghost's side when he puts an arm around my shoulders. Gage's eyes widen, and he spins around to Les. Pay up, Gage demands, making Les roll her eyes. Pay up for what? Ghost asks, the noise coming out muffled behind the mask. It's hot as fuck. I bet, pretty girl, that when you two made up, you would finally quit being little bitches and start fucking, Gage says. They're more than fucking, Bridget says, coming to my other side. I throw my arm around her shoulders, and it feels nice to be between her and Ghost. They're together. Les and Evie squeal, making all the guys chuckle. Finally, Les declares. I was beginning to wonder if it would ever really happen. Lex walks up behind Bridget and slides his hands down her hips. Okay, that feels even better. And we have a lot to talk about. Les laughs, aiming that at Bridget. You want to race with me, Moyajizin? Fuck yeah, Bridget answers, turning in his arms. Just need to do something first. She leans forward and presses her lips to his. He takes over less than a second later. Whoops and catcalls go up all around, and it doesn't even faze them. Lex kisses her until she's practically climbing up his chest. He pulls back and lays his forehead against hers. Later, he promises. Definitely, Bridget says breathlessly. Fuck if my cock didn't pay attention. Ghost shifts against my side and I hide a grin. It looks like my cock isn't the only thing paying attention. Lex, you want to play a game of chicken? Les calls out. He looks up from Bridget's eyes. Fuck you. I'm not doing that shit ever again, you crazy woman. Lex laughs and then squeals when Gage throws her over his shoulder. Let's go get some money, pretty girl. He walks her over to her motorcycle and sits her on it. Lex leads Bridget over to his Lambo and opens the door for her. She slides in with a grin. He reaches in and straps the racing seatbelt that he equipped in it for moments like this across her. He jogs to the other side and gets in to drive over to the quarter-mile track. We make our way over to watch as Lex pulls up to the white line and does his burnout to warm up the back tires. He stabs the window button so we can see inside. Bridget gives me a saucy wave, and then Lex stomps on the gas, her laugh following them as they take off. Okay, Ghost says quietly. I see it. I laugh. You noticed, didn't you? He pulls his mask off so I can see his eyes. Yeah, I noticed. Good. I peck his lips. Because I did too. I can't wait to see where this takes us. Chapter 16. Alexei. After the games, Ghost didn't want to take Bridget back to his house because he didn't trust that Tink wouldn't try something in the middle of the night. Especially since we dumped 2 dead guys in front of his apartment. And not just on the sidewalk. Ghost's guy dumped them right in front of Tink's door. So we decided to spend the night at Bridget's. Banger and Dmitri went to take care of a few things, and they will swing by later. We could have gone back to the estate, but we tried to spend the least amount of time there as possible. Something about the act of torture always messes me up. I know that makes me fucked in the head, but I came to terms with that a long time ago. Then Caden's comments didn't help the already hard as a fucking rock situation. And neither did the sinful dress Bridget was wearing. Her public display of kissing me in front of everyone gives me so much fucking hope for us. After she left the house, Dmitri and I worried we came on too strong. But she proved us wrong. We also had a long talk about the other guys. We are used to sharing. What difference would it make if we added a few more if it made Bridget happy? We aren't sure that is what she wants, and it will always be up to her. But we won't stand in the way.
I only have one guest room. It's next to mine,
Bridget says, talking to Ghost and Caden.
Someone's going to have to sleep on the couch.
Banger, Ghost and Caden say at the same time. Where am I sleeping, Moyajizin? I ask, wrapping my arms around her waist from behind. My heart skips a beat when she leans back into my embrace.
Oh, you will be with me,
she replies, turning to smile at me over her shoulder. I turn her in my arms and seal my mouth over hers. She moans in the back of her throat, and I start walking her backward toward her room without stopping the kiss. Her arms go around my neck with a giggle, and I soak in that damn sound. Sure, guys, it's fine. We'll find our own way to the room. Caden calls out from the couch right when we cross into Bridget's room. I know I should kick the door shut, but I want to try something. If she's okay with it. Her hands slide under my shirt, and I pull back to rip it over my head before I start kissing her neck.
Aren't you going to shut the door?
Bridget asks breathlessly, her hands sliding down my chest. Do you want me to shut the door? Or do you want to show them how good I can fuck you? I whisper, and she shivers. Choice is yours, Moyajizin. The way Bridget's place is set up, her living room is right in front of her bedroom. If you sit on the couch, you have a clear view, and that's where I know Ghost and Caden still are.
You want them to watch?
Bridget asks, and I can tell by the tone of her voice that the thought turns her on. Don't you? I pull back so I can see her eyes. You heard what I said at the party. I whispered in her ear that it turned me on to see her with anger, but she didn't reply.
I thought you were joking.
She runs her hands down my pecs.
Why the fuck do you keep all this covered up?
She asks, indicating my tattoos. It's the same question she asked the first night, and right now isn't the time to explain, so I pull her hands away and kiss her palms. It's a story for another time, Moyajizin. She raises an eyebrow but nods. Now, door open or shut. I don't care either way. I just want to sink into that pretty pussy.
Holy shit,
she breathes.
Open.
That's my girl. I murmur. You get uncomfortable. We shot it. Okay. I turn her to the side so Ghost and Caden can see what's going on and run my fingers under the straps of her dress. This is to go. I wait for her nod and slip the straps down her arms. A bright red strapless bra comes into view, and it stands out vividly against her pale skin. Her dress falls to her waist, and then I tug it over her delicious hips, letting it pool on the floor. I take her hand and help her step out of it, leaving her in nothing but her matching bra and panties and those goddamn thigh-high boots. Are they watching Moyajizin? Are they seeing how sexy my woman is? She glances, and a blush starts creeping up her chest.
They are your woman.
You're mine, I declare and lean closer. And you can be theirs too. She giggles breathlessly.
I'm pretty sure you have more of what Caden wants than me.
That's so far from the truth. I mutter, and drop to my knees in front of her. As much as I love these boots, I want her to be comfortable. I run my hands from her ankles up the back of her thighs until I reach the zipper. She braces her hands on my shoulders as I tug the zipper down and help her step out of him. I look up at her. I told you I would worship at your feet. I place a kiss on the inside of her thigh, and her breath hitches. You are everything to me, moja Shizin. Don't forget that. I lean forward, place my nose right against her pussy through her panties, and inhale. A groan rips from my chest. Fuck, I missed her scent. Reaching up, I hook my hands in her panties, look into the living room, and peel them down her thighs. Ghost is leaning back against the arm of the couch, with Caden lying against his chest, and both their eyes are glued on us. Ghost nods subtly, letting me know he's okay with this, and I nod back, telling him the same. I've been close to Ghost and Caden for a while, but I've just started to get to know Banger. But if Ghost trusts him, so do I. I catch Caden's eye, and he grins. Yeah, he's okay with it too. Bridget reaches down and tugs me back to my feet, her hand going to my jeans. She deftly undoes them and shoves them down my hips with my boxers. I tug them the rest of the way off, so I'm standing naked in front of her. Nice ass, Lex, Caden yells, making us laugh. Bridget reaches back and grabs a handful.
It is, isn't it?
Come on, turn around, Caden says, and I can hear Ghost chuckle. Without hesitation, I turn around so he can get a good look at my cock. His eyes widen and flash to my face. Bridget walks behind me and rubs her hands up my back, around to my chest, before scraping her nails down my abs. When she gets to my cock, she wraps her hand around it and starts stroking. Now, that's what I call a fucking show, Ghost says with a laugh.
Why don't you come in here and we can make it a fucking party?
Bridget asks, still stroking. Ghost's eyebrows hit his hairline at the same time mine do. Are you sure? I ask.
Yes,
she breathes, and I jerk my head for them to come in. Caden walks through the door first, with Ghost right behind him.
Let me see you, Firefly,
Caden says gruffly. She walks out from behind me, her hands going to the hook of her bra.
Don't blame me if this isn't what you like,
she says before she lets it drop, standing naked in front of all of us. She doesn't try to hide. She stands there proudly, letting us all look. Fuck, Caden chokes out. You like what you see, baby love? Ghost asks, plastering himself to Caden's back.
Fuck yeah.
She's gorgeous. Her blush spreads, but she doesn't move. Ghost reaches around Caden and starts undoing the clasps on the corset. I step behind Bridget and run my hand down her stomach until it's between her thighs. She widens her stance so I have better access to her clit, working it in tight circles. We watch as Ghost undresses Caden like he's the best present he's ever received.
Oh,
Bridget gasps when Caden's cock pops from his boxers, bobbing between his thighs. Ghost helps him step out of his pants and wraps a hand around his cock. Together we work Bridget and Caden, while we stare at each other. Something is changing between all of us, and I'm not going to fight it.
You have too many clothes on,
Caden groans when Ghost swirls his hand around the head of his cock. Ghost looks at Bridget. Is this what you want, sunshine? Ghost and Bridget could be considered friends, but nowhere as close as she and Caden. This would jump them to really close fucking friends really fast, and I respect the hell out of him for asking her, even though I can tell how turned on she is.
I'm okay with it.
Bridget moans.
Oh, fuck, Alexi.
Her hips are moving with my fingers, making my cock rub against her ass. Ghost takes her at her word, steps back, and strips out of his clothes. I've always been able to admire a man, and I sure as fuck am admiring what is in front of me right now. Ghost and Caden are sexy as fuck, and I have the most beautiful girl in my arms. This is turning into one of the best nights of my life. My first time with Bridget will always be the best, though. I sink my fingers into her pussy, and she moans long and loud. Ghost closes his eyes at the sound, and when they pop back open, they're fucking burning.
Alexi,
Bridget moans. Yes, my Ashisin.
Make me come.
As you wish. I go back to her clit and start rolling it in circles, putting enough pressure on it to push her over the edge. My other hand slides up, and I start rolling her nipple between my fingers. That's it. I encourage when her breathing speeds. Come for us, I whisper, and her back bows against my chest.
Alexi!
There it is, my name falling from those pretty red lips. I scoop her up in my arms and carry her to the foot of the bed before spreading her out below me.
I want to taste you,
she says. Later, I need to fuck you. Now. Condom? Bridget chews on her bottom lip.
I don't have any, but I'm clean, and I have an IUD.
I'm clean, moje Shisin. Are you sure? Dimitri and I stay up to date on getting tested, and we haven't been with anyone since her. You're going to let me feel this pussy without anything between us?
Yes.
That's all I need. I line up, throw her legs over my arms, and grab her hips, and pull her down, sinking into her pussy in one thrust. We both groan at the intrusion. Fuck, you feel good. I pant, savoring her bare pussy wrapped around my cock.
You do too.
I pull out slowly and watch her juices cling to my cock. I start fucking her slowly, building her up to another release. I want to drag this out as long as possible, but I don't know how long I'll last. I hear Caden groan and look over at him and Ghost. Ghost is still standing behind him, stroking his cock, but they're watching me fuck Bridget. She is so fucking wet from the whole thing that I know she doesn't have a problem with it. You want to taste her, Caden? I ask, watching Bridget's face. Her eyes widen, but she doesn't argue. What? Caden gasps. Do you want to taste her? I ask again. You get to taste pussy for the first time, and it might as well be the best pussy you will ever taste in your life. Firefly? Bridget looks over at him and nods. He looks back at me. I want to. I pull my cock out and turn toward him. Then taste it, I say, nodding toward my cock.
Oh, fuck.
Bridget giggles. Go, baby love. Ghost encourages, kissing his neck. Caden walks over slowly, looking unsure. You know how many times we've joked about this. Just like we did at the garage. Only I wasn't entirely joking, and something tells me Caden wasn't either. Show me how much you want it. I turn around and sink back into her pussy to make sure I'm coated with her wetness and pull back out. Caden drops to his knees in front of me, and I groan at the fucking sight. Goddamn. I've thought about this before. What it would be like to be with a man. And now it's happening. And with someone that I've secretly been attracted to. Ghost walks over and climbs onto the bed behind Bridget and leans against the headboard, stroking his cock. His eyes are going back and forth between Caden and Bridget. I can tell he wants to get involved, but doesn't know how far to push her. Caden grabs the base of my cock and licks around the head. His tongue ring slides through the slit, and my fingers sink into his thick hair. Fuck, I grunt, when his mouth slides down my cock and sucks hard on the way back up. He works his mouth up and down before letting me slip from his lips. Fuck, I don't know who tastes better, he says, making Bridget giggle. I turn around, sink into her pussy, pull out, and feed my cock back into his mouth several times, watching his hand work his own cock. I pull from his lips. Get on the bed, I demand. And he pops to his feet, walks over to the bed, climbs in front of Ghost on his knees, waiting for what I'm going to say next. I flip Bridget over on her hands and knees. Hands and knees. Face her. He drops to his hands, putting them face to face. Take what you want, I tell them both. They both lean toward each other tentatively, until their lips touch. I spread Bridget apart with my hands and sink balls deep into her pussy. They peck each other's lips, testing themselves, until Caden deepens the kiss with a groan. Fuck, Ghost says, scrubbing a hand on his face. I grin at him, and he shakes his head. You dirty bastard. My ashes likes me like that, don't you? I ask, slowly fucking her. She moans into the kiss with Caden and answer. Do you have lube? Because Ghost is about to tear Boito's ass up. She points toward the table beside the bed, still making out with Caden. Ghost rummages around in the drawer, pulls it out, and gets on his knees behind Caden. I'm throbbing inside of Bridget, wanting to watch this as much as I know she wants to. Caden's whole body shudders when Ghost runs his lubed-up fingers between his ass cheeks. Tell me how tight he is, I say, surprising myself. Fucking deliciously tight, Ghost answers. I can't see what he's doing, but I can see his arm moving. That's just as hot. I match my strokes to match his fingers, and Bridget moans deep and loud. You like watching me get him ready, don't you? Fuck yeah, I answer honestly. Wait until I fuck him. He makes the best noises. He removes his fingers, slicks his cock up and lines up. When he starts pushing into Caden, Caden jerks away from his kiss, moaning so loud it echoes. Oh, shit! Bridget jokes out, tightening around my cock. Fuck, Ghost! Caden pants. Ghost cracks a hand right on Caden's ass cheek, making Caden jerk. What did I tell you to call me? Ghost says roughly, smacking him again. Fuck, Gabriel! So, Ghost really is a monster. Bridget laughs, then moans when she tightens on my cock. Hold on, my Ashisin, I warn before pulling out and slamming into her. Bridget likes it rough, and it's not something I'd ever forget. Yes, she hisses, her fingers curling into the bedspread. Ghost and I sync up our thrusts until we're pounding into them at the same time. Bridget's and Caden's faces are inches apart, staring into each other's eyes. You're fucking beautiful, Firefly, Caden moans. So are you, she says softly. My fingers tighten on Bridget's hips until I'm pounding into her. You're going to come on my cock, my Ashisin. Yes, oh, fuck, harder, please, she begs, clawing at the bedspread. I give her exactly what she wants, my thighs slapping against the back of hers, and I grunt with each thrust. Fuck, she feels amazing. She clamps down on my cock so hard I have to suck in a breath to keep from coming. Alexei! I keep slamming into her, chasing my own release, but not before she comes again. Shit! Ghost groans. She looks amazing when she comes. Doesn't she? I pant. rubbing my hands up her back. I want to do that to her, Gaden declares. You'll get your turn, baby love. Won't he, sunshine? Yes, 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 Bridget chants. Ghost pulls Gaden up to his knees, still buried in Gaden's yes. Sunshine, Ghost says softly. Bridget looks up at him. Why don't you help him out? Gaden's cock is throbbing in front of him, leaking pre-cum from the slit. I move Bridget further up the bed until her mouth is hovering at Gaden's cock. He gasps when her lips close around the head. Ghost shuffles Gaden forward and starts fucking him hard, so Gaden's fucking Bridget's mouth with each thrust. God damn, I've died and gone to fucking heaven, Gaden groans, running his fingers through Bridget's long hair. Bridget explodes around me again, screaming around Gaden's cock. I grip her hips, slam my hips forward, and come inside of her with a deep groan. My eyes is in. I'm coming, Firefly, Gaden pants. He tightens his fingers in her hair and sinks into her throat, coming with a shout, taking Ghost right behind him. Baby love! I pull from Bridget's pussy and watch my cum leak down her thighs, transfixed by the sight. She sits up on her knees and looks at me over her shoulder with a soft smile. Running my fingers down her cheek, I pull her lips to mine, kissing her slowly. You're perfect, I whisper against her lips. My life hasn't always been easy. In fact, it was mostly terrible. But this moment makes all the bullshit worth it.
Chapter 17. Bridget. I wake up the following day, stretch, and encounter two different bodies. My eyes fly open, and I'm face to face with a sleeping Caden. His long black lashes are fanned across his cheeks, and his mouth is slightly parted. He looks even younger when he's asleep. The body behind me shifts, and last night slams into me. I know without even turning around. It's Alexei's strong, tattooed arm slung across my hip, with his hand resting on Caden's. I lift my head slightly to look on the other side of Caden, and Ghost is still there too. All of us are still completely naked. After the sextivities of the night before, Alexei took me to the shower and cleaned me up. Ghost did the same with Caden. Then we collapsed into bed, falling asleep almost instantly. I need to get up and take care of business, so I gently lift Alexei's arm and wiggle little by little until I can slide off the foot of the bed. When my feet hit the floor, I turn to look at the 3 sleeping men in my bed. Alexei's other arm is tucked under his pillow, and somehow his hand ended up back on Caden's hip. Ghost is plastered to Caden's back, his arm locked around Caden's waist. My body flushes with heat, and I make a beeline to the bathroom. I pee, brush my teeth, and decide to jump in the shower just so I can get my thoughts together before I have to face them. Turning the shower on as hot as I can stand it, I step under the spray and let the water run over my hair. I'm not ashamed of what happened last night. It was one of the best nights of my life. The night with Alexei and Dmitri aside. The main concern on my mind is taking that step with Caden. I've always noticed he was hot. A blind person could see it. But after our conversation where he said he preferred men over women, I thought I never had a chance. Until he put his lips on mine. And Ghost? Who fucking knew he was hiding all that muscle and ink under his clothes? I've appreciated Ghost from a distance, and we can even be considered friends. He never touched me last night, but I saw the way he looked at me. I grab for my shampoo, going through the motions before rinsing it out and then working conditioner into my hair. Before I can rinse it out, the glass door to the shower slides open, and I smile, expecting Alexei, but Caden's the one who steps inside. The shock must register on my face because he smiles slyly.
Hi, Firefly.
Hey, I breathe.
I wanted to make sure you're okay.
And you couldn't do that when we weren't naked, and you look like... I gesture to his very sexy, naked body. That? He chuckles.
You're one to talk.
He lets his eyes slowly crawl down my body before slowly coming back to my face.
Fuck, you're gorgeous.
He slides beside me and tips my head back in the spray, running his long fingers through my hair and rinsing the conditioner out.
So, are you okay?
Yeah, I say honestly. Are you? He shrugs.
I just don't want this to mess up our friendship.
Caden, nothing will mess that up. We're good. It was fucking hot.
It was,
he says huskily, and I glance at him. Going on instinct, I turn to face him, wrap my arms around his neck, and lay my lips on his, letting him make the final decision. Without hesitation, he hooks an arm around my waist, jerks me closer, and deepens the kiss. There is something intimate and sexy, knowing I'm the only woman Caden's ever found sexually attractive. I still remember very vividly him coming down my throat, and the look in his eyes when Alexei and Ghost had us face to face, fucking the life out of us. Caden's tongue glides against mine effortlessly, and it's like we've been kissing for years instead of less than a day. The evidence of what I'm doing to him pokes me in the belly, and I can't stop the needy-ass moan that leaves my mouth. He groans deep in his chest and pulls me closer until his cock is trapped between our bodies.
Baby love, we have to roll,
Ghost calls into the bathroom, causing us to break apart.
Okay,
Caden answers, still staring into my eyes. Then they drift down to his hard cock.
What am I supposed to do with that?
I laugh and peck his lips. Think of old, saggy, granny titties, I suggest. He wrinkles his nose in disgust.
Why would you do that to me? I thought you liked me, Firefly.
I do. I laugh again. I'm just trying to wilt your boner.
Ew, don't call it a boner.
Caden muscles me out of the way and sticks his head back in the spray. I can't help that my eyes follow the water cascading down his abs. When my eyes get back to his face, his eyes are on me. He grins from ear to ear, brings his arms in front of him, and flexes hard. I roll my eyes at him. Seriously?
Quit ogling my goodies and pass me the shampoo.
Ogling your... You know what? Never mind. I slap my shampoo into his outstretched hand. While he massages it into his hair, we switch places so I can wash and rinse off. I step out of the shower so he can finish and wrap a towel around my body. I set about the motions of brushing and blow-drying my hair. Minutes later, Caden steps out and wraps a towel around himself, smiling at me in the mirror. He kisses my shoulder blade and steps out of the bathroom, shutting the door behind him. When my hair lays in soft waves down my back, I put a little mascara on, lip gloss, and call it good. Holding the towel firmly against my tits, I step out into the bedroom. Alexei is the only one left in my room, and he's still passed out, sprawled on his stomach, arms tucked under the pillow, his muscular ass on full display. He sleeps like the dead. I remember the night at the hotel that Dimitri and I fucked right beside him, and he never even stirred. But Dimitri said that's not always the case. He said if there's a threat, he wakes up instantly. Moving silently around the room, I pull on panties and a bra. Opting for a simple outfit, I slide on a pair of stone-washed jeans, a tank top, and a green sweater that hangs off one shoulder. I decide to let Alexei sleep a little longer and go into the living room. When I round the corner to the kitchen, Dimitri is at the stove cooking breakfast, and Ghost, Caden, and Banger are at the table nursing cups of coffee. Ghost gives me a panty-melting smile and slides a cup over to the open spot. I kiss his cheek and thank you, and walk up behind Dimitri, wrapping my arms around his waist.
Good morning, Bogenia.
Morning, I reply. He looks at me over his shoulder.
Breakfast is almost done. Have a seat.
I sit down at the table, grab my coffee, and look around the table. What's on the agenda for today? I ask, taking a sip. Ghost gestures between him, Banger, and Caden.
We have Viper shit to take care of. We have a meeting with Nick this morning,
Dimitri says, setting a plate of pancakes in front of me. My brow furrows. I didn't have the stuff for that here.
Banger snorts. Yeah, he made me take him to go get it this morning.
I still don't understand why Dimitri could drive to come to save me but doesn't drive any other time. Dimitri kisses the side of my neck.
Did you have a good night?
I jerk to look at him. Does he know what happened last night? Is he going to be mad?
It's okay, Bogenia,
he whispers. My shoulders relax slightly, but I still feel like shit that I didn't discuss this with him first. I did, I answer, and clear my throat.
What's your plan for today, Firefly?
Caden asks, shoveling his mouth with food. Nothing, really.
You can come to the meeting with us,
Dimitri suggests.
I really don't like you being alone right now.
That reminds me of the bullets whizzing past my head and seeing Ghost's look of horror when he dove on me to protect me. My hand shakes slightly on the cup, so I sit it down on the table, tucking my hands into my lap. I'm good at tucking things away that I don't want to think about, but that just brought it back in full force. I don't need a babysitter, I argue, hoping my voice sounds strong.
We don't think you do, Sunshine. We would just feel better if you had one of us with you until the shit with the Hellraisers is taken care of,
Ghost says. We? That's the only word I picked up in that whole sentence. Alexei, Dimitri, and even Caden I could see wanting me to have a bodyguard.
Yes. We,
Ghost says slowly.
I know I don't just speak for myself here. We wouldn't want anything to happen to you.
He stands and jerks his head at Caden.
We have to go.
Caden jumps to his feet and jogs to my side of the table. He clamps my face in both hands and lays a smacking kiss on my lips.
I'll see you later, Firefly.
He looks at Ghost.
I need to do something first.
He takes off from the kitchen, and we all exchange a look. It's hard to tell what he's up to.
God damn it! Caden!
Alexei's voice booms through the house. Caden comes skidding into the kitchen, laughing like hell with Alexei right on his heels. A very pissed-off, naked Alexei.
You will pay for that, asshole!
I just gave you a hug, Caden laughs, dodging Alexei trying to make a grab for him.
You're lucky I didn't slit your fucking throat,
Alexei says through clenched teeth. He doesn't seem to care that he's butt naked with people watching him, and I'm not going to complain. Alexei is very nice to look at. Alexei finally gets his arm around Caden's neck, making him squeal like a girl. I bust out laughing at the sound. Alexei locks his arm tighter in a headlock. His dark eyes snap to mine.
Something funny, Moya Jizim?
I tuck my lips to keep from laughing and shake my head.
That shouldn't be so goddamn hot,
Ghost mutters, making me laugh again.
Next time you jump on me like that,
Alexei warns, squeezing his arm so tight that Caden wheezes.
I'll have you naked, and my cock so far up your ass that you won't know where I end and you begin. Do you understand?
Yes, Caden gasps. Alexei lets him go, and I can see from the look in Caden's eyes that he's not done. He rears back and slaps Alexei on the bare ass, then runs from the house, his laughter trailing behind him. Alexei takes off after him. "Don't you dare run naked out of my house!" I yell, stopping him dead in his tracks. "No one gets to see that but me." I look around the room. And them. Alexei stalks back toward me and stops when he's standing so close that I have to crane my neck to look up at him.
Are you laying claim on me, moja жизнь?
You said I was yours, so that makes you mine too, damn it, I say defensively. His eyes soften.
Of course I am.
He slants his mouth over mine, and I'm helpless against him. And that thought scares the shit out of me.
Chapter 18. Dmitri. What's this meeting about?
Bridget asks. Since Lex brought the Lambo to her house with no back seat, we took Bridget's car. She threw the keys to Lex to drive and slid into the back seat and stretched her legs across the seat. Lex and I exchange a glance. We trust Bridget, but in this world, the less you know, the better. But we also refuse to lie to her. We need to take care of our mole, I answer.
You have a mole?
Bridget asks, leaning up between the seats and bracing her arms on the center console. Lex sighs. Yeah, and he works for Ghost's Dead.
What did Ghost say about that?
We exchange another glance.
You didn't tell him, did you?
She guesses. We will. We just wanted to eliminate him first, I say.
I think he deserves to know that his dad is planting spies,
Bridget suggests.
I mean, if he slipped someone past you guys, who's to say he didn't plant someone in the Vipers?
I turn in the seat to look at her. They haven't initiated someone in a really long time. Bridget shrugs.
Money talks. He could have flipped someone.
Lex chuckles. She's got a point. We'll tell him tonight, I say, and Lex nods. Lex pulls in front of the house and gives Bridget a warning look before she can open her door. I step out with a smile and pull her door open. She steps out and curtsies.
Thank you,
she says sarcastically, brushing by me. I grab her arm before she can get too far and slant my mouth over hers. I'm pissed as hell that I missed all the fun last night. But when we got the call from Nick that Holden found our mole, someone had to take care of it. We settled in a mature, brotherly way with rock, paper, scissors. When Banger and I got back to her house, they were already passed out in bed. She walks me backward until my back hits the side of the car. I slide my hands down to her ass and jerk her closer. I'm seconds away from saying fuck this meeting and dragging her back into the car when someone clears their throat. I reluctantly pull away and look over her shoulder at Nick. Care to join us, gentlemen? He asks. And lady, he adds, when Bridget shoots him a glare. Come on, Bogini, before I fuck you right here in the driveway. I grab her hand and lead her to the stairs.
I'm not entirely opposed to that idea,
Bridget quips.
Hello, Nikolai,
she purrs, and his cheeks darken. Lex snorts a laugh. Be careful, moja жизнь. You'll have him trailing after you, too. Bridget's laugh carries us into the house. I still can't believe she's finally ours, after months of obsessing over her. I lead her into the conference room for the meeting, and Nick doesn't even bat an eye. I sit her in between me and Alexei. Act like you belong, I whisper when the head of guards walks in with two others trailing behind him. The one in the very back, looking nervous as fuck, is our mole, Anton. They sit across from us, and Nick sits forward in his chair at the head of the table. We have some things to discuss, Pavel, Nick says, addressing our lead guard. Pavel's eyes narrow on Bridget, causing me and Lexi to bristle immediately. Why is she here? Because we asked her to be, I answer. I suggest you look the other way unless you want to lose your fucking eyes. His eyes shift back to Nick. What's this about? We have a mole, Nick answers. That drops between us and the table, and the other two shift nervously. What I want to know is how the hell they got past you. I don't know anything about a goddamn mole. Pavel growls. I vetted everyone here. Lex sits back in his chair. And there lies the problem. So, I'll ask again. How the hell did they get past you? Are you accusing me of something? I keep my body angled so I can keep an eye on Bridget. She's sitting ramrod straight in her chair, head held high, but she's twisting her hands in her lap. I reach over and take one, squeezing her hand. Lex and I really didn't want to leave her alone, but we also need to see if she can handle this life. Hanging out with Les or dating us is totally different than being fully immersed in this life. And that's where we want her. No. Should we be? Nick asks. Pavel smacks his fist on the table, making Bridget jump. I've been loyal to this family. There's no fucking way I'd betray you. Nick nods. I believe you. But we still have a mole, and he's in your ranks. What do you think we should do about it? I think this is a conversation we shouldn't be having in front of some piece of pussy. Wrong fucking answer. Before Lex and I can react, Nick stands from his chair and leans his fists on the table. He rarely reacts, but when he does, people take notice. Say one more goddamn word to her, and I'll rip your spine out through your asshole and stab you in the neck with it. Now answer my fucking question. Nick growls. Lex and I exchange a what-the-fuck look, then look to Bridget. She's staring wide-eyed at Nick. Kill them, Pavel answers through clenched teeth. The guard on Pavel's right is watching the exchange with a confused expression. The other, our mole, is starting to sweat bullets. I agree, Lex says, rubbing his chin. But how about the little show and tell first? Nick presses a button on the table, and the screen pops up on the other end. He presses a few more buttons, and a video fills the screen. It's our mole meeting with Mayor Augustus. Bridget gasps slightly when she sees him. It's the same reaction we had. He looks exactly like Ghost, just older. Anton jumps from his chair and makes a break for the door. Lex's chair crashes to the floor when he jumps up to grab him. Lex gets to him in 3 long strides, grabs him by the back of the neck, and slams his cheek into the table. You dare betray this family, Lex growls, tightening his hand and grinding the guy's face into the table. Bridget's eyes are wide as saucers, watching the scene in front of her. I have a mind to put a bullet through your skull. Lex leans down to his ear. But I want to see how loud I can make you scream first. I just met with him once, Anton exclaims. Bullshit, Nick spits. There's hours of footage on here of you and him meeting. Take him downstairs. Lex jerks him up by the hold on his neck and marches him from the room. I look at Pavel. You better hope we don't find anyone else, because you're next if we do. I stand from my chair and hold my hand out for Bridget, rejoicing when she slides her hand into mine without hesitation. I pull her to stand and lead her from the room. Wait for us in the game room. Wait? Why? She asks. You don't want to see what's going to happen. We don't want to push her too far too fast, and seeing us torture a man in the basement would probably do just that. She knows we are killers. She has even witnessed me do it. But seeing torture with your own eyes is something completely different. She crosses her arms over her chest.
Why don't you let me make that decision?
We told her we would never rule over her. And as much as I want to argue, I won't for that reason only. Stay behind the window and call Ghost. He needs to be here for this. Ghost shows up with Caden and Banger 20 minutes later. By that time, we already have Anton naked and strapped to the metal table in the middle of the room. We should have already told Ghost about this, but we didn't know how to bring it up. "What's this?" Ghost asks, gesturing to our victim. Anton tries to yell around the gag in his mouth, but it comes out muffled. Ghost doesn't even spare him a glance. "We had a visit from Kian the other day, and he gave us evidence that we have a mole," I explain, and gesture to Anton. "That's him." Ghost frowns. "Why the hell would Kian have evidence on that?" "We're still trying to figure that out. Holdings on it." Lex answers, then runs his fingers through his hair. "That's not all. He's working for your father." Ghost stiffens. "What?" he asks in a deadly tone. "You knew days ago? And you just told me?" We still had to figure out who it was. The USB was heavily encrypted. "You should have told me!" Ghost yells. "If you have a fucking mole, I could too!"
Could be how the Hellraisers keep getting the drop on us,
Caden adds. "We called you now. That's all that should matter." Lex says, twirling a knife between his fingers. "That's all that should matter? Are you goddamn insane?" Ghost scoffs. "Of course you fucking are." Lex stops the twirling and steps into Ghost's face. "Who the fuck do you think you're talking to?" "Wait a damn minute," Caden says, trying to push between them. "I know your dad is a sore subject and they should have told you, but they did call. Let's settle down and see what we can find out." Lex and Ghost stay locked in an intense as fuck stare-off, both their chests heaving. Truthfully, we should have told him, but we can't go back in time.
"Okay, enough of the manly shit,"
Bridget announces, walking into the basement like she owns the damn place. I pin her with a look. "I told you to stay behind the window."
"And I'm pretty sure I told you to let me make my own decisions."
She walks over to Lex and Ghost.
"You should have told him," she says, looking at Lex and me. "But all you can do now is move forward."
She runs her hand up Ghost's chest, and he finally pulls his eyes to her.
"I don't know the full story with your dad, but I know it's not good."
She points to Anton.
"They did call after they got you a name. So that's how you move forward."
Ghost stares at her so long that I think he's going to argue. Then he rolls his neck and kisses her on the forehead. "You're right, sunshine." "Well, I'll be damned. I want answers." "Then we get them," I say, and grab Lex's arm to pull him back. "Take it out on the right people." He jerks his arm free. "You're lucky you're like a brother to me," Lex says to Ghost. "I've killed people for a lot less." "Fuck you," Ghost barks. "You don't think I have? Get the goddamn information." Caden sighs.
"We already know whose dick is bigger. Can we stop having a measuring contest?"
A laugh bursts out of Bridget, and it breaks up the tension in the room.
"I'd like to know your answer to that one," Bridget says between laughs.
"Mine, of course," Caden says with a sly grin, and then slaps Lex on the back. "Go on, you big sexy Russian bastard. Do your thing. Remember what happens to me when I do this, boy toy." Lex taunts.
Oh, I remember. I finally got a taste of the dick you keep threatening to shove down my throat. My eyebrows hit my hairline. What did I miss last night? Bridget fans her face, and it was hot as fuck. Lex jerks Ghost into a bear hug. I'm sorry, we should have told you. Ghost slaps him on the back. Oh, good. Let's get on with this. It won't be the last time Ghost and Lex almost come to blows. It's happened 1,000 times, and it'll happen many more times. But they always come out of it, friends. It's just how they are. And the fact that Bridget is able to bring them out of it that fast speaks volumes. She is no longer just mine and Lex's. She's ours. Chapter 19. Ghost. The first cut Lex makes across the guy's chest, I watch Bridget closely. Her eyes are glued to the sign. But she doesn't look scared, just curious. I've never had someone that could bring me back from the brink like that so fast. But all it took was her touching me. And I was putty in her goddamn hand. She's amazing, isn't she? Caden whispers. We move back out of the way to lean against the wall with Bridget. I turn to him. Yeah, she is. I've noticed Bridget is gorgeous. That shit's a no-brainer. But all I've thought about for months is Caden, so I put blinders on when it came to her. But last night blew that shit right out of the water, watching her come apart for Lex and her lips wrapped around Caden's cock. I wanted to touch her so damn bad, but I didn't know what line I could or couldn't cross, so I was content just to watch her between them. Dmitri rips the gag from Anton's mouth, and his scream echoes off the concrete walls. I fucking hate it down here. It reminds me too damn much of my dad's timeout room. Start talking, or we keep cutting, Dmitri says, trailing his own knife down the guy's arm. They have him strapped to a metal table with a thick leather belt across his chest and thighs. His wrists and ankles are also cuffed to the table, so he can't make a move. I don't know anything, Anton sobs. Bullshit, Lex says calmly, making another line across the guy's pec. When they're done, it'll make a perfect pattern. The Orlov family crest with a line through the middle. Lex and Dee said it was a sign you've cut ties with the family, and in a way, they did when Victor died. Why are you meeting with Mayor Augustus? Just the mention of my dad's name makes my blood start to boil. Then a little hand slips into mine, and my head whips to Bridget. She's not even looking at me. Her eyes are glued to the methodical way Lex and Dee are cutting into this guy. But somehow she knows that I need support. I squeeze her hand and thank you, and keep it firmly locked in mine. Anton sobs harder, but doesn't answer the question. Lex and Dee double their efforts, and before long, blood is pouring off the sides of the table. Anton's screams are getting hoarse, and he's babbling incoherently. Oh, God! Bridget gasps and makes a beeline for the door. I follow silently behind her, and as soon as the door shuts behind her, she takes big, gasping breaths. Sunshine, I say gently, and she whirls around, her red hair fanning out behind her. I thought I could handle that. Oh, God, she groans, covering her face. Dimitri's going to say I told you so. I tug her hands down until I can see her eyes. He would never say that to you, and you don't have to handle that. No one will judge you because you can't watch someone get tortured. But I want to be able to handle it. I want to prove I can handle this. She gestures wildly around, encompassing the torture and all of us present in the room.
I step closer, clasping her cheeks in my hands, and tilt her face up to mine. You don't have to prove anything to us, sunshine. You took getting shot at like a fucking pro, but you don't have to handle all of it to be able to handle us. Us? She whispers. I smile. You've got us all, whether you want us or not. This close, I can see how many freckles run across her cute little nose and the gold flecks in her green eyes. I slowly lean forward and lay my lips against her pouty ones. She gasps, and her hands come up to grasp my wrists, but not to pull me away. I don't deepen the kiss, no matter how badly I want to. I peck her lips a few times before pulling back. Do you want to stay out here? Or go back in with me? She's staring at me with a sort of wonder on her face. I'm sure it's the same look that I'm giving her. Stay here, she says quietly. I peck her lips again because I can't help myself. That's fine. And no one will ever say a word about it. I reluctantly pull back. I need to hear what Anton has to say. I step back into the room and stand beside Caden. Is she okay? He asks. She will be, I answer. Bridget is fucking strong in her own right. Just because she can't watch this doesn't change that in my mind. Torture just might not be for her. Caden shrugs. That's cool. Did I miss anything? I ask. No. He's going to be tough to crack. Caden snaps his fingers like he thought of something. Crack! I got an idea. He jogs over to the tool table where Lex and Dee's tools are laid out, and I shake my head. He's just as bad as the twins when it comes to torture. Torture like this isn't my thing. I prefer to use my hands to beat the answers out of someone. It isn't always as effective, but it makes me feel better. Caden walks over with something that looks like a goddamn nutcracker. Lex and Dee step back from their cutting, and Caden walks up with a grin, brandishing his weapon in front of him. I wonder what this does, he asks like he doesn't already know. He slips them onto Anton's finger. Why were you working for Mayor Augustus? I don't even like hearing that name come from Caden's lips. Anton closes his eyes, with tears and snot rolling down his face. Caden squeezes the end, and the crack of the guy's knuckles goes off like a gunshot. Oh, that's cool. Lex chuckles. Cool as fuck, right? I want to do it again, Caden exclaims, and I can't help but smile. It might make me 10 shades of crazy, but his excitement is adorable as hell. He lines up again. Tell us about Augustus. Anton shakes his head, and another crack echoes through the room. Tell us! Caden yells over his screams. Fuck, he wanted information! On what? Caden asks, and Anton climbs up again. Oh, come on, you were doing so good! Another crack and more screams. What kind of information did he want? He asks when the screams die down. On your enemies, Anton sobs. I step forward. What? I bark. He wanted to know who your enemies were. I look at Lex and Dee. He's been in Abbs Valley? I don't know why that thought just hit me. I should have known he would come here. And that thought sends a chill down my spine. Lex nods. Yeah, at least in a couple of the videos. Where the fuck is this information coming from? And why did Keen get it? None of this is making any fucking sense. Then it hits me. I stride to the table, jerk a knife off the table, and hold it against Anton's sorry excuse for a dick. Did you tell him about the Hellraisers? I push harder when he doesn't answer, making blood well up around it. You better fucking answer me, or I'll cut it clean the fuck off, I grit out. Yes! That truth hangs in the air. That's why Tink all of a sudden grew balls and started waging war. My dad orchestrated the whole goddamn thing. I push the knife, and it slices right through the skin like a hot knife slicing through butter. I drown out Anton's screams and cut his dick right off. Holy shit, Caden whispers. I drop the knife like it burned my hand. My chest is heaving, and I feel like I'm on the verge of a fucking mental breakdown. My piece of shit father has been in Abbs Valley, and he's paying my enemy to try to kill me and anyone I've ever cared about. Ghost. I hear my name, but it's like it's coming from the bottom of a barrel. Ghost. Come on. It's okay. I swing wild eyes to Caden when he steps in front of me. Anton's screams are abruptly cut off, and it pulls my attention back to him. Anton's throat is gaping wide open, and Lex is pulling his knife back. Someone who betrays my brothers doesn't get to live, Lex mutters, and Dean nods his head. I scramble back when Caden reaches for me, memories of my father slamming into me left and right. Every time he locked me in that fucking room for days, every time he starved me, every time he took a belt to me, every time he would make me watch him fuck his prostitutes, every fucked up thing that he ever did to me growing up is hitting me in rapid succession. My back slams into the wall, my breathing coming in little pants. All this time, and I'm still scared of that motherfucker. His evil eyes flash through my mind, eyes just like mine, and my knees hit the floor. Ghost! Caden calls out, skidding to a stop in front of me. His face wavers in and out of view. I'm officially losing it. Caden's face wavers out again, and then a softer one wavers into view. Ghost? Bridget says softly. I can't move or talk. It's like my whole body is seized. I knew Dad would eventually drag me over the edge, and it's happening right when my life is finally starting to slot into place. Ghost, Bridget whispers, reaching out to me, and I recoil automatically. You helped me. Let me help you. She reaches for me slowly, and when I don't move, she clasps my cheeks in her hands. Listen to my voice. He can't hurt you anymore. She has tears rolling down her gorgeous face, and I want to reach out and wipe them away, but I still can't fucking move. You're stronger than him. You're the leader of the goddamn Vipers with a team behind you. Don't let him win. She's right, Caden adds, grabbing my hand. I feel hands on my shoulders and know my family is surrounding me. I draw in a shaky breath, feeling my body relax. Bridget launches herself at me, wrapping her arms around my neck. I don't know what he did to you, but he can never do it again. We've got this. I wrap my arms tightly around her tiny body. I whisper. You've got all of us, whether you want us or not, she says, throwing my words back in my face. I pull Caden into my arms too. With these people by my side, my dad will never hurt me again. I stretch my arms out and freeze when I feel a small frame wrapped around me. I look down and see the top of Bridget's red head. She's wrapped around me with her arm thrown over my chest and her leg tucked between mine. I search my tired brain for what the fuck happened after the estate, and it comes back to me slowly. The mole, the torture, the revelation, and my freak out. After that, Caden and Bridget brought me back to her house, and we got fucking plastered, and then passed out. But where the fuck is Caden? I lift up and look around, but don't see him. I settle back down in the pillows and pull Bridget against my chest. She brought me back from a massive mental breakdown, something I haven't done in fucking years. I kiss the top of her head and let her soft breaths lull me into sleep again. When I wake up again, light is streaming through the window, and I'm the only one left in bed. I stretch my arms out and sit on the side of the bed. Fucking hell. I drank too fucking much last night. I don't normally drink like that, but the temptation to forget about everything for the night was too tempting to pass up. I stumble out of bed and into the attached bathroom to take a piss. I finish up, wash my hands, and splash water on my face. I see an unopened toothbrush sitting on the counter and rip into it, brushing my teeth to get rid of the nasty taste in my mouth. Feeling halfway refreshed, I go back into Bridget's room, and she's sitting on the side of the bed, swamped in my shirt. I stripped down to my boxers before we fell asleep last night, and she must have snagged it this morning. I have to admit I like seeing her in my clothes. She pats the side of the bed, and I sit beside her.
Are you feeling better?
Hungover as fuck, I admit. But yeah, thank you for last night.
You did the same for me.
She shrugs.
I just thought I'd return the favor.
I take her hand in mine. It's more than that. I run my finger down her palm, and she shivers. No one has ever been able to bring me back from that so fast.
What's happening?
She whispers, looking into my eyes. Between us? I ask, and she nods. I don't know. I tug her hand until she's straddling my lap. But I want to find out.
Me too,
she says, leaning her forehead against mine. I press my lips against hers, and she sighs, wrapping her arms around my neck. I lick the seam of her lips, and when she opens her mouth, I shudder at the feeling of her tongue sliding against mine. I palm her ass and stand up, climbing onto the bed on my knees and laying her out below me. I kiss her slowly, savoring every second of her lips moving with mine. I feel the bed dip beside us and pull away to look at Caden. He's smiling softly at both of us. I didn't want to interrupt, but I wanted to be here. We always want you here, baby love, I answer, leaning forward and kissing him. I slide to the side so we can sandwich Bridget between us. I run my hand under the shirt she's wearing and pull it up to reveal her toned stomach. What do you want to happen? Bridget sits up between us and pulls her shirt over her head, revealing her bare body beneath. You are naked under there, Firefly? Caden asks hoarsely.
Yes,
she answers breathlessly when his hand closes over her breast. Her tits are perfect, not even a handful, dark pink nipples, and covered in those delicious freckles. Caden rolls her nipple between his fingers, and she moans. I want to feel your pussy, Caden says, and my dick jumps in my boxers. Caden's never been there with a woman, and I'm glad he gets to experience it with Bridget. He lets his hand trail down her stomach, causing goosebumps to pop up in its wake. Her nipples harden further, and I can't resist leaning down and taking one in my mouth, watching his hand disappear between her thighs. Her legs fall open further, and he groans when his fingers slide through her wet pussy. Fuck, Firefly. Is that all for us? Yes. Dip your fingers inside her and drag them back to her clit. I instruct, kissing her neck. Caden pushes 2 fingers inside her and closes his eyes. I can't wait to feel that wrapped around my cock. He pulls his fingers back up, and I slide my hand on top of his. Putting pressure on her clit, we play with it, working it in small circles. I want to see that look that crosses her face when she's going to come. I'm fucking addicted to it, and I know Caden is too. I pull her leg over my hip and nod for Caden to do the same, opening her wide for us. When he gets a good rhythm going, I let my hand slide down and sink my fingers into the hottest, wettest pussy I've ever felt. I twist them, finding a G-spot, and start rubbing against it. Fuck, sunshine, I groan. She's soaking wet, and her hips are starting to roll with her fingers. She pulls my mouth to hers and kisses me hard. I chase her tongue back into her mouth and deepen the kiss, making her moan into it. She pulls back and turns to Caden. He doesn't waste any time, sealing his lips over hers. She starts working her hips, shoving down on my fingers, so I start moving them faster. That doesn't seem to be enough, so I adjust my arm and start finger-fucking her harder. She moans into her kiss with Caden, so I add a 3rd finger, and her moan deepens. You can hear the wet suction of my fingers moving inside of her. Work her clit faster, I tell Caden, and he doubles his speed. Her pussy spasms around my fingers, and she jerks her mouth away from Caden's. Oh, fuck, she gasps. I pull out of her pussy and push my middle and ring finger back in, making a come-here motion. Her back bows on the bed, and Caden and I each latch onto a nipple at the same time. We lock eyes across her chest, and the look in his eyes is enough to make me come on the spot. Caden! Ghost! She yells when she comes. Call him Gabriel. Caden whispers into her chest. It'll drive him wild. Bridget turns green eyes on me. Show me what you've got, Gabriel. Hearing that name drop from her lips springs me into action, just like Caden said it would. I don't know why I like to hear it in the bedroom only, but something feels right about it. I dive between her thighs, put my hands on the back of them, and push until her back is bent and her pussy is pointing straight up with her legs draped over my shoulders. I lock my arm around her waist to lock her in place, and my mouth descends on her pussy like a man starving. Her moans echo around the room when I suck her clit into my mouth. She tastes so fucking sweet. I'll never get enough of this. Gabriel, she moans, her eyes locked on mine. I spear her with my tongue, fucking her with it. I alternate between nipping and sucking her clit to fucking her with my tongue. She tries to roll her hips with me, but I lock my arm tighter around her waist. I glance over at Caden, and he's shucked his boxers. His hand is stroking his thick cock, his eyes glued to my mouth on Bridget. I start sucking her clit rhythmically, and her breathing speeds up. She comes with a scream, the sound bouncing off the walls. I lay her butt on my legs, letting her body relax. Caden sits up and seals his mouth over mine, tasting her on my lips. Do you want to fuck her? I whisper against his lips. Fuck yes, he whispers back. Is that what you want, sunshine? You want to feel Caden's cock inside of you? Yes. God, please, she answers, reaching for him. I wanted this for so long. I move out of his way so he can get between her thighs. He looks down at her glistening pussy, grabs his cock, and rubs it against her sensitive clit. You'll be the first pussy I've ever been inside of. He slides down until he's at her entrance and pushes slowly inside of her until his thighs settle against hers. "And the last," he sighs. He braces his hands beside her head and pulls out slowly, a groan ripping from his chest. "Holy shit, you feel good," he says gruffly, looking down to where they're connected. "That's a pretty fucking sight." "Kaden," she moans, and his eyes flash to hers. "Shut up and fuck me." I bark a laugh. "You heard her. Give it to her, baby love." He pulls back and slams inside of her. Something inside of him snaps, and he starts pounding into her so hard that the headboard is smacking the wall. "Oh, fuck!" Bridget chokes out. Her other hand goes to my cock, and I peel off my boxers to feel her skin on skin. She wraps her hand around my length and starts stroking me fast. I shove my hand between her and Kaden and start stroking her clit. "Hi," thrust. "Love," thrust. "This," thrust. "Pussy," Kaden declares, pounding her even harder. "Fuck, your cock feels amazing." Bridget moans. I pinch her clit hard. "Kaden, Gabriel!" His thrusts stutter, and he pulls out, pinching the head of his cock. "Not yet," he tells it, and she laughs breathlessly. Kaden flops on his back beside her. "Ride me, Firefly." I help her get situated over top of him, grab his cock, and guide her onto it. I grab the lube from the bedside table, lube up my cock, and slide behind her. "I want to stretch this pussy around us," I say. Her body shudders with a moan. "Yes, do that." I chuckle and line up beside Kaden. Holding the base of my cock, I start to push inside her and stop when her body tenses. Kaden rubs his hands down her sides until she relaxes. I work my hips back and forth until I start sliding into her pussy, my cock rubbing against the side of his. "Oh, shit," Bridget says, her voice shaking. "Don't stop." I keep pushing until we're both fully seated inside of her. I wrap my fingers around her hair and turn her head to the side. I kiss her until we're breathing heavily. When she adjusts to being stuffed full of cock, she starts rotating her hips. "Don't hold back," she demands, making us both chuckle. I like my hand on her hips. Kaden wraps his hands on top of mine, and we start to move. Slowly at first, trying to find a rhythm. When we do, we move in perfect sync, pulling out and pushing in at the same time. Bridget's moans start getting longer and deeper. We start going deeper and faster. "Shit," Bridget moans, her fingers sinking into Kaden's peck. "This feels so good." "It does," Kaden and I say at the same time. We start moving faster and harder, causing her to whimper, but it's not in pain. Her body starts shaking, and her pussy quivers around us. I reach around her and start massaging her clit. She gasps when I make contact. We keep up the motions until she locks down around us with a scream, our names tumbling from her lips. We fuck her through it and immediately work her up to another one. This one hits like a freight train, and her body goes rigid. We don't let up. Sweat is pouring down my face and back, but I never want this to end. "I'm going to..." Bridget trails off into a moan. Her shaking intensifies, and I work her clit faster. I can feel pressure at the head of my cock, so I lock my arm around her waist and pull her straight up so our cocks slip free. Rubbing her clit back and forth rapidly, she squirts all over Caden's abs and cock. His eyes widen, then close with a groan. "That's the hottest fucking thing I've ever seen." I shove her back down on his cock and stuff mine back inside of her. We pick up the same rhythm, and when she comes this time, she takes us with her. I feel Kaden swell against me, and he comes with a groan. "Firefly!" I pump my hips twice, bury myself as far as I can, bite down on her shoulder, and come hard. It feels like it's coming from my fucking toes. When my teeth sink into her skin, she comes again. She collapses on Caden's chest, and I stop myself from falling on top of her with a hand beside them. I gently slide out of her and lift her hips so Caden can slip free. I lay on my side and rub my hand up and down her sweaty back. When her breathing is under control, she pushes up on Caden's chest and looks at the mess she made when she squirted.
Aw, you guys made me ink,
she whines. I'm stunned silent that she just quoted fucking Finding Nemo after that intense fuck, then bust out laughing. Within seconds, we're all laughing. God, this feels good. Between her and Caden, I feel so damn carefree, and it's not a feeling I ever want to let go of. Chapter 20. Caden. I'm floating on cloud damn 9. I finally had my first feeling of being with a woman, and that woman was Bridget. I can't get the feel of her pussy wrapped around my cock out of my head, or feeling Ghost rub against me inside her. We had to leave her to take care of Viper business, and all I wanted to do is say fuck it all and run back to her. The only upside is we left her with Banger, so we know she's taken care of. Ghost pulls in front of Lex and Dee's estate, jerks the emergency brake, shuts off the car, and just stares at the porch. We need to know what is on that USB, and he's going to have to see his dad in that footage. After his freakout last night, I already know this is going to be a shit show. I've never seen Ghost fold under the pressure, and it scared the shit out of me. I'm just damn glad Bridget was there. I reach over and grab his hand on instinct. We've got this, I remind him. You aren't alone. He scrubs a tattooed hand down his face. He shouldn't still be able to do that to me. I left home 5 years ago to be done with this shit. I'm 25 and still scared of my goddamn dad. I'm not sure what happened, and I've never pushed because I can see the look in his eyes when his dad is mentioned. It's enough to bring a grown-ass man to his knees. I grew up with a mom who let men take advantage of her, and that left me on my own most of the time. But I never went through what most of these guys did. I fucked myself up all on my own. But you did leave, and made your own life. A damn good one. You have Bridget and us. Fuck him, I declare. He pulls my hand to his mouth and kisses the back of it. Let's get this over with. Without another word, he shoves his door open and steps from the car. I follow him out, and we walk up the steps to the massive Orlov estate. I'm still surprised Lex and Dee haven't burnt the place to the ground. But something tells me Nick has something to do with why they haven't. Ghost shoves the door open without knocking, just like we always do. We find Lex, Dee, and Nick in the conference room with the USB already loaded on the big screen. Ghost sits in the middle of the table facing it, and I take up his other side. Lex and Dee are at one end of the table, with Nick on the other end. Lex leans forward and braces his arms on the table. We want to help you take him down, Lex says. No questions asked. You don't have to explain shit to us if you don't want to. We just want to help. The only question we have is who you think dimed you out for being in Rose Hills, Dmitri adds. It's either my brother or sister. My money's on Gavin. I don't think Gemma would. Ghost answers. What did you say to them when you went to see them? I ask. I told them I could get them out if they would let me. I was there for less than 5 minutes. I went back to the place I was squatting at, and Dad showed up later that night. I slipped from the window and never looked back. So he knows that you're the one who took down the transport that had Maria? Nick guesses. Most likely. Nick nods. That's all we needed to know. We've scanned this footage, and most of it doesn't have sound. Holden is tracing it back now to see who it came from and why the hell it got sent to Kean and not us. Nick hits play, and we spend the next several hours watching Anton meet with Grant Augustus. It's when we get to the last video that Ghost sits forward. That's fucking Gavin, he says, pointing to the screen. Gavin, Grant, and Anton are shaking hands with fucking Tink. I fucking knew it. Ghost's chair crashes backward when he jumps from it and strides to the door. I jump from mine and slide to a stop in front of him, blocking the door. Whoa there, big dog, I say when he bares his teeth at me. Where are you going? To kill Tink, Ghost grits out. He has that crazy look in his eyes again that he had when he cut Anton's dick off. I still have to contain a wince for that move. I think we need to talk about this, I reason. Tink stepped up his game, so that means we need to step up ours too. I agree. Lex speaks up from behind Ghost. We have more resources than your father. We can play his game. Ghost whirls around on Lex. This isn't a goddamn game, Ghost yells. Do you not get that? You don't know what he's capable of. It's best if I take care of this on my own, so no one else has to go down because of that piece of shit. No more of this on my own bullshit, Lex barks, his Russian accent getting thicker since he's pissed off. I've always wanted to give him shit for it, but I'm a little afraid of him when he's mad. If anyone understands this, it's me and Dee. Fuck! Ghost yells, raking his hand through his hair. I can't keep doing this. I slide my arms around his waist, hugging him from behind. We'll get him, Gabriel, I whisper. You just have to let us help. Ghost sags in my arms. I don't want any of you anywhere near him. Too bad, Lex says, clapping Ghost on the arm. Sit down, and let's come up with a plan. We get settled back around the table, and I hate the look of defeat on Ghost's face. We need to send a message to your father, Nick says. Let him know that you aren't to be fucked with. What's your idea? Ghost sighs. Nick grins, and he looks like the twins when he does. We send him a little present in the shape of Anton's heart. Jesus Christ, Ghost mutters. What better way to blow his perfect image all to hell than to send him severed body parts? I add. Fuck it. Do it, Ghost says, finally sitting up in his chair. I watch the Viper leader coming out full force and want to fucking kiss him. Just know there will be repercussions. I don't give a fuck. This motherfucker put you, my family, and Bridget at risk. We can handle whatever he throws at us, Dimitri says. Before Ghost can reply, Lex's phone starts ringing. He slides to answer and puts it on speakerphone. What's up, Holden? I found out who this came from. You remember the hacker, Nolan, that was working for that fucking FBI agent that was trying to take down Micah? We exchange looks. Yeah? Lex answers. It's from him. I backtracked it straight to his goddamn address. You want in? It's like a 2-hour drive from here. It's just Zane and me here. Les and the rest are gone. We're in, Ghost answers. Meet at your place? Good. You're there too. I was calling you next, Holden says. Gray, Micah, and Hart are going too.
Axel's going to meet us there with some of his guys. We don't know what we're walking into. That doesn't fucking matter. It's time we started getting some answers. We rush to get our shit together, and 3 hours later, we pull into the neighborhood that Holden got the signal from. Are you sure this is it? Ghost asks, rolling the SUV to a stop. We are in a fancy-ass neighborhood. Definitely not the usual place you would find a hacker working for a corrupt FBI agent. This is it, Holden answers through the speakerphone. He, Zane, Micah, Gray, and Hart are in the SUV behind ours. It's time for you to use your creepy-ass skills, Lex says to Ghost, leaning between the seats. Ghost turns to face him slowly. You really just called me creepy? Zane chuckles through the speakers. Let's go meet Axel and regroup, he suggests. They drive around us and head toward the spot we set to meet Axel. We pull into an abandoned lot 15 minutes later to find Axel leaning against the side of his SUV, with a shorter guy standing beside him. What the fuck? Ghost whispers. He throws it into park and jumps out, leaving the rest of us to stare at him in confusion. We scramble out, and Ghost is staring at the guy with Axel, shock all over his face. Shadow? Ghost says. Shadow grins. Hello, brother? What the fuck? Chapter 21. Banger. While Ghost and Caden went to their meeting with Lex and Dee, I volunteered for bodyguard duty. Not that it's any type of hardship being around Bridget. She had a client this morning to get ready for a photo shoot, so I took up a chair to the side of her workspace, content to just watch her work. Who's he? The girl whispers. I hide my smile and continue scrolling on my phone. That's Banger, Bridget answers. He's hot. The girl sighs, and Bridget laughs. Do they know I can hear every damn word? Don't I know it? Bridget turns to look at me over her shoulder and winks, answering my question of whether she knew if I could hear her or not. I'm still not sure where I stand with her. We flirted, but that's it. She has a connection with the other guys, but this is the first time I've had her one-on-one, and I plan on taking advantage of it. I want to get to know her, and this seems like the best way. My phone rings, and Caden's name flashes across the screen. I swipe to answer and pull the phone to my ear. What's up? I answer. Hey, we found out some shit. He tells me about what they saw in the footage and Holden finding that fucking hacker Nolan. We're going to run down and grab him. We need to know why he sent that shit to Kian. You cool with staying with Bridget? You can take her to Nick if you have something to do, but she doesn't stay alone. No, I'm good staying with her, I answer honestly. You got plenty of backup? Yeah, we should be back no later than tomorrow morning. Take care of our girl. Our girl? I still can't wrap my head around that. They are set on all of us being with her, and I still don't know where I fit in. I just know that I want to be a part of this. You don't have to worry about her. I know, Caden answers. But watch your back. Don't take her into Concrete Row until we get back. Mercy's watching over the Vipers, so you can stay with her. All right. And Banger? Use this time to your advantage, because you won't get this time alone with her often. He laughs, and the phone disconnects. I shake my head and go back to my mindless scrolling. My phone rings again, and I smile when I see Mom flash across the screen. Hey, Mom, I answer. Hey, baby. You still coming to see me and your dad today? Shit. I forgot I promised I'd come to their house today.
I glance at Bridget and almost tell Mom I can't. Fuck it. She can go with me. When I started bringing in some cash, I got Mom and Dad out of downtown Abbs Valley. It wasn't much, but it's better than that cramped one-bedroom apartment. Yeah, it'll be later, but I'll be there. I'm bringing someone with me. A girlfriend? Mom asks, excitement in her voice. Just a friend? Uh-huh. What's her name? Bridget? I can't wait to meet your friend. Mom, stop. I laugh. I'll see you in a little bit. I love you. I love you too, baby. The call disconnects, and Bridget gives me a soft smile. An hour later, she finishes up and bounces over to me. I'm done. What's next? I stand up and rub the back of my neck nervously. I promised my mom we'd stop by. Bridget raises a brow. It's fine with me, but you really don't have to drag me along. You can take me home. Ha! Nice try. I put my hand on the base of her spine and lead her to the door. I'm surprised she agreed to the bodyguard detail this morning anyway. She glared daggers through Ghost and Caden when they mentioned it until she finally relented. Bridget is smart. She knows there's danger all around right now. She needs at least one of us with her at all times until we get Tink taken care of. Then we need to take down Grant Augustus. I pull open the passenger side door of my car and help her inside. I stride to the driver's side, slide inside, and fire the car up. God, I love that. Bridget sighs. I laugh, shift into first, and pull from the parking lot. You're turning into a car girl. How can I not when I'm surrounded by hot guys and hot cars all the time? If you're a good girl today, I'll let you drive this one. Bridget turns to face me. Are you trying to make me flood my fucking panties? I know what she says shouldn't shock me, but I miss a fucking gear. It shocks me so much. I recover quickly, and she's laughing her ass off. What's wrong, banger? She purrs. I want to say that makes you a bad girl, but something tells me you'll like getting your ass spanked. I retort, taking the exit into downtown. Oh my God, please spank my ass while you call me your bad girl. Fuck, I laugh. She's one of the easiest people I've ever been around. She doesn't let little shit get her down, and she hangs with us with no damn problem. We might want to keep her out of harm's way. But I feel like Bridget's just what we all need. Someone who sure as fuck isn't gonna put up with our shit. We drive the rest of the way in silence except for Bridget singing to the songs playing on the radio. I pull in front of Mom and Dad's house, and she pushes her door open and looks at me when I make no move to get out. She slams the door shut and flops back in her seat. I finally get out. Oh, come on, she yells when I shut my door and move to her side. I pull hers open, and she gets out with a shake of her head. You guys are ridiculous about the fucking doors. Baby doll, if a man's not opening your door, he's not worth your time. Don't worry. All of you make sure I don't. Good. I smile and push open the gate, put my hand on the small of her back, and lead her up the short walkway. I walk into the house without knocking. Mom! She comes bustling around the corner and pulls me into a hug. You would never know my mom is old enough to have a child that's 29. Her brown skin is still smooth, and she's always mistaken as my sister, even though she just celebrated her 50th birthday. Something she secretly loves. Hey, baby. Hey, Mom. This is Bridget. This is my mom, Ada. I introduce. Bridget smiles and sticks her hand out. Mom swats it away and pulls her into a hug. We don't shake hands around here. Bridget laughs. I'm fine with that. Where's Dad? I ask when Mom pulls back. I give her a warning look when she keeps giving Bridget the side eye. She isn't going to let this go.
He's in the living room.
We follow her that way, and Dad stands from his recliner, jerking me into a hug. Hey, boy. Hey, Dad. I greet and jerk my thumb at Bridget. Bridget, this is my dad, Josh. Dad doesn't look his age either. His blonde hair is still just as thick as I remember when I was a kid. Mom pats him on the back when his eyes widen. Not his girlfriend. Bridget giggles and then tucks her lips when I narrow my eyes at her. We get seated on the couch while Mom and Dad sit in their matching recliners. How's work been? I ask Dad. Good. We got some new jobs. One of them is Micah Paletti. You wouldn't have anything to do with that, would you? I might have thrown in there that my dad owned his own construction company. I didn't think Micah would actually seek him out, though. I shrug. He knows what you do. Mom and Dad know what I do and who I'm around, but they don't ask many questions, for which I'm grateful. I can't answer everything, and they know it. We just pretend I have a regular job, which is fucking laughable. They would have heart attacks if they knew the shit I'm currently involved in.
What do you do, Bridget? Mom asks. Oh, I'm a personal stylist. I specialize in makeup, hair, and clothes. Mom runs her hand over her hair. I may need one of those, she says with a laugh. I can hook you up.
Bridget's phone starts ringing. She looks at the display and excuses herself from the room. I saw Alexi's name flash across the screen before she stood up. Mom watches her walk around the corner and out of earshot. She's gorgeous, Roman. Mom, I say in exasperation, she's not my girlfriend. You bring all your girlfriends to meet your parents? Mom retorts, because I've never met one. They had me there, but I couldn't explain why I brought Bridget with me, and it wasn't just because I'm her bodyguard today. For whatever reason, I wanted her to meet my folks. It's not like that. And I couldn't explain she is currently considering dating all of us, and then she's already with Lex and Dee. I turned to Dad, trying to change the subject. When do you start the Paletti job? Next week. If you need some extra hands, I'll send some. Some of the Vipers are more than qualified and never pass up money. Plus, they've worked for Dad before. You should come help me. It's been a while. I can do that. Bridget walks back in and sits beside me on the couch.
Sorry about that. If you have the supplies, I don't mind doing your hair. Mom raises a brow. Really? Mom usually keeps her hair perfectly styled, but I know money has been tight, which is why I keep sending work Dad's way. Mom never could do shit with her own hair. For sure, I'd love to. Bridget follows Mom out of the room, and Dad turns to me. Your mom is never going to let that girl go now. After Bridget finished Mom's hair, we left, and I drove to an abandoned lot, holding up my end of the bargain. Dad is right. Mom is never letting Bridget go. We could hear them laughing and talking in the kitchen the whole time. Mom is as hooked as we all are. We switch seats, and I take a second to appreciate Bridget behind the wheel of my car. Do you know how to drive a stick? There's a dirty joke in there somewhere, but I'm going to let it go. Yes, I do. Les taught me. Cool. Drive then. I sit back in the seat, bracing one hand on her seat so I can watch her. The clutch is tricky in this, so take it slow. She shifts into first, and it jerks, but she pulls out, not at all bothered by it. I have her go around the lot several times so she can get used to it. Take it to the highway. She jerks to look at me, then back out of the windshield. Aren't guys supposed to be super protective over their cars? I shift in the seat and lean my elbow on the console. Baby doll, if someone as hot as you wants to drive my stick, I'm gonna fucking let them. And there's the joke. Bridget laughs. She pulls to the end of the lot and pulls onto the main road to take us back to the highway. How fast am I allowed to drive? Drive it like you stole it, I answer, making her laugh again. Fuck, I could listen to that sound all day. We hit the highway and she hesitates. Traffic is thin, and this is the perfect time to get a feel for what this car can really do. Open it, baby doll. Show me what you've got. She looks at me to make sure I'm serious and stomps on the gas, slamming through gears. It's not perfect, but she has an ear for when she should shift. Sexy as hell. She whoops. This is awesome! She swerves in and out of cars, having the time of her life, and I can't help but smile at her. 10 minutes in, we hear sirens wailing. Shit. I glance in the side mirror and see the patrol car flying up behind us. The car starts to slow down, and I look at Bridget. Don't stop. What? She squeaks. Want to have some fun, baby doll? I grin. This car can leave them sucking exhaust. You want me to run from the cops? She asks in disbelief. She glances at my face. You're serious? Yeah. Live a little. Bridget glances in the rearview mirror and slams on the gas again. It doesn't take any time before we start pulling away. They can run the tag all they want to. It's not going to come back to me. Take this exit, I say and point. She smoothly glides off the exit, and the cop car flies by us, still on the highway. Good girl. I just ran from the fucking cops, she exclaims, stopping at the bottom of the exit. Wait until Kaden hears about this shit. I grimace. Maybe don't tell Lex and Dee. You scared of the Terror Twins, Roman? She turns off the exit and whips into a parking lot. She jerks the emergency brake and turns to face me. You heard that conversation, didn't you? That's the only way she could know my real name. Not that it matters. I don't hide behind a street name like Ghost does. I sure did. I like the name Roman. It's sexy, and it fits. Are you flirting with me, baby doll? She leans until her face is right in front of mine. What if I am? This is my chance, and I'm sure as fuck not passing it up. I wrap my hand around her slim throat and jerk her lips to mine. She opens immediately when I lick the seam of her lips. She moans in the back of her throat, and it shoots straight to my cock. I'd been half-hard watching her handle the car. Now, I'm rock-hard, straining against my zipper. I'd love to pull her across this console and sink into her pussy. I don't give a fuck that it's broad daylight. But I don't want our first time to be in the passenger seat of this car. I want to lay her out on the bed and explore every square inch of her creamy skin. I pull back reluctantly. Your place? I suggest. I thought you'd never ask. I know for a fact this is going to be well worth the wait.
Chapter 22. Alexei. After calling Bridget just to hear her voice, I join the rest of them. Finding out Ghost and Shadow know each other is a mindfuck. How do you know each other? Kaden asks, looking between them. You have another brother? That's my damn question. Ghost just mentioned his brother Gavin, and this guy is not him. Ghost shakes his head. Not biological. It's a long damn story. You the one from the church? Micah asks suddenly. The one with the skull mask? Shadow shrugs. Yeah. What? The one who took down the rest of the bulls? Ghost asks, looking between them. I think we have a lot to discuss, brother. Shadow says. Shadow is about my height, but not as broad. Brown hair and watchful blue eyes. You can see him constantly assessing everything around him. Axel stands to his full height, It sounds like it. Let's grab Nolan and we can find a place to go. How do you want to play this? Gray asks. The resemblance between him and Axel is insane. Well, we have Ghost and Shadow. Axel laughs. Trust me when I say they were trained to go anywhere. Trained? Gaydon asks in confusion. I promise I'll tell you everything. Ghost says softly. I can see all the thoughts running across Gaydon's face. He jerks a nod and crosses his arms over his chest defensively. I don't know how many more times he can find out Ghost is hiding shit before his head explodes. I have to say that I'm damn curious, too. He supposedly grew up with a mayor, and then just appeared in Abbs Valley. Something tells me there's a lot about Ghost that none of us know. And if I'm going to allow him around my woman, he's got some explaining to do to all of us. Shadow pulls a phone from his pocket and flips it to Ghost. From what Holden told us, he's holed up in the basement. Not the best vantage point, but we can swing it. Ghost nods. Remember Apple Falls? Shadow laughs. Yep, I'm thinking the same thing. Slip right through the back door. You want to walk right in the back door? Hart asks. How the fuck? I forget Hart is new to this. They've got this, I assure him. If Shadow is as good as what Micah says, and if he's anything close to Ghost, I have no doubt. What about the rest of us? We need all the exits blocked. We don't know who or what's in that house. Shadow and Ghost go in and do their thing, then give us the signal. I want someone on each window and door. The rest go in to grab the hacker. He comes out unharmed. We need answers. Excellent, Strux. What about the neighbors? Dmitri asks. It's a damn nice neighborhood. We stand out. Fuck it. We move fast enough and we won't have to worry about it. Holden will be in one getaway car. Axel slips the side of the SUV, and the driver's side door pops open. Cole, the one who came to Evie's wedding, steps out, walking to stand beside Axel. He's almost the same height with blonde hair. He looks like a surfer boy. Cole will be in another one. We get him, get out, and meet back here. Gaydon snorts. Sounds simple enough. I'll drive ours. He turns on his heel and stomps back to the SUV, slamming the door behind him. We follow him, and when Ghost slides into the car, Gaydon won't even look at him. Baby love. No! Fuck that. Let's get this job done and go home. I told you that you would tell me everything? Yeah, I've heard that. You also told me the night that we talked for goddamn hours that you weren't hiding anything else. I call bullshit. Just fucking drive. Ghost glances at me in the mirror, and I shrug. I'm on Gaydon's side on this one. I know there's some stuff that I'll have to explain to Bridget, but it's stuff she doesn't even know about. It sounds like Gaydon flat out asked Ghost, and he lied. We decide Ghost jerks the car into drive and pulls out behind Axel. We drive until we're right down the street from the house. Gaydon, I swear to fuck, I'll tell you everything, Ghost says. We don't have time for this shit. Gaydon barks. Go do your thing. Ghost shoves open his car door, and Gaydon slides into the driver's seat. Ghost meets Shadow at the hood, and they disappear around the back of the house in front of us. Even to my trained eye, I can't see them once they start passing through the backyards. Comms check, Holden calls out. Clear, Ghost whispers. Yeah, Shadow replies. We all give our clears and wait for the signal. Holden, get ready, Ghost whispers. Go. God damn, that was fast. Axel comments with a chuckle. You can hear the slight beep from the device Ghost is using to deactivate any alarms. In, Shadow announces. Team 2, go. We slowly drive back in front of the house and jump out, leaving our getaway drivers in place. We don't even make it to the yard before Ghost comes out with an unconscious guy over his shoulder. House is clear. Let's go. Ghost shoves who I assume is Nolan into the back of the SUV and jumps into the passenger seat. There's an old warehouse about 3 blocks from here. Follow us. Excellent, Strux. Got it. Ghost replies and pulls the comm from his ear. It's so quiet in the car, I start to get uneasy. There is some serious shit brewing between Ghost and Caden. I look at Dmitri, and he has the same look on his face. We pull in front of the warehouse, and Caden's out of the car as soon as it's in park. I grab Ghost's arm before he steps out. He deserves the truth. Ghost turns narrowed eyes on me. You don't think I know that? You'll get it. He jerks his arm away and jumps from the car. We get Nolan into the warehouse, and Axel is already making shackles out of a chain. Together, we get Nolan's arms in the chains and lock them together, leaving him hanging from the ceiling. Ghost pops an ammonia capsule under his nose, and Nolan jerks his head up. Holy fucking shit. God damn it, Axel grits out. He's a fucking kid. Who are you? Nolan stammers. Micah steps forward. I'm Micah Paletti. The kid's eyes automatically fill with tears. Oh shit, he whispers. I tried to make it better. I pull Micah to the side. Look, man, I've done some fucked up shit in my day, but he's a kid. Micah nods and turns to Axel. Get him down. He turns to Nolan. You try one thing. I won't, I swear. Axel and Cole get him down, only to shove him in a metal chair. How old are you? Cole asks. 19. Nolan sniffs. Micah drags another chair over and sits in front of him. What were you doing working for Agent Reeves? He busted me hacking and said he wouldn't turn me in if I worked for him. When I found out he was dead, I did some digging to try and save my ass. I have to admit, that's fucking smart. Through his digging, I'm sure he found who we all are and realized he fucked up. Why send that USB to Kian Morin? I ask. Nolan shrugs and wipes his nose with his hand. I found out that Kian needed allies, so I killed 2 birds with 1 stone. I thought maybe I could go to him for protection. How the hell did you compile all that information? Holden asks. I know his hacker brain is dying of curiosity. This kid isn't as good as Holden, or he wouldn't have gotten caught, but he's up there. I just started with small searches of everyone, then ran facial rec on everyone you've ever known. He shrugs again. It took some time, but I finally got what I needed with Mayor Augustus. He looks around the room. This is when I die, isn't it? That house, who does it belong to? Zane asks instead of answering his question. My grandparents, Nolan answers, his bottom lip quivering. Fucking shit. He isn't a hardened killer. No way can we kill him. Is all the information that you have on us in that house? Micah asks as he stands up from his chair, and Nolan jumps 2 feet in the air. Let's talk. We all walk to the end of the warehouse, leaving Gray to watch over Nolan. Poor bastard. We can't kill him, Micah announces, much to my relief. What do we do then? Dmitri asks. Destroying everything he has is the only way, Holden supplies. Hard drives and all. That place is loaded down, Ghost says. It's like a hacker's wet dream. Holden grins, making me shake my head. You have a wife that looks like Alessa, and computers get you hard? I ask. I suggest you don't talk about our wife like that. Zane speaks up. Don't think I won't kill you. I waved that away. I don't look at Alessa like that. Not since Bridget, anyway. I won't lie and say I've never entertained the idea of pushing things with Les, but when we became close friends, that was furthest from my mind. I only fucked with her to mess with Ryder's jealousies. How it took her so long to realize he was in love with her is beyond me. We only have eyes for one woman, Dmitri says. Yeah, and don't think I won't kill you for hurting her, Zane threatens. Whoa, Big Daddy, calm the trigger-happy finger down, Holden laughs. Big Daddy, Excel and Cole ask at the same time. We don't have time to explain that, Caden says, gesturing to Holden and Zane. Or anything else. What do we do with the kid? He can come with us, Excel offers with a shrug. He's 19. We can take the shit with us and destroy what he has. Micah rakes his fingers through his hair. Let's get this done so I can go home to my family. We walk back over to Nolan, and he already has a resigned look on his face. How close are you to your grandparents? Excel asks, making Nolan frown. I'm not. Where are your parents? Gaden adds. I don't know. Probably on another fucking cruise. Good. You're coming with me, Excel announces. We need all your shit cleaned and wiped from that house. Coming with you, Nolan whispers. We aren't going to kill you, Shadow says impatiently. But you can't go back there because we don't trust you. Okay, Nolan says quietly. What are you going to do with him? I ask, when Cole starts leading Nolan away. Put him in the academy, shine up his skills and use them. Hackers like him are hard to come by. Excel answers and looks at Holden. Since I can't steal you, he's the next best thing. What the fuck is the academy? Caden asks. It's our version of a training program. We take the skills you already have and make them better. Our dad, used to run it. I run it better. We have to roll. Axel explains. Shadow looks at Ghost. We'll catch up. I'll be in Abbs Valley this weekend. It looks like you have your own shit to deal with anyway. Ghost does have some shit to deal with. It comes in a 6'2", blue-haired, pissed-off package. Chapter 23. Nikolai. I just hung up the phone with Alexei after getting all the details when it rings again. Banger's name popping up. What's wrong? I ask automatically. They don't call me unless they need backup, and I also know he has Bridget with him. We need your help, Banger says. Someone ran us off the road. I jump to my feet, already moving toward the door, shoving my feet into my shoes. Where? I ask, striding to the garage door and letting it swing shut behind me. Off of 19. Car came out of fucking nowhere. Is Bridget okay? I ask, slamming the door on my Benz. If something happened to her, Banger will have more than Lex and Dee to deal with. Banged up, pissed off, but fine. I'll be there in 10. The 10-minute drive to get to them feels like years. Then I see the smashed-up front end of Banger's Chevelle, and I'm out of the car as soon as it is in park. I stride straight to Bridget and tilt her face up with fingers under her chin. You're bleeding, Zoltoy. She has some blood right on her hairline, and it makes my blood boil thinking someone hurt her. She dabs it with a napkin. It's fine, Nikolai. Just about. I pinned Banger with a stare. What the fuck happened?
Look at me, angry man, Bridget says, pulling my eyes back to her. It's not his fault. I was driving. The guy drove up beside us and swerved. I overcorrected and we hit the embankment.
She looks at Banger, tears welling in her eyes.
I'm so sorry about your car.
Fuck that, baby doll. I don't give a fuck about the car. I'm just glad you're okay. He pulls her into his arms and away from me. It takes everything in me not to jerk her back. I've heard Alexei and Dmitri talk about Bridget for months. I helped them with their plan to win her over. Never did I think when I met her that it would feel like the breath had been knocked from my lungs. But there's no way I can embark on the type of relationship they're all building. Let's get her back to the estate and see what we can find from these cameras, I say, pulling out my phone to get Banger's car towed. There are several businesses here, and at least one of them would have seen the person who dared to hurt her. I have someone on the way for your car. I gently take Bridget's hand and lead her to the passenger side door. Pulling it open, I help her inside, shut the door, and turn to Banger. Do you think this is connected? At this point, I have no fucking clue, but we need to find out because I'm about fucking sick of her getting caught in the middle. I nod in agreement. Have you spoken to Alexei? Yeah. He called and told me what happened. Get in. We'll wait for the tow and then discuss this more at the house. We join Bridget inside the car and she's massaging her temples. Are you okay? I ask, concerned.
Yeah. Just a headache from hitting my head.
She smiles. We lapse into silence, lost in our own thoughts. We've been sitting here for 5 minutes when Bridget reaches over and lays her hand on mine on the gear shift. I jerk my head to look at her.
You're tapping.
The only nervous habit I have is drumming my fingers. Sorry, I say, and squeeze her fingers before moving my hand. I need to watch myself around her. I don't want to give her the wrong impression, but I'll be damned if that little touch didn't make me want to jerk her hand back to mine. The tow truck pulls up minutes later, and we watch as they load Banger's Porsche Chevelle onto the flatbed. I give them instructions to take it straight to the Viper's garage and swing my car around to head back to the estate.
Is this your car?
Bridget asks. Yeah, I answer.
Huh. This is the car Dmitri was driving that night.
I exchange a glance with Banger in the rearview mirror, and he shrugs, indicating Dmitri still hasn't told her why he doesn't drive. But it's not my secret to tell. Anything to do with Victor is a sore subject. I only wish I would have known about it from the beginning. Even Nina, their mother, doesn't know most of it. When Alexei and Dmitri called me to ask if I'd take over the empire, I almost said no. I was running my own, smaller empire in Florida for the Lenkovs, my father's family. When Nina married into the Orlovs, they thought it was going to be a good thing. Little did they know Victor was as evil as they came, and took it out on those boys any chance he got. Now that he's gone, things can go on as they were supposed to, with Alexei and Dmitri sitting at the head of that table instead of me. I'll gladly hand it back and head back to Florida, to my family. I pull through the gates of the estate and pull into the garage. Bridget pushes open the door when I put the car in park, and I hear Banger growl under his breath. Woman never listens, he mutters when her door shuts. We both shove out of the car, and I lead Bridget inside with my hand on the small of her back. I walk her to the bathroom downstairs and open the drawer to pull out the first aid kit. Banger leans against the doorframe.
It's really fine,
she argues, watching my every move. No, it's not, Zolotoy. You could have gotten seriously injured today. She rolls those pretty green eyes.
But I didn't. I guess I shouldn't tell you Banger let me run from the cops.
Banger's head snaps up from his phone, and I narrow my eyes at him. He let you do what? I ask between clenched teeth. Bridget laughs, and it sends a shiver down my spine. I love that sound, and if I could bottle it up to take home with me, I would.
Seriously, it was fun.
I tilt her head up with my fingers under her chin so I can get a better look. I dab it with the disinfecting wipe, and she hisses, "I'm sorry, Zoltoy." Fuck, I need to quit calling her that.
It's okay,
she whispers. This close, I can see that her eyes are a different shade of green around the pupil and have gold flakes. Her freckles take over most of her cheeks and nose. I like when she doesn't cover them up. Shaking my head so I stop staring into her eyes, I finish my task and put a little Band-Aid over the cut. You don't need stitches. Just be careful with it. She's still staring at me, and I'm finding it harder to look away. Mercy said my car's at the garage. He's going to look at the damage, but he said it might be total. Banger loves that damn car, and I know he put a lot of time and money into fixing it up.
I'll pay for the damages,
Bridget says, finally pulling her eyes from mine. Not a chance in hell, baby doll, Banger argues. It's just a car, and it wasn't your fault. But nothing. Banger grabs her hand and tugs her into his arms. We'll get whoever did this, and they can pay for the damages. In blood. That's the hidden meaning behind that. Banger knows there's no damn way whoever did it is paying for shit. We need to get into those cameras, I say. Holden's on it, Banger replies. He's sending what he has now. While Banger leads her to the conference room, I stop by the kitchen and grab painkillers for Bridget's headache and some water. I sit down at the computer with Bridget beside me and Banger on her right. I slide the pills and water to her, and she smiles gratefully. She takes them and drains almost the whole bottle of water. I pull up the file Holden sent. It's been less than an hour, and we already have video from every camera around that time frame. I hit play, and we watch the several different angles of Banger's car coming into view. And then a black sedan comes speeding up on their right, swerving into the front fender, causing Bridget to overcorrect, just like she said. A sick feeling enters my stomach when I see the car run off the road and smash into the embankment, completely crushing the front end. At one of the angles, you can see Bridget's head bounce off the steering wheel, and I have to clench my fist to stop my reaction to that. Who would fucking dare hurt her? No matter how many times we watched it, blew it up, or went back to a certain timestamp, we couldn't get a clear shot of the driver. Holden said he's going to tear the footage apart. He'll find who did this. Banger supplies when he sees how pissed I'm getting. I look at him, and he's got that same look in his eyes. Murder. Did he ever find out who was in her house? I ask, shutting the footage off. Not yet. Which means the guy is not in any known databases, so he's going to dig deeper. This crew has to be one of the best. Between Les's and Micah's, they have the best there is. And now that we have the saviors on our side, I don't worry as much. Have you called Alexei and Dmitri to tell them what happened? I ask. Bridget giggles when Banger grimaces. Maybe she should tell them. They're less likely to kill my ass if she breaks the news. I don't know about that. They were protective over her before she was even theirs. Banger better hope they like him just a little bit.
Chapter 24. Bridget. Just like I suspected, Alexei and Dmitri lost their shit when we told them what happened. I've never heard so many threats of bodily harm in my life, and at times, it wasn't even in English. I don't know what they were saying, but from the tone of voice I can guess it wasn't good. And so did Banger, since all their anger is aimed at him. No matter how scared I was today, Banger kept me calm the entire time. I was also afraid he would be mad over the car, but he's been insistent that the car didn't matter.
Boginia,
Dmitri says softly, pulling my attention back to him. After Alexei threatened to jump rope with Banger's intestines, I tuned them out.
are you okay?
Please stop asking that, I say, scooting under his outstretched arm. He drops it on my shoulders and pulls me closer to him. Alexei sits on my other side, putting his hand on my thigh.
We'll get them,
he promises. I have no doubt. I laugh, then sigh. Does this have to do with the Hellraisers?
We don't know, Zolotoy,
Nikolai answers from his spot in front of us on the love seat.
but I'd say it does.
I nod, agreeing. I don't know about a lot of this, and what I do know, I've picked up from Les. I know they deal with this shit on a daily basis, and that sucks. They shouldn't have to. Where's Ghost and Caden? I ask. Alexei and Dmitri look quickly at each other. Then Alexei looks at me.
There's been some new developments.
Like? I prompt. He explains what happened on their trip to get Nolan and meeting Shadow. My eyes widen when I realize Ghost was hiding something else from Caden, and then my heart sinks, knowing Caden must be crushed. Is Caden okay? Alexei kisses my forehead.
I'm not sure. He took off as soon as we got back into town, and Ghost went looking for him. I'm sure he'd love to hear from you.
I pull my phone from my pocket and excuse myself from the room. I walk around the corner and dial his number.
Hello, Firefly,
he answers on the second ring. Hi. Are you okay? He sighs.
How many more times can I forgive him for lying to me or hiding shit?
Where are you? You can come get me. We'll talk. He pauses, and it makes me frown before he sighs again.
I'll be there in 10.
The line goes dead, and I stare at my phone, debating on calling Ghost. I don't want to take sides, especially since I'm now involved with Ghost too, but I hate to see Caden hurting like this. 10 minutes later, Caden messages me and tells me he's outside. I thank Nikolai for coming to our rescue and kiss Alexei, Dmitri, and Banger goodbye.
Make sure you call one of us. You don't stay alone,
Dmitri reminds me. Yeah, I gripe, walking to the front door. I might act like I don't want to have a babysitter, but I love having at least one of them around. When I walk outside, Caden's Mustang is idling in front of the porch, and he's leaning against the side of it, waiting to open my door. I peck his lips when I get there, and he wraps me in his arms, burying his face in my neck.
I missed you today,
he mumbles against my neck. I hug his waist. I missed you too.
I want to take you somewhere,
he says, when he pulls back, pops open my door, and helps me inside. He shuts the door and strides to his side. He gets in and pulls around the circle in the driveway, headed back toward the gate. He grabs my hand when he's on the main road, leaving our folded hands on my thigh. I have so many questions, but he has such a resigned look on his face that I hold them in. He drives us into downtown Abbs Valley and parks in front of a church. What are we doing here? I ask. He stares out of his window at the church, before finally turning to look at me.
I come here every Wednesday and Friday,
he answers. I've always wondered where he took off to, but I always assumed it was gang business, so I never asked. He opens his door and walks over to my side to help me out, grabbing my hand in his. He walks us into the church. We sit at the back, and I'm more confused than ever. It's definitely not like any church service I've ever been to. Would anyone like to get us started? A girl asks from the front of the room with a soft smile. Caden kisses the back of my hand, gets up from his chair, and walks to the front. She gives him a small hug before she moves to the side so he can stand in front of the microphone. "My name's Caden, and I'm an addict." He looks at me when he says that, and I try to keep the shock off my face. I had no idea. "It's been 2 years since my last hit." People clap politely, and I do too, proud as hell of him. I can't stop the tears from rolling down my face when I see Ghost standing at the door, out of sight, as Caden accepts his 2 years of sobriety chip. He slips back out before Caden can see him, and it makes my heart hurt so bad. I want to be mad at Ghost, but even though he knows Caden's mad at him, he still showed up at such an important time in Caden's life. Caden bounces his way back to me, brandishing his chip. "I'm proud of you," I whisper. He wipes tears from my cheeks. "I thought you'd hightail it the other way, Firefly." "You're stuck with me," I say, hooking my arm through his. He smiles. "I'm okay with that." I listen intently and clap every time someone comes up to tell their story. I have so much respect for someone that can get up there and admit their struggles to strangers and overcome something like addiction. When the last person finishes, we go back outside to Caden's car, and he pulls back onto the street, holding my hand again. I don't know whether to tell him that Ghost was there or not. He drives us to Lookout Point, turns the car off, and just stares out the windshield. I give him time to process whatever he's thinking about, content to just be with him. "I started using heroin when I was 16, he says finally, and I squeeze his hand in encouragement. "Les busted up a club when I was 19 and found me in the back, damn close to overdosing. She pulled me out, shoved my ass in rehab, and told me that I was worth more than the drugs I was using." He looks at me with tears in his eyes. "No one ever told me I was worth anything until her. She saved my life that day, and I'd never disappoint her and use ever again. She visited me every day until the day I got out, and she gave me a family for the first time in my life. She gave me the disciples right after I turned 20 because she believed in me." "I'm sure she's fucking proud of you, Caden," I say past the lump in my throat. "I thought about using the day I found out Ghost lied to me for so long." He rubs his knuckles down my cheek. "Until you flopped down in front of me and demanded we dance." I choke out a sob, and he crushes me to his chest. "Les might have saved me that day, but you saved me every day, Firefly. And I'll continue to do so as long as he'll let me." Caden stayed at my house, and I just held him all night. We never did talk about Ghost, so I'm going straight to the source. Caden had to leave, so I called Alexi to drive me to see the man in question. He pulls in front of the Viper's garage and pulls me in for a kiss. "Do you want me to wait, Maya Shizan?" "No, I'll have him bring me back home," I answer. Before I can get my door open, Alexi is getting out and heading to my side. He sticks his hand in to help me out. "If you don't stop opening your own door." He leaves that threat open. I pat his chest. "Please, threaten to spank me." His eyes flare with heat. "With pleasure," he purrs. Well, if that didn't leave me in a puddle on the sidewalk. He pulls me into his chest and kisses me slowly. My arms go around his neck, and I'm practically climbing him when he chuckles against my lips. "Go talk to Ghost." I exaggerate a pout, and he kisses my bottom lip. "Something tells me he might need you right now." I peck Alexi's lips one more time before making my way to the side of the Viper garage, letting myself in through the door. Ghost's head pops up from talking with Mercy, and my heart breaks when his face falls when he realizes it isn't Caden. He looks wary of me walking into the garage after the last time I threatened to shove a pointy shoe up his ass if he hurt Caden again, but that's not why I'm here. We're all in a different place than what we were then. Mercy looks between Ghost and me, then stands up.
I'm going to leave you to it,
he says with a smile.
Go easy on him.
Mercy whispers on his way by and slips from the garage. I sit in the chair Mercy vacated and take Ghost's hand that's lying on the table, lacing our fingers together. He looks at me with surprise, and I can tell he expected me to chew his ass out again, but he gives my fingers a squeeze anyway. I'm not here to fuss. I start. You and Caden need to work out your own shit. Should you have told him? I shrug. Probably. But I don't know about that part of your life, and I'm not the one you need to tell.
I've tried to call him,
Ghost says, running his fingers through his blonde hair.
I just don't like talking about that time in my life. It wasn't easy, but for him, I will.
He'll come around. He always does. I lean forward and peck Ghost's lips. Thank you for coming last night. That will mean a lot to him.
There's no way I would have missed that. I'm so fucking proud of him.
I feel myself getting choked up again. Even though I wasn't around for that part of Caden's life, I'm damn proud of him, too. I could see the pride shining through his eyes when he received that shiny chip. I am, too. Ghost tugs my hand until I stand up, then pulls me between his thighs. I wrap my arms around his neck and his hands slide down to my hips.
I'm glad you came, Sunshine.
Me too, I whisper. I never saw myself in this place with Ghost. We talked in passing, and I might have flirted more than once, but he's always been polite, sometimes standoffish. So, standing here, looking into his blue eyes, is causing butterflies to attack my stomach. On impulse, I lean in and lay my lips against his. He quickly takes over the kiss by sliding his tongue against mine. He kisses me until I'm melting against him, and he pulls back to look into my eyes. Ghost brings a hand up to the back of my head and pulls my forehead down to his lips, kissing the little Band-Aid covering the small cut from my wreck with Banger.
I'm going to kill the motherfucker that did this to you,
he vows. As long as you don't kill Banger, I joke, trying to release the tension in his shoulders. He chuckles, and his shoulders drop a little, making me want to pat myself on the back.
I won't kill him. Yet.
He points to the middle of the garage where Banger's poor, crushed car is sitting.
But if I find out he let you run from the cops again, I will kill him.
But it was fun, I argue with a grin. It was such an adrenaline rush, and then the kiss after had me ready to ride him in the front seat. It pisses me off even more that some asshole decided to ruin our day.
Ghost rolls his eyes. Of course you'd think it was.
He stands up, causing me to crane my neck to look up at him.
You can have all the fun you want, Sunshine, as long as it doesn't put you in danger.
He pecks my lips.
I need to run to the store to grab a few things. You want to go with me?
Of course, I answer without hesitation. Ghost grabs my hand and leads me outside to his car. When I reach for the handle, he jerks me back into his chest.
Don't you dare,
he growls, reaching around me and popping my door open. I flop in the seat with a huff while he shuts the door. He walks around and slides into the driver's seat. With a grin, he stabs the button to start the car, and I can't even be annoyed when he smiles at me like that. Ghost pulls away from the curb in front of the garage, and when he's on the main road, he slides his hand onto my thigh, rubbing circles on it with his thumb. 15 minutes later, he pulls in front of one of the bigger grocery stores and gives me a warning look before climbing from the car. I shake my head with a laugh, watching him walk around the hood to my side. He extends his hand to help me out after he pops my door open. As soon as I'm on my feet, he backs me into the side of it, his lips going to mine. His fingers thread through my hair, angling my head so he can control the kiss. When he pulls back, we're both breathless, completely forgetting we're standing in a crowded parking lot. He pecks my lips again, takes my hand, and leads me into the store. "What are we here for?" I ask when he picks up a basket.
"I'm cooking for Caden."
"You can cook?" I ask, surprised. Ghost gives me a dry look.
"I'm not a chef, but I make do."
"So, your way to Caden is through his stomach?" I joke.
"He loves to eat. I swear to fuck, he eats 4 times his body weight in a day."
"But he still looks so good naked," I groan loudly, and Ghost laughs, causing several heads to swing our way.
"You're not wrong about that."
We spend the next several minutes getting the ingredients for whatever Ghost is cooking for Caden. We even come up with a plan to get Caden to Ghost's house so they can talk. When we get to the checkout line, I tell Ghost I'm going to wait in the car.
"Don't steal it and run from the cops,"
he says, handing me the keys. "I can't make any promises," I say with a smile and a peck on his lips. I leave the store with a smile on my face, heading for Ghost's Challenger. It truly is a gorgeous car, completely blacked out.
"Is this what you've chosen to do with your life?"
That voice stops me in my fucking tracks. I whip around and come face to face with my ex, Travis, the one who almost made me miss out on what I have with the guys now. "What's that supposed to mean?" I ask, turning around and walking the last 3 steps to Ghost's car.
"Hanging with those types of people?"
I snort. "Those types of people? What are you talking about?" I unlock it to get in, but when I reach for the handle, Travis steps in front of me to block the door. "Move!" I grit out.
"He leads the deadliest gang in the city."
If he only knew. "Move!" I say again.
"Is that what you needed? Some tattooed miscreant?"
I can't help it. I laugh. "Miscreant! You have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Now move!" I try to shove him out of the way, but he just pushes back against my hand. I look into his hazel eyes and wonder what the hell I ever saw in him. Yes, he's attractive, but in a preppy boy kind of way. I've come to realize I like them rougher around the edges.
"I heard what you were talking about in the store. Is that why you left me? So you could whore yourself out for the local thugs?"
Before I can open my mouth, Ghost has Travis by the throat and pushed into the side of his car. Ghost shoves his face into Travis's.
"What the fuck did you just call her?"
Ghost grits out, squeezing harder. Ghost looks at me.
"Is this him?"
I shrug. "The asshole ex? Yeah."
"Get your hands off me,"
Travis says, pushing false bravado into his voice. I can tell he's already scared since he has sweat beating around his temple. Ghost slowly turns back to him.
"Or what?"
He pushes into Travis's face again, and Travis's eyes widen.
"If I ever hear you talk to my girl like that again, I'll make sure your fucking family doesn't recognize you. Do I make myself clear?"
My girl? For fuck's sake. Ghost is openly choking out my ex, and I'm swooning over him, calling me his girl. I lay my hand on Ghost's arm. He's not worth it. Let's just go. Ghost's hand tightens, and then he slams Travis back against the side of the car. He steps back.
"I suggest you get the fuck out of my face and stay the fuck away from Bridget."
Travis gives me one last sneer before hightailing it to his car. Well, that just made my panties wet, I say, making Ghost choke on a laugh. With a shake of his head, he opens my door for me so I can get in. We will talk about the "my girl" comment after he makes things right with Caden.
Chapter 25. Ghost. After mine and Bridget's trip to the store, I dropped her off with Les and Evie so they could have a girls' day. Now, I'm waiting to see if Caden will show up. I feel like shit for having kept something else from him, but I never knew how to bring up my past. It's something that I try damn hard to block out. But he deserves to know how I got the name Ghost in the first place, and how Shadow fits into my life. Just when I think he's not going to show, I hear his Mustang pull right into the front yard. I'm so fucking relieved I can't even be mad that he parked in the yard. Again? I finish setting the table and wait for him to come inside. He pushes in the front door and makes a straight shot to me. I brace myself, waiting for him to punch me in the face. But his lips land on mine, kissing me hard. The shock lasts less than a second before I wrap my arms around his waist and drag him closer. Kissing Caden will never get old. He pulls back to look into my eyes. Thank you for coming last night. I raise a brow. You knew I was there? Yeah. I'd never miss that. I'm proud of you, baby love. He smiles and steps back. I'm proud of me, too. He looks at the table. You cooked for me? I nod my head for him to sit, and when he does, I take the chair in front of him. I figured we could eat and then talk, if that's still what you want. I know that part of your life was hard, but I don't like being blindsided like that. And I'm not mad. I was, but I get it. I just needed a minute to get my shit together. I start making our plates. It isn't much because, like I told Bridget, I'm not a chef. But steak, mashed potatoes, and macaroni and cheese are Caden's favorites. And I'd do anything to make him happy. This is why you're the best boyfriend, Caden says, cutting into his steak. Is that what I am? Your boyfriend? I ask, my heart thumping out of my chest. Duh. You think I'm going to have you and not claim your fine ass as my boyfriend? I relax back in my chair, all the tension of the last 2 days leaving me at his admission. We eat in silence, and I can't help but look at him. Our lives have changed since we took the last steps toward what we had been fighting against. Meeting Caden is the best thing that ever happened to me. And then with Caden came Bridget. When I called her my girl, it just slipped out. But it felt fucking right. I just hope that she doesn't get caught up in the inevitable showdown with my dad. I got a message from Nick earlier that said he delivered our present to my dad. His spy's heart was in a goddamn box, just like he joked about. There's no way he's gonna let that shit go. But this time, I'm ready for him and more pissed off than ever. There's no doubt that he sent someone to run Bridget and bang her off the road, and he's gonna pay for that in blood. Finally finished eating, Caden and I clean off the table, and I lead him back to the living room. He sits on the couch, and I sit in the chair so I can see his face. I take a minute to get my shit together. I run my hand through my hair and blow out a breath. For as long as I can remember, my dad has run Rose Hills. It wasn't until recently that he became mayor. He was never a good guy, and his form of punishment was shoving us in a concrete box in the basement that you couldn't even straighten your legs out in. My mom couldn't give less of a fuck as long as she had whatever she wanted. She didn't care how often he cheated, or how many prostitutes he used to make me and my brother watch him fuck. Caden's eyes widen slightly, but he doesn't comment. It looks like my brother is falling into my dad's footsteps instead of getting the fuck out. I'm 99% sure Gavin, my brother, is the one who ratted out that I was in Rose Hills. Gemma had looked genuinely happy to see me. But Gavin had that calculating look in his eyes that Dad always has. How does Shadow fit in all this? Caden asks. I grew up with him. His dad is best friends with mine, and he's just as fucked up. When I was 12, my dad hired a new guard, Arthur. He was big, broody, and ex-special ops. He realized quickly how our dads treated us and took us under his wing. He taught us how to hide in plain sight. That's how you got the name, isn't it? Caden asks, sitting forward on the couch. I nod. We spent every waking minute learning everything he knew. He taught us hand-to-hand combat, trained us on guns and gun safety, and gave us the courage to eventually fight back. I'll never forget the day he cornered Shadow and me, telling us that he knew and wanted to help. Before that day, he barely spoke a word to us. Training with him was hard as fuck. He didn't go easy on us, even though we weren't even teenagers yet. But we respected the hell out of him in a short amount of time. He's the closest thing I ever had to a real dad. When we got older, we started using the skills he taught us to get into trouble. Why didn't you want to tell me this? Was there something with you and Shadow? I shake my head. Shadow's like my brother, nothing more. I swallowed a lump in my throat, willing myself to tell him the rest. My dad found out when I was 19 that Arthur was the one who aided us in getting into trouble all the time, which he wasn't. He gave us the tools to escape, and like two dumbass kids, we used it for other things. What happened? Caden asks quietly, already knowing this is going to end bad. He confronted me, and I tried to lie, but he wouldn't let it go. He pulled me to the basement where Arthur was already waiting and told me if I didn't kill him, that he would take it out on Gemma. I'll never forget the look in Arthur's eyes. He told me to do whatever I needed to protect my sister. I shot him at point-blank range because I knew Dad would do horrible things to Gemma. And she was just a goddamn kid. It's something I still haven't forgiven myself for. Arthur gave me the life I have today, and I thanked him by shooting him between the eyes. Holy shit, Caden whispers. Where was Shadow? Jail. He got busted breaking into a house for fun, and his dad wouldn't bail him out. I got a letter a month later telling me to leave Rose Hills, and that he would be fine. I guess that's because he ended up with the Saviors. Fuck. I'm sorry, Ghost. What are you apologizing for? I'm the one who didn't tell you the whole truth. Because I can see how much it fucking hurts you about Arthur. I had no fucking idea. But you can't blame yourself for that. You did what you had to do to protect your little sister. How did I protect her by leaving? Even after that threat, I left 2 months later and never fucking looked back. Caden gets up and walks over to me. He straddles my lap and lays his forehead against mine. At some point, you needed to protect yourself too. Just from what you've told me and from what I've witnessed, he would have killed you. And this world needs you, Gabriel. I need you. You just have to stop hiding shit from me. I know, I whisper, pulling him closer. I'm so fucking sorry. And I swear to you that you know all of it now. Good. Caden pecks my lips and pulls back with a smile. What do you say we have some old-fashioned fun to make up for our shit childhoods? Old-fashioned fun? I ask with a chuckle. Yeah. Bridget told me about the ex, so I had Holden find him. I say we pay him a visit. Gang style. Now, this is something I can get on board with. We wait until nightfall before we decide to make our move. And just for the fun of it, we invite Lex, Dee, and Banger. To our surprise, when Lex and Dee pull up at our meeting place, Nick steps from the driver's seat of the Cadillac Escalade. I raise a brow and he grins. What? You don't think I can get dirty with the rest of you motherfuckers? He asks. The more the merrier. Caden laughs. Holden said he's right down the road. We're just waiting on him to leave. You guys good with the plan? Fuck yeah, Lex says, pulling a baseball bat from the hatch of the Escalade. It's been a while since we raised some hell just for fun, and I can feel the excitement coursing around us. Things have gotten as serious as fuck around here, and we need to let loose some steam. Too bad for this pussy motherfucker Travis. He's gonna be on the receiving end. Caden's phone rings, and we wait until he hangs up. He's on the move. We jump back into the vehicles and take off toward the apartment Travis is leaving. Caden starts fiddling with my phone and then cranks up the stereo. Laughing at his choice of music, I hit the buttons to roll the windows down. With Sad But True by Metallica playing, Nick swings the Escalade in front of Travis's white BMW, and I pull in behind him, effectively cutting him off. We spill out, masks already in place, weapons in hand, and just because I'm an asshole, I decide to wear my ghost face mask. I jump onto the hood of his car and see him looking around for any way to get away, but we have the car surrounded. I raise the metal bat over my head and, with a whoosh, swing it until it smashes right into the windshield. The little fucker screams, and I can hear Lex laughing like hell. Between all of us, we bust every fucking window, letting the glass shower down on him. The twins go crazy on the body of the car, making sure it's going to have to be replaced. This is what he deserves for how he treated Bridget. Now, and when they were together, she's one of us now, and we are going to take care of her just like we would anyone else on our side. When we're done, I jump back onto the hood and kick the windshield the rest of the way in. He has snot and tears running down his face. No one messes with our girl, I declare. Let this be a lesson for when you decide to fuck with the Vipers. I pull my mask up with a grin so he can see my face, and with a wink, I jump back down. Let's go. I hear sirens starting to fill the air, and we don't need to get caught, even though none of us give a fuck. Caden and I jump into my car and take off. He pulls off his mask with a laugh. Now that shit was fun! Fuck yeah, it was. I agree. He grabs my hand from the gear shift and puts it on his conch. I'm hard as a fucking rock. Fuck, baby love, I groan, squeezing him through his jeans. I race us back to my house, and we're out before I barely have the car turned off. I unlock the door and pull Caden in, kicking the door shut behind me. My hands go to his shirt and jerk it over his head, more than ready to connect with him again. We come together in a crash of lips, our hands roaming everywhere. I pull back long enough to pull my shirt off before my lips are back on his. I hear the front door open and glance over my shoulder to see Alexei walk in. Banger and Dmitri are going to stay with Bridget, he announces, looking between Caden and me. You can stay, but you're gonna have to listen to us fucking, I say, advancing on Caden. He grins and starts walking backward to my room. I stalk him, keeping my eyes on his hands going to his jeans. Or I can join you. Lex's words stop us both in our tracks. Join us? Caden asks, looking at Lex in disbelief. Since when? You've had my cock in your mouth, Caden, Lex reminds him. I thought that made it pretty clear. I'm not gonna lie, I thought that was just in the moment, Caden says with a laugh. Then he looks at me. I can see how turned on he is. His pupils are completely blown and his chest is heaving. Is that what you want, baby love? I ask, walking to stand behind him so I can see Lex's face. My hands go to Caden's jeans, and I pop the button. You want us both? I slowly slide the zipper down. It's fine, I whisper when he hesitates. I want to see how sexy you look taking his dick. Caden's breath hitches, and Lex steps in front of him, his eyes flaring with heat. Is that what you want, lover boy? You want my cock? I slide my hand into Caden's boxers, making him groan when I massage his cock. Yes, fuck yes, Caden answers. I turn us back toward the bedroom and march Caden that way, my hand still in his pants. I can feel Lex at my back and search for my jealousy before I take this any further. Get naked, I whisper when I don't find any. Caden shivers and turns to face us. Holy fucking shit, he breathes, pushing down his jeans and boxers. He kicks his shoes off and pulls them the rest of the way off. His dick is straining and leaking between his thighs. Am I the only one going to be fucking naked? Lex chuckles, but it's dark. For now. Get on the bed with your ass facing us, he demands, jerking his shirt over his head. Caden turns around and climbs under the bed on his hands and knees. Lex and I exchange a glance, more than ready for whatever is about to happen. I stand back when Lex goes to the bed, rubbing his hands up Caden's ass. No wonder you have ghosts so fucked up, Lex says, squeezing both cheeks. This ass is perfection. Lex's hand slides between Caden's thighs until he wraps it around Caden's throbbing dick. And this? I can't wait to feel it against mine. But first, Lex trails off, leans forward, and places his lips on Caden's spine, kissing back toward his ass. Caden groans deep in his throat and shoves his hips back when Lex's lips land on his ass cheek. I'm hard as a rock, my cock straining to be set free. My fingers rip at the buttons on my jeans, and then I jerk the zipper down. I push them down my hips with my boxers and kick them off. My hand wraps around my cock, stroking it, watching Lex kiss all over Caden's ass and stroking him. I move to the side to get a better view and almost lose it. Caden's head is thrown back, his face relaxed in pleasure. Come help me take care of our boy, Lex says. He steps back and sheds his jeans in a hurry, so he's finally naked. Lex's cock is straining, pointing right at Caden. I step up beside him, and without a word, we kiss down Caden's back until we reach his ass again. Fuck, Caden moans when Lex sinks his teeth into his flesh. I follow suit, and I can't even describe the sound that leaves his mouth. It's a cross between a moan and a whimper, but it's sexy as fuck. Lex licks over his bite mark. On your back. Caden gets in position. Scoot up. Lex instructs until Caden is in the middle of the bed. We stretch out beside him, and Lex seals his lips over Caden's, groaning when their tongues tangle. I had no idea Lex was attracted to Caden. They joke and flirt, but I always thought they were just messing around. Watching them now, I see how entirely false that is. Lex pulls back from the kiss, and we continue kissing down Caden's neck, chest, abs, and his V-line. Our mouths meet at the head of Caden's cock, and Lex's eyes meet mine, knowing this is going to change everything. We both kiss the tip of Caden's dick, and our lips tangle together. I shiver at the contact, and Lex's eyes darken even more than their usual black. We kiss down the side of Caden's cock, and his fingers sink into our hair. Lex and I continue kissing and licking until Caden's hips are lifting and little noises are leaving his mouth. What do you want, baby love? I ask, lifting to see his face. I want someone to fuck me, he says, unashamed of what he wants. We don't want to just fuck you. Lex says, standing from the bed. We want to worship you. Smooth bastard. That's exactly what we're doing. Worshipping Caden's body like he deserves to be. You have me naked and hard as a fucking rock. You don't need to flatter me, Lex. Caden jokes. Who said I was just flattering you? Lex asks, pulling open my bedside table. He pulls out the bottle of lube and tosses it onto the bed. You know I don't say shit that I don't mean. He's telling the truth. Lex is brutally honest, whether it hurts your feelings or not. He doesn't say shit just to make you feel good. Lex walks around to the foot of the bed and climbs up on his knees until he's beside me. He pulls me up by my shoulder, so I'm kneeling beside him. Show us what you've got, lover boy. Lex palms his cock and strokes it hard from base to tip. Caden sits up on his knees and takes us both in his hands. He keeps his hand on mine and leans down to take Lex into his mouth. Lex groans deep in his throat and slides his fingers into Caden's hair. Caden works his mouth back and forth several times before switching to me. Lex scoops the lube from the bed, uncaps it, and squirts it onto his fingers before tossing the bottle down. His hand goes between Caden's ass cheeks, working his fingers inside him. Caden moans around the head of my cock, making me hiss a breath. Does that feel good, baby love? He moans again in answer, and I start working my hips to fuck his mouth. Fuck, you're tight, Lex groans, working his fingers faster. I can't wait to feel his ass wrapped around my cock. Do it, I rasp. I'll take care of his mouth. Lex slides his fingers free and moves behind Caden. He notches his cock at Caden's back hole, and with one hand wrapped around the base, he starts to push inside him. When Lex meets the resistance, he puts his hands on Caden's ass and spreads him wide, then pushes forward, watching himself disappear. Lex's thighs settle against the back of Caden's, and I push into Caden's throat. Goosebumps pop up all over Caden's skin, showing how much he loves this. Lex slowly drags his cock back out, and my eyes are glued to the sight. God damn, you feel good, lover boy. I slip from Caden's mouth so he can suck in a breath. So do you sexy Russian bastard. Lex slams his hips forward, making Caden groan deeply. Fuck! I lift Caden's eyes to mine with my fingers under his chin. You looked sexy taking his cock, baby love. His eyes are glazed over, lost to the feeling of Lex inside of him. Lex tightens his hands on Caden's hips and starts thrusting, slow at first, but the more Caden moves his hips back, taking more of him, the harder Lex gets. Caden's hand is working overtime on his own cock, so I lay down on my back and scoot between his arms until my mouth is in line with his cock, and knock his hand away. I lick around the head of his cock, and the moan that leaves Caden's mouth makes Lex groan in return. I search around with my other hand, looking for the lube bottle that Lex threw down. When my hand comes in contact with it, I snatch it up and uncap it, squirt some of it onto my fingers, and toss it back on the bed. Have you ever had your ass played with, Lex? I ask, kissing Caden's thigh. I've played with it, he admits. You think you two are the only freaky fuckers here? The vision of Lex, spread out, playing with his own ass, flashes through my head, and I can feel my cock jump. Oh, Gabriel likes that, Caden moans, then slides his mouth down my cock. I'm gonna have to see that, I say before letting my slicked-up fingers run through his ass cheeks. When my fingers slide across his back hole, I rub them back and forth, making him shudder. Lex widens his legs, and I slide my middle finger inside. God damn, Lex breathes, moving his hips to fuck Caden harder. When I slide another one in, his control snaps. Hold on, lover boy. Caden moans against the head of my cock, signaling that he's ready. I suck Caden back into my mouth and set a steady rhythm, sucking him and fingering Lex's tight ass. Caden takes me so far into his throat that I feel his nose brush my balls. I jerk my mouth away. Play with my ass, baby love. I knock the lube his way so he can grab it. And it doesn't take long until he's working 2 fingers inside of me. Fuck, my body is in overload. I work my mouth back on Caden and start sucking hard. Lex's hips are working fast, fucking Caden's ass and his ass down on my fingers. We work in sync, and Caden's hips drop, working himself into my throat. I relax against the bed to take him all the way in and let him fuck my mouth as hard as he needs to. God damn, that's sexy as fuck, Lex rasps. Lex braces one foot on the bed and starts pounding his hips forward, making his thighs slap against Caden's ass. Caden swells against my tongue and his cum fills my mouth. I swallow against the head and feel him whimper against the head of my cock. I start working my fingers faster inside of Lex and his thrusts still. He slams himself forward, bearing himself to the hilt, coming with a long groan. I feel my release start blazing through me, and Caden's mouth pops off my cock. Come inside me, he moans, stopping my protests. I gently slide my fingers free while Lex pulls from Caden's ass. I get to my knees and make quick work of slicking my cock up. Lining up, I spread his ass wide to watch Lex's cum dripping out. Transfixed by the sight, I grab my cock with one hand and line up. I don't know if I can go slow. I grit out. I'm already teetering on the edge, and I know how good his ass feels. Then don't, Caden gasps when I start working my way inside. Taking him at his word, I grip his hips and slide inside. I start a punishing rhythm, making grunts leave my mouth and whimpers leave Caden's. My release hits me like a freight train, and I hold myself as far as I can. Baby love, I groan. I pull him to his knees and against my chest, kissing the side of his neck. I thank whoever listens to me anymore that he forgave me. Again. I pull from him and get him on the bed between Lex and me, with him facing Lex. Lex runs his hand over Caden's blue hair and brings Caden's lips to us. Something about the gesture makes a calmness settle in my gut, knowing that someone else cares for Caden the way that I do. Caden turns his head over his shoulder when Lex pulls back and kisses me slowly. I reluctantly pull away. You need to get cleaned up, I say, running my hand down his side. He throws an arm over Lex's waist. No, I don't want to. Lex chuckles and moves even closer. You don't think I'll carry your ass to the shower? Caden groans. Please manhandle me. Fuck, that would be hard. Lex hums, laying back on the pillow. I'll keep that in mind for next time. There's gonna be a next time? I ask. Lex barks out a laugh. I've gotten a taste of his ass now. No way there won't be a next time. You have a problem with that? No, I answer honestly. That was hot as fuck. What do you think, baby love? I think if you two don't shut the fuck up, I'm gonna get hard again. With a laugh, I put my arm over Caden's hip and let my hand rest on Lex's. I've never felt like this before. Light and free. I feel like this with Bridget, too. And that says a lot about the woman she is. Chapter 26. Dmitri. I'm still fucked up over the wreck with Bridget and Banger. Cars and I aren't always on the best of terms, so this is messing with my head. My Bogania was in that car, and when we find out who's behind it, I'll be sure to break every bone, one at a time.
Why are you so quiet?
Bridget asks, snuggling into my side. Just thinking, I answer. After Nick dropped Banger and me at the house, we piled onto the couch to watch movies with her between us.
About?
She prompts, and Banger gives me the side eye, knowing I need to tell her the truth. We'll talk about it later, Bogania. I kiss her forehead. I promise. She wrinkles her nose but looks back at the TV. Banger gives me a hard look, and I give him one right back. I don't want to get into the many ways my father fucked me up right now. I'm still riding the high of scaring the shit out of Riggs. I've never seen a man cry that hard. It was quite entertaining. I excuse myself to the bathroom so I can get my head back on straight. I know not to let myself go down this path, but ever since the night I rushed to Bridget, the nightmares are back, and I even find myself wide awake, getting sucked back into the memory of that burning piece of metal. I splash water on my face and take several deep breaths, not willing to let that motherfucker win again. When I get back to the living room, I stop dead in my tracks. Bridget is straddling Banger on the couch. Their lips fuse together. His hands are on her hips, pulling her down to grind down on him as he lifts his hips. I walk behind them, swipe her hair to the side, and start kissing her neck. She moans into Banger's kiss, already anticipating what might happen. I kiss until I'm at her ear. You look sexy, grinding that greedy pussy on him, Bogania. Bridget jerks her mouth away from his.
We got interrupted the last time we tried to do this.
Banger chuckles and slides his hands under her shirt. We did, and I plan on making up for that. What do you say, D? I say we've got too many clothes on. I've been dying to sink into that pussy again, but I've been biding my time until she worked things out with the others. I'm not going to wait anymore. Do you want this? I ask Bridget.
Yes,
she breathes, lifting her arms so Banger can slide the shirt off. He pulls it off, revealing a dark pink bra that stands out against her creamy pale skin.
You're next.
She tugs at the hem of his shirt, and he sits up enough to jerk it over his head. Her hands land on his abs, and I watch them clench just from her touch. She looks over her shoulder.
Now you.
I grin, bunch the back of my shirt in my fists and pull it off. Her eyes roam down my chest and crawl slowly back to my face. I reach forward and pop the clasp on her bra, letting Banger pull it the rest of the way off. God damn! Banger rasps, massaging her breasts in his hands. You have the perfect tits. They are perfect. Barely a handful with darker nipples that are fucking responsive to any stimulation. That's not all that's perfect, I say, running my hand up the back of her head, closing my fist in her hair. I jerk her head to the side, making a breathy moan leave her mouth. I pull her back until she stands up. Take her shirt off, I tell Banger, licking up the side of her neck. Panties too. Banger raises a brow at my demanding tone, but his hands go to the cotton shorts anyway. He hooks them in the top and shimmies them down her hips. Put your foot on the couch. Show him that pretty pink pussy. She lifts her foot and puts it beside Banger's thigh, giving him a prime view. He lifts his hand and runs his fingers through her wet slit. Is this all for us, baby doll?
Fuck, yes,
she breathes, rocking her hips against his hand. Her back bows against my chest when he slides his fingers inside her. Keeping my hand on her hair, I run the other down her stomach and straight to her clit. Fuck his fingers, Bogania. I say roughly, rubbing in slow circles. She starts moving her hips, chasing her pleasure. Banger leans forward to kiss her stomach. You are a good girl, aren't you? He says.
When you make me feel like this, I can be anything you want me to be.
She pants. I chuckle against her neck. Let's move to the bedroom so we can make you feel good, Bogania. She whimpers when Banger pulls his fingers free. Don't worry, we got you. With my hold on her hair, I turn her around and lead her to the bedroom. I spin her in my arms and take the kiss I've been wanting. She melts into the kiss, her arms coming around my neck. Fuck, she feels good against me, like she's meant to be there. I'll never get enough of the feeling of her soft skin and lips. I pull back reluctantly, and her eyes are focused on my lips. Get on the bed, Banger. You're going to get a taste of the sweetest pussy ever. Her breath catches, and her head moves to track Banger's movements. He walks around us and shoves his pants down, then roughly pulls them the rest of the way off. Banger lays on the bed on his back, roughly stroking his cock.
Holy shit,
Bridget whispers when she takes in his size. Come ride my face, baby doll. I walk her over and help her climb onto the bed. She throws her leg over his head in the 69 position. Banger wraps his arms around her thighs and jerks her pussy onto his face. As soon as her taste explodes on his tongue, he groans deep in his chest. Bridget leans forward and takes Banger's cock into her mouth. I pull the chair over from the corner in front of the bed, take my cock in my hand, and watch while Banger makes my girl feel good. Bridget slides her mouth all the way down, and Banger's hips flex up, sinking himself further. I can hear the noises he's making, devouring her pussy, and she's moaning around his cock. I stroke mine faster, just from the image in front of me. I remember in vivid detail how her pussy tastes and feels. It's not something I'll soon forget. Banger reaches down and pulls Bridget from his cock, places a hand in the center of her chest, and pushes her until she's sitting completely on his face. He said right his face, Bogania, I rasp. Her eyes flash to mine, and she moans deep in her chest when she sees my own hand wrapped around my cock.
Fuck, that's sexy,
she moans again. Her hands go to her breasts, massaging and rolling her nipples between her fingers. Bridget's hips start moving, rocking back and forth on Banger's tongue.
Oh, fuck.
That's it, I encourage. Suck his face. Banger groans and pulls her down harder.
Banger, fuck.
Her hands slap down on his hips, and she grinds her hips down. If he suffocated right now, he'd die a happy man. Her back bows on a moan.
Banger!
God damn, she looks beautiful when she comes. Banger gets her to turn around, so she's facing him, his cock hovering right at her pussy, and slants his mouth over hers. I get up from the chair and climb up behind her, running my hands up her back. Do you have condoms? I ask. She pulls away from the kiss and leans back against my chest.
I'm clean, and I have an IUD.
You want us bare inside you, baby doll? She nods. I'm clean. Never done this with anyone else. You know I'd never put you in danger, Bogania. The thought of sliding my naked cock inside of her, marking her, is fraying the last bit of control I have.
I know,
she answers, looking over her shoulder.
I want to feel you. Both of you.
Ride his cock while I get you ready, I see, rubbing my knuckles down her red cheeks. Bridget reaches behind her, grips Banger's cock, and lines it up with her pussy. His hands fly to her hips when she starts to sink down, his fingers flexing. God damn, baby doll, you feel good? Bridget moans the whole slow slide down until her thighs settle against his.
You do too.
I reach into her bedside table and pull out the bottle of lube, not wasting any time, slicking my fingers up. I wrap my hand in her hair and pull her against me. Kissing her neck, I slide my fingers between her ass cheeks and slowly push 2 fingers inside of her. Is he stretching that pussy, Bogenia?
Yes,
she breathes, rocking her hips to take more.
Please fuck me, Dimitri.
I love the sound of my name leaving her pouty lips. I work my fingers harder, scissoring them apart. When she starts shoving her hips back, I know she's ready. I pull my fingers free, lube my cock up and line up. Lean forward. She braces her hands beside Banger's head, and keeping a tight grip on the base, I push forward until I meet resistance.
Please,
Bridget chains, grabbing her hips in a tight grip. I thrust forward, watching in fascination as she stretches to accommodate me. Fuck, she's getting tight, Banger groans, his hands sliding up her stomach to her breasts.
First time, Banger?
Bridget asks, making me chuckle. Yes, Banger answers. Call me Roman. He slams his hips up, and she moans deep and throaty.
Roman.
Yeah, just like that. It takes a few thrusts to get a rhythm, but when we do, we sync up perfectly, pulling out of her at the same time. Each time we push back in, she moans, and it sends a shiver down my spine. I plaster my chest to her back and brace my hands beside hers, working my cock in and out. I'll never get tired of you wrapped around my cock, Bogenia.
Put your money where your mouth is and fuck me, Dimitri.
I sit back on my knees, wrap my hand in her hair, and pull her roughly to her knees. She whimpers but tightens around us. You might own me any other time, but I own you in here. Do I make myself clear? I turn her head to the side so I can see her face when she doesn't answer. Do I make myself clear? I repeat. Defiance is written all over her face.
You don't own me,
she argues. I tighten my hand in her hair, and her eyelashes flutter. I grin. You think of it as a bad thing. I don't want to rule over you, but I do own your pleasure. We all do. Do you want pleasure, or do you want to argue? I watch the emotions flash across her face. Fighting against whatever her ex did to her, I will spend the rest of my days making sure she never feels like that again. Answer me.
Yes,
she moans when I drag my cock slowly back out. Yes, what? I insist.
You own my pleasure.
Good girl, Banger groans. He slides his hand between them to rub her clit. When he makes contact, her hips jerk. Now come, force. Keeping my hold on her hair, we start sawing in and out of her. Her hips are moving, meeting us thrust for thrust. She comes with a scream, and we don't let up, our movements never halting.
Oh, God!
Bridget moans. What did we tell you last time? There is no God in this room. Let us know who's making you feel good, I demand roughly.
Dimitri, Roman.
Fuck, yes, Banger grunts. Her body starts shaking, signaling another release. I let my hold go on her hair, put my hand between her shoulder blades, and push her until she's flush against Banger's chest. He torches her ass perfectly for me so I can slam into her just like I know she loves. You take us good, I paint. You going to come, Bogenia? She moans in answer, causing us to go harder. Sweat is coating all our bodies, but none of us are ready to give up yet. We fuck her through 3 more orgasms and start working her up to the 4th. Our breathing is ragged. My heart is thumping in my chest. I'm going to come, Banger groans. One more.
I can't,
Bridget moans, but she's still moving with us. You can and you will. One more, I command. Banger's hand is still working between them.
Roman, Dimitri.
Her release flashes through her, and it takes Banger right behind her. Baby doll! He groans deeply. My thrusts stutter, and I bury myself as far as I can. Fucking you, I rasp. Bridget collapses completely against Banger's chest. We gently pull from her and take her to the shower. I wrap her hair in the clip so I don't get it wet, and we take turns washing her. After we wash, we take her back to bed and place her between us with her head on my chest. She sighs sleepily and snuggles closer. I rub my hand down her hip, content as fuck for the first time in my life that she's mine. And I get to share her with my family. Lex and I had already decided when we settled down we wanted it to be together. Growing up with a father like Victor, we had to band together against him, and it brought us even closer. We don't like to be apart, so we never wanted to find someone to tie us down. Until Bridget. And the fact that Caden, Ghost, and Banger are a part of this makes it even better. Bridget's soft breathing drifts across my chest, letting me know she's fallen asleep. I kiss the top of her head. "Я люблю тебя," I whisper, even though she can't hear me. She needs to know how I feel, but I'm content to whisper it into her dreams. Chapter 27. Caden. Finally getting the full truth from Ghost, I feel relaxed in our relationship for the first time. Even before I found out about Shadow, I had a feeling he was hiding something. I took the day to think about everything before I went to talk to him, because I wanted to be in the right place to listen. I wasn't running from him this time. Accepting my 2-year chip with Bridget by my side made the accomplishment that much better. The old saying, once an addict, always an addict, is true. Just because I don't use doesn't mean I don't struggle with it every fucking day. But with my family by my side, I know I can make it through this life. Like I told Bridget, Les saved my life that day, but they continue to save me. Ghost showing up proves what we have is much deeper than just sex or just a relationship. We've always connected on a much deeper level since the beginning. I knew Ghost from reputation before we came together for Les, but nothing prepared me for the instant attraction when I finally got to talk to him. "Where's your mind at, lover boy?" Lex asks, coming to sit beside me. We came to the Viper garage first thing this morning so Ghost could start working on Banger's car. We wouldn't know if it was salvageable until he got underneath it. "Just thinking," I say. Last night with Lex and Ghost is still very fresh in my mind. Lex is more than attractive. He's hot as fuck. And not just his looks. It's the way he carries himself with confidence. It's the first thing I noticed about Ghost, too. After they thoroughly fucked me, Ghost took me to the shower to clean me up, and Lex joined him shortly after. I've never felt worshipped, and the fact they took the time to make me feel that way meant more than I could put into words. "About?" Lex prompts, casually throwing his arm on the back of my chair and leaning back in his. "Everything. Bridget, Ghost, this thing we've started." I look over at him. "You?" He raises a brow. "Me?" "What the hell was that last night, Lex? You've never even hinted at liking men." "I don't," he admits, making my heart sink. I look away, confused as fuck. Did he not like what happened? Was I an experiment? "Except you. And Ghost." Lex reaches over to grab my chin and pulls my eyes back to his. I don't regret last night, so wipe that out from your face. Everything I said was true. He rubs his thumb across my bottom lip. Don't doubt the pull you have on me. Well, fuck, Lex. I laugh. We've joked around, but I never knew you felt that way. He shrugs and drops his hand to my thigh. I guess I never said anything because I saw what was between you and Ghost. But the question is, do you feel the same way? Are you asking if I have a crush on you, Lex? I joke, and he squeezes my leg in a warning. I mean, your dick game is good, but I don't know if it's crush-worthy. Ghost starts laughing from underneath Banger's car, and the sound carries around the garage. No matter how many times it happens, making him laugh is still my favorite thing to do. Damn, Lex. That had to burn, Ghost says. What's going to burn is my handprint on Loverboy's perky ass. Lex growls. Oh, you're into spanking? I wiggle my eyebrows. Maybe you can bend Bridget and me both over and take turns. Fuck, baby love. Shut up. I watch Ghost adjust his hips under the car and know I just gave him a beautiful mental image. Just imagine, I continue, Bridget's pretty ass next to mine, red from your hand. I'm wondering who you'd fuck first. You could fuck her first, get your cock nice and wet, then let me suck it off again. Or we could go even further. The more that I talk, the darker Lex's eyes get. The downside, now I'm hard as a rock, but I can't stop. I could fuck Bridget while you fuck me, and Ghost could fuck you. Or you could fuck Ghost, whichever gets your dick hard. Shut up, Lex grits, making me grin. I think she'd love it. I bet her pussy would be dripping. I don't get to finish that sentence. Lex's hand shoots out and locks around my throat, cutting off my air. Keep talking, and I'm going to shove my cock so far down your throat that you'll feel me there for a week. You think that's a threat? I wheeze. He opens his mouth to answer, but is cut off by the sound of Ghost's phone ringing. I spin it to face me on the table when Lex drops his hand. It's unknown, I call out. Ghost rolls from under the car and walks over. Damn. I watch every shift of muscle on his grease-streaked naked chest, practically fucking drooling. He snatches the phone up and slides to answer. Hello, he answers, and I watch his face pale when the other person answers. Put it on speaker, I whisper. Ghost looks panicked and frozen in place, so I reach out, take his phone, and do it myself, laying the phone on the table. Got your present, Gabriel. Do you think that's funny? Lex and I exchange a glance, confused. Yes, Grant. I find it very fucking funny, Ghost finally answers. Grant? That's Ghost's fucking piece of shit dad. Do you think it's funny to bring harm to my family? I'm your family, Grant booms. You're the one who scurried away to hide in Abbs Valley. Do you think Anton's the only mole I have? It's time for you to come back home. I know about Tink, Ghost barks, his confidence coming back in spades. You couldn't find anyone better than him to do your dirty work. I knew you were pussy, but I didn't know you were stupid. You finally grew some balls. That's a far cry from the weeping boy who put a bullet into Arthur. Low fucking blow. Is that what it's going to take to get you to come back home? I see that pretty redhead you've been with lately. What's her name? Bridget. Lex sits up in his chair so fast that I flinch. I grab his arm in warning when he opens his mouth. I know it pisses him off, and it does me too, but this is something that Ghost needs to handle. You leave her name out of your goddamn mouth? Ghost grits out from between clenched teeth. I'll never come back to you. You belong here. You belong to me. I'll take them all out until you realize that. You can't win this, Gabriel. You might have taken my transport down, but there's many more where that came from. Fuck you, you piece of shit. Who the fuck brags about something like that? You're one sick fuck, and I'm going to enjoy bringing you down. Ghost reaches out and stabs the end call button. I see that wild look in Ghost's eyes and get up from the table. He takes 2 steps back and holds his hand up. Don't. Not right now. He looks at Lex. Help me get the bumper off this goddamn car. He spins on his heel and marches back to the car. Wait a fucking minute, I demand, halting him in his tracks. I walk around until I'm standing behind him. Don't shut me out like that. Ghost drops his head. I'm not shutting you out. I grab his arm and turn him around. Yes, you are. Let me help you. Help me do what? Not fall to fucking pieces because of one fucking phone call? Yes, I say simply. It doesn't make you weak because you have to lean on someone. Fuck, baby love. I don't know how to do that. Then let me show you. I wrap my arms around his waist and pull him in for a hug. He's stiff as hell at first, but melts against me, wrapping his arms around mine. Lex steps behind Ghost and settles his hand on my hips, boxing Ghost in. Let us show you. God damn it, I hate this shit. I should have killed him when I had the chance. And I should have killed mine. Lex says, I could have stopped a lot of fucked up shit Victor set in motion if I would have. But we both know that isn't the answer. Your father craves power, just like mine did. That's how you take him down. Hot and smart, I mutter, making Ghost choke on a laugh. Some of the tension leaves his body, and I breathe a sigh of relief. Mission accomplished. He's right. We hit your dad where it hurts. First, we need to take out Tink. How? Ghost asks. He went into hiding the minute he started working for Dad. Then I guess it's a good thing you have a good fucking team behind you. You have the fucking Italian, Mexican, and Russian mafia in your back pocket. Use them, I argue. I don't want to involve them unless I have to. I just need you guys. You have us. 1,000%. Lex adds. We need to put better protection around Bridget. Agreed. But she's going to claw our eyes out if we try to put her in hiding, I remark. No way in fuck is Bridget going to let us stick her in a safe house somewhere. But the fact that Grant mentioned her by name means she's going to be his first target. He thinks she's weak, but he's sadly fucking mistaken. We can move her into the estate, Lex suggests, making Ghost and me laugh. What? Ghost steps from between us and nods his head to the table. We get settled around it, and Ghost levels Lex with a look. You really think she's going to go for that? Bridget's independent as hell. She's not going to want to be locked up in your castle. I didn't say locked up. She can go as she pleases, as long as she has us with her at all times. She's been agreeable to that so far, but for how long is a different matter. We talk to her and see what she says. But I'm not forcing her to do anything. This should be fun.
No fucking way, Alexei.
Just as suspected, Bridget laughed in Lexi's face, which only served to piss him off. After we decided we needed to talk to her, we came straight to her house. Ghost, Banger, and I are sitting back, letting Lex and Dee take the heat. We aren't stupid. It's temporary, he says evenly. You can still come and go as you please with any of us.
I already agreed to a fucking bodyguard, Alexei. I'm not agreeing to this.
Bogenia, Dmitri says softly. Out of the two, he's the softer-spoken one, but no less fucking scary. We just want you safe, and now that Grant has mentioned your name, you aren't anymore. You'd have full access to the estate and anything in it.
I'm sure Nikolai doesn't want me under his feet.
I have to contain a snort. Banger told me how Nick acted when he thought Bridget was hurt. Nick is cool as hell, but I'm not sure how Lex and Dee will react to that same information. Nick will be fine with it. You must remember, my Ajizin. It's our house. What we say goes, no matter who's running things behind the scenes. Firefly? I say, finally speaking up. They have so much shit to do there. It would be like a mini vacation. 2 pools, a tennis court, a game room, a movie room, and a fucking sauna. We could have so many fucking sleepovers. Bridget laughs.
Our sleepovers changed meaning the moment we fucked, Caden.
We can still braid each other's hair and talk about boys. We can just compare the boys now. Lex drops his head in his hand and rubs his temples. Not the time, lover boy.
Wait,
Bridget says, looking between Lex and me.
You two?
Yep. I grin, and Ghost breathes a laugh. All 3 of us.
Bridget's eyes widen. I want a front row seat to that next time.
Dmitri sits in his seat with a smile. You finally made a move, Lex. It's about fucking time. Of course you knew, I laugh. They know everything about each other without even talking. It's some kind of weird twin telepathy that freaks me out, but also makes me curious. Lex slices a hand through the air. Back on desk. We need you safe, and this is our best option. Or we kidnap you and lock you in a safe house. The choice is yours. Bridget's eyes narrow.
I'd like to see you try.
Don't tempt him, sunshine. He's got that crazy look in his eyes. Bridget snorts.
He looks like that all the time.
I bust out laughing and choke it off when Lex glares at me. He looks slowly back to Bridget. You would have your own space. The house can more than accommodate everyone. Everyone? Banger asks. What does that mean? It means we are safer in numbers, Dmitri says smoothly. We are usually together anyway. It makes sense. Aw, Lex, you want me to move in with you? I mean, it's kind of fast, but if you want to be my sugar daddy, you can. I joke, trying to break the tension in the room. Lex finally huffs a laugh, and I want to pump my fist in victory. I'll buy you whatever you want, lover boy. Well, damn. Bridget looks around the room and rolls her eyes.
Fine. But I will not stay cooped up in that house. And the minute this shit is over, I'm coming back here.
Done. Lex agrees a little too fast. Something tells me Lex is going to fight like hell to make her stay. Chapter 28. Banger. This isn't how I saw this conversation going when Ghost said we needed Bridget under closer protection. I'm still not sure how I got roped into moving in with Lex and Dee for a while. Not that I'm complaining. They are family, and after last night, I'm not letting anything happen to Bridget. I still feel like total shit over the wreck, and I'm honestly surprised neither of the twins have killed me. Lots of threats were thrown out, but I'm glad they're actually on my side. Are you sure this is all you want to take? I asked Bridget. She barely packed a couple of bags, and we're getting ready to leave for the estate. She shrugs.
If I need anything else, I can come back and get it. Plus, this is short term.
I saw the look in Lex and Dee's eyes. This is what they've been wanting. And when she tries to leave, shit's gonna hit the fan. Especially after what I heard Dee whisper to her last night. I've been around them long enough to be able to pick up on a few phrases, and I've heard them talk to their mom. Okay, I say, picking up her bags and walking toward the living room.
Why do you say it like that?
Bridget asks, hot on my heels. Say it like what?
Like you know something I don't.
I do, but I'm not opening that can of very fucked up worms. I just agreed, baby doll. I wait by the door while she sets the alarm and slides her shoes on. You know we can find another way. I see the hesitation on her face, and I don't want her to feel like we boxed her into a corner. We all agree that we want her safe, but I want her to be comfortable with that decision. I follow her to her car after she locks the door and sets her stuff in the back seat.
I know, but I also don't want to be one of those girls that gets hurt because she's too fucking stubborn to accept help. I know it isn't safe. I'll deal with the rest.
She tosses me her keys.
I figured you might not want to ride with me.
She laughs. I catch them one-handed and pop her door open. That wasn't your fault. She shrugs and slides into the passenger seat without comment. I shut her door and walk to the driver's side, my eyes going everywhere. I feel like someone's watching us, but I chalk it up to being paranoid about the next attack. I back out of her parking spot and hit the main road. I watch Nick roll in behind us in his white Escalade and realize that we were being watched, but not by the enemy. Sneaky fucker.
So, when was someone going to tell me you trashed my ex's car?
Bridget asks, and I can't help the smile that spreads across my face. We haven't had fun like that in a long time, and we were due for it. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Seriously? Tell that to the look on your face. What if I wanted to go?
We would have taken you, I say without hesitation. You should have seen his fucking face. I laugh.
I really hate that I missed that.
I sneak a quick glance at her, and she's staring out of her window. I slide my hand onto her thigh and squeeze. Tell me what happened. I know she has hang-ups about her ex, but she's never said why.
He was just a douchebag. He wanted a doormat, and when I wouldn't fall in line, he cheated. A lot. He always said I was too loud, too much, too in your face.
He's a fucking idiot. Who the hell would try to change a girl like Bridget? One of my favorite things about her is that she says what's on her mind. She goes after what she wants, and that makes her even sexier in my eyes. Is that why you were afraid to start things with Lex and Dee? She turns in her seat to face me.
I'm still afraid of that. They say they like it now, but that can change.
I snored. Baby doll, they like everything about you, especially the things your shit-for-brains ex didn't like. I glance at her, and then back to the road. We all do.
You know, I joked with Les and Evie about wanting this type of thing, but never thought it would actually happen.
I never thought this is what I'd want when I finally decided to settle down. Not that I know if this is going to be long-term or not, but when I look in my future, I see us all in the same place. With Bridget. She has a way of drawing you in and not letting go.
The car has been following us for a while,
Bridget says, breaking me from my thoughts. I'm fucking impressed she even noticed. I chuckle. That's Nick.
The hot cousin, Nick? I roll my eyes with a laugh.
Yes, the hot cousin Nick.
Interesting. Why the extra security detail?
We aren't taking any chances with your safety.
Do you really think I'm in that much danger?
I want to lie and say no, because I don't want to worry her, but I also want her to take this seriously. I want to say no, baby doll, but it looks like Ghost's dad is going to stop at nothing to fuck with him. You're standing at the top of that list.
I'm not going to pretend that I understand any of this, because I don't know everything, but I just want you to know I'm taking this seriously too.
I squeeze her thigh in understanding. Bridget's smart, and I already knew she'd take this seriously. I just worry being stuck under constant surveillance would be too much for her. I pull to the gate at the estate, roll the window, and key in the code. The gate swings open, and I drive to the top of the driveway. Lex comes down the steps when I pull in front of the porch and opens Bridget's door. I made space for her car in the garage. I shake my head and hide a smile when he helps her out of the car. I can only imagine what changes they would be willing to make just to keep her here. The garage door slides open, and I see his spot right in front beside Lex's Lamborghini. Nick pulls in on the other side when I pop the door open to get out. "What's with the creeping, Nick?" I ask with a laugh. "I just wanted to ensure you both were safe. The last time you were alone together, you were in an accident." He holds up a hand when I glare at him. "I didn't mean anything by that. I just meant that it doesn't hurt to have backup." "That's the only reason?" I've seen the way he looks at Bridget. It's the same way we all look at her. Nick frowns. "Yes." He spins on his heel before I can ask any more questions and walks through the door into the house with me right behind him. When we hit the hallway that separates the garage door from the foyer, Lex has Bridget pressed against the wall with his mouth over hers. Her fingers are sunk into his hair, and she's making those noises that drive me fucking insane. I look at Nick and have to stifle a laugh. He's staring so hard that I'm surprised his eyes haven't bugged out of his head yet. He finally shakes his head like he's trying to shake off the image and storms off the other way. There's no keeping my laughing now. It echoes down the hallway and causes Lex and Bridget to separate. "What's so damn funny?" Lex asks, throwing an arm over Bridget's shoulder. "Nick probably went to jack off," I answer between laughs. Lex's brows furrow. "Why?" I gesture between them. "The show you guys were just putting on." "Why would that matter?" he asks. I give him a look of disbelief. "You don't see it, do you?" It's Bridget's turn to frown. "See what?" "Oh, this just got so much more interesting." Chapter 29. Alexei. I know using what's going on to get Bridget under my roof is wrong, but I can't pass up this chance. I know she still has reservations, and this is my chance to prove they're misplaced. After I showed her to her room, we came downstairs to the game room. Dmitri and Bangor took off to take care of something for Ghost. We are laughing and joking, and it makes me feel damn good to have all my family around me. Except for Nick, who's made himself scarce since we got here. Bangor's comments about Nick have been rolling around in my head. Does Nick feel the same way we do about Bridget? Nick is blood family, and I know he'd treat her with the utmost respect. Do I want to share Bridget with anyone else? The answer lies solely with her. Whatever she wants, I'll give her in a heartbeat, even if that is Nick. "That's cheating, Firefly," Caden exclaims. I look over at him, and he's pouting. Bridget is leaning over the other end of the pool table from him, showing him cleavage and making him miss his shot.
No one said I was going to play fair. Bridget laughs. I suck at pool. I have to use every advantage I can.
I walk behind Caden. Two can play that game, lover boy, I whisper. She lines up for her shot with Ghost coaching her. As soon as she aims to take the shot, I run my hand down Caden's stomach, straight to his cock. Her shot goes wide, and she slams the pool stick down on the table.
Now that's bullshit. You guys can actually play. You don't have to cheat.
So you admit you cheated, Caden retorts. I move my hand up to his waist and pull him back against my chest. She throws her hands up.
Of course I fucking cheated.
You must pay for your sins, Firefly, Caden declares, and she narrows her eyes. Let's up the stakes.
No cheating this time. What are the stakes?
She asks with suspicion. I win, and I get to fuck you over the side of the pool table, Caden says, and my cock jerks in my jeans. He's not messing around.
And if I win?
You get to let me fuck you over the side of the pool table. It's a win-win, Firefly. Ghost starts laughing. That's not how bets are made, baby love. Bridget grins.
If I win, you have to watch Ghost fuck me over the pool table. But you can't touch yourself. And no one can touch you either.
Fuck, I love this girl. I like those stakes, sunshine. Caden shrugs. I'm not worried. He starts racking the balls and gestures to Bridget with a bow.
Ladies first?
Remember what I showed you, my Yajizin.
Whose side are you on?
Caden asks, whirling around to face me. I get to see her naked either way, I point out. Bridget rolls her shoulders, picks up her pool stick, and lines up for her shot. I watch her line up perfectly like I showed her, and when she lets the pool stick fly, the balls break perfectly, sinking a stripe. She doesn't waste any time sinking two more, which, honestly, were easy shots, but Bridget's not going to go down easy. This goes on until they both have one ball left and the 8 ball. Caden lines up for his shot, but it spins without going into the corner pocket.
I don't hear you talking shit anymore, Caden. What happened?
Bridget taunts, shaking her ass at him when she lines up. I think you fucking hustled me. Caden grouches. Bridget laughs.
No, I just don't lose easy.
She sinks the last of the stripes and lines up for the 8 ball. I watch her look at her best shot and smile with pride when she picks the right one.
Eat shit, Caden.
She lets the stick go, and the 8 ball rolls right into the pocket. She tosses the stick onto the table and starts dancing around him, making sure to rub her ass all over his cock.
I won! I won! I won!
She chants. Actually, I think I won. Ghost laughs. The air in the room changes when he reminds her what the stakes are. Her face starts to flush, and she runs her hands up Caden's chest.
Get ready to pay up. Get naked. Why do I have to get naked if I'm not joining? Because I want to see how hard you get watching your hot boyfriend fuck me.
She grins and spins around, walking to Ghost. What about me? I ask.
You're next.
Ghost pulls Bridget against his chest. I think she told you to do something, baby love. Fucking bullshit. Caden grumbles, pulling his shirt over his head and shoving his shorts down. His dick is already hard, just from the thought of watching. Ghost slowly peels Bridget's tank top off and unclasps her bra, letting it fall from her arms. Their eyes are locked on each other, their chests heaving. Bridget slides her hands under Ghost's shirt and pulls it over his head, then lets her hands trail from his pecs to the top of his shorts. He grabs her wrists before she can pull them down and spins her until she's bent over the side of the pool table. A little breathless moan leaves her lips when he pushes until her cheek is pressed against the velvet top. Ghost pulls her arms until her wrists are lying at the base of her spine. Stay like that, sunshine. I walk to the other side of the table, across from Caden, for a better view. Caden flops down in one of the chairs, his hands locked on the arms of the chair so he doesn't touch himself. Ghost crouches down and pulls Bridget's shorts down with her panties. He helps her out of them and runs his hands up the backs of her thighs. Widen her legs. She does as he says, and the Ghost groans. You're already dripping wet for me, sunshine. Goddamn, she looks gorgeous right now. The table is the perfect height for her eyes to perch out, giving Ghost a view of her pussy. He runs his fingers through her slit, barely just a tease. Then she pushes her ass back, seeking more. Ghost chuckles, but it's a dark sound that has even my cock paying attention. He does this until little whimpers are leaving her mouth. Tell him what you want, my Yashizin.
I want him to touch me.
Where? Caden asks. I look over, and his knuckles are white from the grip he has on the chair.
My pussy?
Like this. Ghost slides his fingers up until they brush a clit. Where do you want my mouth on you?
Your mouth.
Bridget moans when he suckles her clit. My fucking pleasure, Ghost comments. He spreads her pussy open with his thumbs and dives in. The moan that leaves her mouth makes my cock jump in my sweatpants. I shove them down with my boxers, kick them off, and pull a chair over. I sit back in it and take my cock in my hand. Bridget's eyes are locked on the movement of my hand, so I slide it up and down slowly.
Oh, fuck.
Bridget chokes out, her back bowing. I can hear the noises Ghost is making, devouring her, and I wish it was my tongue between her thighs. This is so unfair, Caden whines. My eyes flash to his, and he's looking between Ghost and Bridget and me stroking my cock. I stroke up and squeeze the head to make pre-cum drip from the tip. Taking my thumb, I wipe it off and bring it to my mouth, sucking my cum from it. Caden grits his teeth, and I watch him struggle to follow Bridget's rules.
Gabriel.
Bridget moans, shoving her hips back on Ghost's face.
Holy shit.
He's tongue-fucking her pussy and using his fingers to massage her clit. Her body's shaking, and she's starting to tense.
Gabriel!
She goes off with a scream, and I have to pull my hand away from my cock so I don't come with her. Ghost jumps to his feet, shoves his sweatpants down, lines up, and slams inside of her. Her scream echoes off the wall. He locks his hands on her biceps in a tight grip and uses them for leverage to fuck her hard. Bridget's head is tossed back on her shoulders, her mouth slightly parted. You have the best pussy I've ever felt, Ghost grits out. So wet and sweet. His thighs are slapping against the back of hers, but she's pushing back to take more of him.
You fuck me so good,
Bridget gasps. Caden scrubs a hand down his face. I've never been so goddamn hard in my life. His cock is twitching and throbbing. I can't imagine what he's feeling right now. Bridget swivels her head to look at him. Ghost's thrusts get even harder, slamming into her so hard he grunts on impact.
Fuck!
Bridget yells.
I can't. Oh my god!
She comes again with a scream, and Ghost doesn't let up. He works her up to another one, and I see that he's holding on by a thread.
Gabriel!
Shit, Ghost grunts. He slams inside of her so hard that her hips smack the wood around the pool table. Sunshine! He comes with a groan. He pulls her up, so her back is against his chest, and seals his lips over hers for a quick kiss. You're fucking amazing. He pecks her lips one more time before laying her back against the table. He slides from inside her, steps back, and watches his cum dripping down her thighs. It's your turn, he says to me, stepping to the side. I pop to my feet and step behind her, running my hand up her back. I line up with the other until just the head of my cock is sitting inside her. How do you want this, my ashes?
Fuck it up.
Bridget giggles. I slam my hips forward and she moans deep in her chest. I hook my hands on her hips and set a relentless pace. She takes every thrust with a moan, pushing her hips back, begging for more. Movement from the door catches my eye, and I look up, expecting D or banger. Except I look up and lock eyes with Nick. His face is flushed, and his hands are locked into fists at his side. Testing a theory, I wrap my hand in Bridget's hair and jerk her head up so she can see who's watching me fuck her. Her pussy clamps down on me, and she comes so fucking hard she almost takes me behind her. Never slowing, I keep pounding into her, holding her head, making her look at him. If he wants her, he's going to have to make the first move. Ghost and Kate had already spotted him, so I know they don't have a problem with him being here. And Banger's comments from earlier prove he didn't either. I already know what Dee will say about it, so now it's up to Bridget and Nick. I pull Bridget up until her back is flush against my chest, still ramming my hips forward. His eyes crawl down her body, now exposed to him. You see what you're doing to him? I whisper in her ear. Yes, she paints. Is he hard for you, my Yashin? She nods. Do you want him? She moans but doesn't answer. I tighten my hold on her hair. Answer me. God, yes. Her pussy flutters around my cock, and then she explodes. Alexi! I come behind her with a long groan. I wrap my arm around her chest and kiss the side of her neck. She sighs and places her hand on my arm. I never thought she'd give me the chance, but I'll do everything to prove she made the right choice. Chapter 30. Nikolai. I should walk away, but my feet are stuck to the ground. Being around Bridget for short periods of time is hard enough, and now Lex and Dee have moved her into the house. I hid like a coward when she first got here, and after a while decided I wasn't hiding anymore, so I went in search of them. I heard her moaning before I made it to the doorway of the game room, and should have turned the fuck around then. Walking into the game room and seeing her bent over the pool table, it took all my willpower not to walk in and finish what Lex was already doing. Then he made sure she saw me standing here like an asshole, watching my cousin pound the fuck out of her. Lex finally finishes inside of her with her eyes still on mine. They trail down to my obvious erection and crawl back to my face. She doesn't look like she wants me to leave, so I lean against the doorway and let her look all she wants. Well, this just got interesting, Caden says. He's still kicked back in the chair, completely unbothered by the fact I can see his hard cock straining. Ghost laughs. That's putting it mildly, baby love. Lex, a word? I got out, spinning on my heel and storming off to the office. My resolve to stay the fuck out of this is wavering. I thought I wouldn't be able to watch her getting fucked by someone else, but my hard dick is telling me that's a lie. Lex comes into the office minutes later with just his boxers on. What What? Are you kidding me? You know that goddamn game room has a door. Lex grins. What would be the fun in that? I fall into my chair at the head of the table. You can't just do that shit around the house. Lex sits on the other end. Why not? It's my fucking house. Shit. He has me there. And if I say anything else, he'll know that I can't keep my mind off his girl. Their girl? Jesus Christ. What's the matter, Nick? You look a little flushed. Lex looks like he's trying his hardest not to laugh in my face. Fuck you, asshole. I scrub a hand down my face. For me, can you please do that behind closed doors? Again, what would be the fun in that? He relaxes back in his chair. Afraid you won't be able to resist her anymore? My eyes widen, and he snorts. Come on. You don't think I've seen the looks you give her? Or that I haven't seen how she looks at you? I'm not that type of guy, Lex. Even to my ears, that sounds like a lie now. And from the look on Lex's face, he's going to call me on it. Bullshit. If you weren't that type of guy, you would have walked away. Get your head out of your ass. Me? How the fuck are you okay with this? You obsessed over her for months. Now you're sharing her with your friends? Family. Lex corrects. They're my family. Just as you are. As long as she's happy, I'm happy. That's all that fucking matters. Do you want this? Or are you just doing this for her? If I didn't want this, they'd be dead. And you damn well know it. Bridget deserves the goddamn stars. And if she finds that with us, then I've done my job as her boyfriend. I lift a brow. Have you even settled on what you guys are to each other? No. Lex shrugs. She's mine now. Nothing is going to change that. You sound creepy as fuck right now. I laugh. And you're trying to change the subject. Get in or get out, Nick. Don't think I won't kill you if you lead her on. With that threat, he stands up and leaves the office. My phone rings before I can throw something at the back of his head. Hello? Where is Lex? Dee growls on the other end of the line. Busy, what's up? We've got problems in Concrete Row, and I can't get a hold of Lex, Caden, or Ghost. What kind of problems? I ask, already getting to my feet. I head to my room and change into a pair of jeans. Big fucking problems. Someone needs to get down here. I'm on my way. I'll grab one of them. I disconnect the call and jog back down the steps, nearly running over Caden when I spin to head to the garage. Where's Lex and Ghost? Upstairs, cleaning Bridget up. Why? Problems in Concrete Row. Let me change. Caden runs up the stairs and is back down minutes later in jeans. We take off to the garage and slide into Caden's Mustang. He backs out of the garage, and the guard hits the button for the gates when his car comes into view. Did they say what kind of problems? No. Dee just said problems and that he couldn't get a hold of anyone. Caden mashes several buttons on the steering wheel, telling the Bluetooth to call Mercy. What the fuck is going on? Caden asks when the call connects. Man, someone killed Shorty and Pops. They left them right outside of the pool hall, and cops are crawling every fucking where. We're at the garage. Fuck, Caden says, slapping his hand on the steering wheel. I'm on my way. Sure thing, boss. The call disconnects, and Caden lets out a heavy sigh. I'm new to this part of Lex and Dee's life. They know the Vipers inside and out. I'm just learning. I'm sorry, man, I say. This fucking sucks. Pops has been with me since the beginning. Hell, he was there before I was. We just initiated Shorty a month ago. I let that sink in, and then turn in my seat to face Caden. They were both disciples? I know about the beef Caden has with Tank and his piece-of-shit Hellraiser crew. Yeah, why? What are the chances of them being original disciples and being dumped in front of the pool hall that Tink destroyed, saying the merger wouldn't save you? I don't think this has anything to do with Mayor Augustus. This has to do with you. Thanks for that warm and fuzzy feeling, Nick. I appreciate it, Caden says dryly. I'm not saying it to be an asshole. I'm just saying. No, I get it. Caden sighs. His phone rings again, and Ghost flashes across the screen. Where are you? You might want to check your phone, Caden says, and relays what's happening. You need to get down here. Ghost is quiet for a minute. No. You handle it. What? You don't need me. Show them that you're a fucking badass. This is your crew too, baby love. I know what Ghost is doing. I have a feeling that since the merger, Caden has felt like the Vipers were still Ghost's crew. Ghost is letting him know they aren't. You can't say shit like that and make me all soft and gooey inside, then expect me to walk in there like a badass. I shake my head with a laugh. At first, I couldn't see how the hell someone like Caden ran a feared gang, but then I saw him in action. He doesn't immediately demand respect with his looks, but he sure as fuck does when he opens his mouth. You've got this, Ghost says with a chuckle. Just be careful. And if you need us, call. I will. Caden disconnects the call and takes the exit into Concrete Row. He drives to the pool hall, and just like Mercy said, cops are everywhere. Police tape lining the sidewalk. Motherfucker. He drives a couple of buildings down and parks to the side of the garage. We get out and head inside, where Mercy and Twitch are waiting for us. They both sit up straighter when they see Caden walk in, showing their respect for him. Tell me what's going on. Nothing new, Twitch says. I know from hearing Ghost talk that Twitch is one of the most lethal on his crew. We got the call and came right away. The cops got here before we did. Banger and D are spying on the pool hall. Fast response in Concrete Row, Caden says, taking a chair at the table. I take the one who's left. I call bullshit. Someone set that shit up. Now that part has Ghost's dad all over it. Before anyone can say anything, someone starts banging on the door. Mercy and Twitch jump to their feet and come to stand protectively behind Caden. Put your badass face on, I tell Caden, getting to my feet and pushing open the side door. One of Abbs Valley's finest is standing on the other side, hand resting on the butt of his gun. I'm looking for Gabriel Augustus. I frown. Who? I ask, playing dumb. I think you call him Ghost. I don't miss the sneer when he says Ghost's street name. I have no clue who you're talking about. We have a warrant to search the premises, he declares, slapping it against my chest. Now move. Under what grounds? Caden asks, coming to stand at my side. I can already hear Mercy on the phone with who I assume is Ghost. This is just a garage. Your crime scene is a few doors down. If you need me to draw you a map to get there, I can. I don't even try to hide the laugh that busts out of me, and it just serves to piss the young cop off even more. You can either let us search willingly or I can arrest you. The choice is yours. Do you have any idea who you're talking to? I ask, leaning against the door. Several of the cops behind him bristle. Legally, they can arrest us if they have a warrant, and the fact that they are here after the dead bodies at Shooter's isn't boding well. Nikolai Lenkov, 27, from Florida, Russian Mafia. The cop reads that off like he's looking at a list. Someone has done their homework, and something tells me it isn't this guy. Caden and I exchange a glance. He knows we're getting set up too, and there's nothing we can do about it. We step to the side, and the cops bust in. "Done," Mercy calls out with a nod. "Ghost's on his way." Caden whispers, "This is his dad." The cops go through everything in the garage, knocking things over, dumping things out, just generally making a fucking mess. They get to Banger's Chevelle, and I can see the nervousness flash across the young cop's face when he reaches into the driver's seat for the key. There's something in that goddamn car. They pop the trunk. "Over here!" the cop calls out. The rest turn to me, Caden, Mercy, and Twitch with guns drawn. "On your knees!" one of them calls out. "Now! Someone gonna tell me what the fuck is going on?" Ghost yells, walking into the garage. "On your knees! Hands behind your head!" We all drop, doing as he says. His finger is hovering over the trigger, just begging one of us to move. "What the fuck is going on?" Ghost asks between clenched teeth. "We found your stash," the young cop says, holding up a brick of coke. "That's not mine. I don't deal in that shit." Ghost argues, smoothly lying. He does deal that shit for less, but he sure as fuck doesn't keep it here. "The evidence says otherwise, Gabriel." That voice has Ghost's head snapping up toward the door. His whole body goes rigid. "It looks like you got yourself in quite the predicament." Mayor Augustus comes to stand in front of Ghost with a smile on his face. "Come home with me now, and it all disappears." "Fuck you," Ghost grits out. Grant's fist swings out and clocks Ghost right in the mouth. I move, and the cop in front shoves his gun into my forehead. "Is that all you got, old man? You knew you couldn't take me one-on-one anymore, so you brought backup?" Ghost asks. He licks the blood from the corner of his lip and spits it right on Grant's shoes. "Pussy." "Take him!" Grant barks. They haul Ghost to his feet, roughly slapping handcuffs on his wrist. "Wait a fucking minute!" Caden says, rapidly looking at cops pushing Ghost from the garage. Ghost's yelling carries outside, and I can't do a fucking thing without getting a bullet to the brain. "You don't have to do this!" "Oh, but I do. He can rot in prison or come home with me. The choice is his." His eyes slide to mine. "I'd expect more from you hanging around such fucking filth." I frown. I have no clue who this asshole is aside from what I've been told. "The Lenkovs are prestigious. You're a disgrace to that name." Grant spins on his heel, and the cops follow him out like little lapdogs, leaving the evidence behind. As soon as the door shuts, I jump to my feet, phone to my ear. "Lex, they just took Ghost." I fill him in, and he lets out a string of curses. "I can't leave Bridget. You can't let them take him, Nick." "Fuck, I know. I'll keep you updated." I disconnect the call and look at Caden. "What's the call?" This is his turf and his boyfriend. I can run Russian business with my eyes closed, but this is out of my power. I'm already pissed that we were set up from the second we rushed into Concrete Row. This isn't a coincidence. "I know who to call," Caden says, already dialing. I hope it's someone good, because Ghost is fucked if not. Chapter 31. Ghost. I knew my dad would go to any length to prove his point, but having me arrested wasn't something that had crossed my fucking mind. "You feel like talking?" the dead cop asks me. They brought me straight to the department and pushed me into an interrogation room, locking my handcuffs to the top of the metal table. It's not the first time I've been arrested, and I'm sure it's not my last, so I know not to say a word. I raise a brow and lean back in my chair, trying to look unaffected, but my blood is boiling. The amount of product we found will put you away for life. You have options. I just continue to stare. Then I can see how nervous I make him. Sweat is beading around his brow. I sit up and look at his tag. Anderson. I store that information away for later and look back at his face. Are you done? You think you're the bad guy in here? He hisses. I grin and watch his bravado falter. This guy is as green as they come. He doesn't look any older than 21 or 22, probably fresh out of the academy, which is how my dad got him in his pocket. He gets up and storms from the room. I sag back in the chair and wait for the inevitable showdown with Mayor Augustus. I let my mind wander to Caden. I saw the absolute panic on his face when they were slapping me in handcuffs, and I couldn't do a damn thing without giving my dad ammunition to go after him. Not that he can't figure out who Caden is anyway, but I am not helping him. The lights start to flicker, and then the place goes pitch black. I hear the commotion of the officers from the other side of the door. What the fuck? Is Dad gonna take me out here? Seems fitting. Rustling sounds from over my head, and I look up but can't see anything. The emergency lights aren't even coming on. I brace myself for the blow. I always knew Dad was a coward, and this just proves it. He can't even look me in the eye when he finally kills me. Hello, brother? Shadow? What the fuck? I hear his boots and another set hit the floor. A flashlight clicks on, and then Shadow's hands are on my wrists, picking the lock. How the hell are you here? I told you I was going to be in Abbs Valley, and I get a frantic call from your boyfriend. Is he your boyfriend? If I had known you were into dudes, we could have tested that out growing up. The handcuffs fall from my wrists, and I jump to my feet. Shut up, I laugh, climbing onto the table and into the ceiling, where they had moved the tile to get in. You wouldn't have had the chance. You aren't my type. We hustle through the air vents, and I see the opening at the end. They literally broke into a goddamn police station to get me out. I slide through. My feet hit the ground at the back of the building, and I see Caden standing there waiting. That's my fucking type. He's in my arms before I even register that either of us moved. Fuck, I thought for sure he got you, Caden says, hugging me tight. I kiss the top of his head. Not me, baby love. You're officially a fugitive, Axel says, stepping to her side. I suggest you find a good fucking place to hide and stay there. You'll be safe at the estate, Nick speaks up. But we have to move. Follow us, I tell Shadow. Nick slides into the back seat of Caden's Mustang, and I slide into the front. Caden takes off with a squeal of tires. They taped off the garage, Nick says, sitting between the seats. But Les and Micah are on their way down there now. I massage my temples. You guys need to get the hell away from me before you become collateral damage. Yeah, so that's not happening. We aren't going to leave you alone to fight this asshole. Caden argues. I'm not going anywhere, no matter what you say. Don't you see the reach he has? He doesn't even live here, and he has cops in his back pocket. Don't you see how hard I'm willing to fight for you? That shuts me up. How hard we are willing to fight for you? He's not going to win. I grab his hand from the gear shift. I don't deserve you. Yes, you do. And if you'd open your eyes, you would see that. We drive back to the estate in silence, with Caden's hand in mine. The gate swings open, and he doesn't even waste time parking in the garage. He pulls in front of the porch, and I see Bridget standing at the top. I'm out of the car, taking the stairs two at a time. She launches herself at me, and I hug her close.
I was so scared,
she whispers.
Alexei said your dad took you.
I pull back and wipe the tears from my cheeks with my thumbs. He had me arrested, but I'm fine. She kisses my split lip where that motherfucker took a cheap shot.
I'm glad you're home.
Home. Is that what this is? My home? Damn, that feels good. I'm so happily confused right now. Shadow speaks up from behind me. Let's talk. I interrupt before he can say anything else. Shadow's mouth is unpredictable on any given day. I kiss Bridget softly. We'll be quick.
Take your time.
She smiles and walks back into the house. I lead the rest of them to the office, and we get settled around the table with Caden by my side and Nick at the head of the table. A big dude sits on the other side of Shadow. Kai, this is Ghost. Ghost, this is Kai. Shadow introduces. Kai looks scary as hell. That's something coming from me. He's taller than Axel, big, with large puckered scars on his face. The one that catches my attention is the one that extends from ear to ear across his neck. But enough of that. What the fuck? I don't even have to ask what he's talking about. I can still read Shadow like a book, just like I did when we were growing up. We're in a relationship, I explain, unashamed of that fact. All of us. I include Nick in that already because I know he won't be able to resist for long. Axel's eyebrows hit his hairline. Wait, like Gray's situation? Exactly like that, I answer. Now let's discuss Grant. We have Nolan digging, Shadow says. He's fucking good. Barely needs any of the training. He's looking for any weak spots on your dad. We have Holden digging too. Maybe bring him in, and they can search together, Lexi suggests, sitting up and crossing his arms on the table. I'm guessing Nolan is the one who shut the police station down. Axel grins. Fuck yeah. He's a natural, and I agree. He's at the hotel with Cole. You want me to bring him here or Les's? Les's, I throw in. Holden's shit is there, and he has a whole hacker cave. We'll have them keep an eye on the police chatter. Like I said, you're a fugitive, so you need to stay out of sight until we can clear this up, Axel says, typing out a message on his phone. It's not in my nature to sit on the sidelines, and I'm already itching to get out there to finish this bullshit. Settled. Nolan will stay with Les until we say so. Can you let me talk to Shadow alone? I asked the group. We have some stuff to settle. Like, what the fuck happened to him all those years ago? Caden squeezes my shoulder and stands up. Let's go play some pool. He grins at me when he says that, and what happened in the game room flashes through my head. I'll take care of it later, I tell him. I've never seen him so fucking hard like he was when he was watching me fuck Bridget. He put his ass on the line saving me. The least I can do is thank you. Caden laughs and motions for the rest to follow him. When the door shuts, I turn back to Shadow. Start from the beginning. Shadow runs a hand through his dark hair. The night I got popped, they took me to the police station. Dad refused to bail me out, so they threw me in county. Axel showed up a week later, got me out, and put me into his training for the Saviors. I've been with them ever since. Why didn't you ever call? I had no clue what happened to you. I don't know. I checked in on you, and you seemed fine with the Vipers. Plus, our identity is a secret. Remember? A secret, Shadow? I'm your best goddamn friend. Or I was. He shrugs. Our life is crazy. We don't stay in one place for long, and you're still a friend. What do you do, exactly? Everyone has heard the rumors about the Saviors, but they don't match what we know. Whatever we want. The training polishes up the skills people already have so we can do what we need to do. That is the most cryptic bullshit I've ever heard. What are you guys, vigilantes? Shadow laughs. Not even close. We're a group of criminals, no matter how you look at it. Killers. But there's a method to our madness. Are you the one that ripped that guy to pieces that sold Gray's sisters? Nope, that was Kai, he says proudly. They need to know not to fuck around anymore. I can't fault that logic, or judge it. We've done some fucked up shit lately for information. Can you stay in touch now? You were like my brother. I will when I can. We'll be out of the country for a while, but after that, I will. It's damn good to see you! Shadow looks toward the door and back to me. I'm dying to know. I roll my eyes. Know what? Caden? How the fuck did I not know you liked guys? I didn't know I liked guys until I met him. Things have changed lately. That's an understatement. Especially with the way things are going with Lex, too. It hits me what Shadow said at the police department about trying it out. And I narrow my eyes. How did I not know either? By the time I figured it out, things were already starting to go to shit. I'm sorry about Arthur, man. I went back to Rose Hills to thank him and found out what happened. I nod in understanding. The words locked in my throat. We need to go, Axel says, sticking his head through the door. Cole's dropping Nolan off and meeting us at the airstrip. I stand up and meet Shadow at the head of the table. I jerk him into a hug. Don't be a stranger anymore. You either. I'm so fucking happy for you, man. You've got some good shit going on here. He slaps my back and follows Axel out. I go to my room and strip down to my boxers. As soon as I climb into bed, Caden walks through the door, sliding in beside me. I pull him to my chest. My eyes start to drift close, and I feel the bed dip behind me. Bridget's little frame plasters to my back, and she slings her arm over my waist. Here's a big spoon, I ask sleepily. Yep. You look like you need a cuddle. She pulls me closer, and I go willingly, bringing Caden with me. I could get used to this.
Chapter 32. Bridget. I wake up the following day alone in bed. I sit up and push my hair out of my face, squinting at the clock beside the bed. It's almost 10 in the morning. I drag my ass out of bed and straight to the bathroom to take care of business. Deciding to go ahead and take a shower, I strip off my clothes and step under the spray, letting the night before run through my head. I didn't necessarily want to be stuck here, but if what happened in the game room happens on repeat, I'd be more than happy to stay. It's not that I don't like being around the guys, I do. But being here makes me feel dependent on them, and I don't like that feeling. I just keep reminding myself that it's temporary. I scrub shampoo into my hair, and my mind drifts to the look on Nikolai's face while he was watching Alexei fuck me. His eyes were glued on me. His cock was pushing against the seam of his sweatpants, and his hands were clenched into fists like he was trying not to reach out and grab me. Lex, whispering in my ear, asking me how hard Nikolai was, made me come so hard I saw stars. Nikolai is smoking hot. There's no denying it. He looks like Alexei and Dmitri, but with soft green eyes. I want to explore with him, but he seems to keep his distance from me, and I refuse to make him uncomfortable in his own home. I hear the bathroom door open and shut, then the telltale sign of someone peeing. I roll my eyes. Caden, what the fuck? There are like 400 other bathrooms in this house. But this one has you in it, Firefly. I laugh and tip my head back to rinse the shampoo. The glass door slides open and Caden steps in completely naked. I'll never get tired of looking at any of them naked. He pulls the conditioner bottle from my hand. Turn around, I want to do it. He steps back so I can step out of the spray. He starts working the conditioner into my hair and I sigh. I could get used to this. Anytime you want any of us to do anything for you, all you have to do is ask. Most of the time, I don't even have to ask. Last night, after the game room, Ghost and Alexei brought me upstairs. They washed me gently in the shower, and it ended with both of them fingering me to another mind-blowing orgasm. Then Ghost got the call that his garage was about to be searched and blew that high all to hell. I've never been so scared as when Alexei told me Ghost's dad was there and they were arresting Ghost. I'm just glad Shadow got to him in time. I know, I say softly. I know I'm lucky, but I can't help the fear that slides down my spine that they won't want me for the long haul. I can't lose Caden. He's already an important part of my life. The rest of them are quickly working their way into my heart, and I'm not sure I can stop it. What's on your mind, Firefly? Caden spins me around and starts rinsing the conditioner out, running his long fingers gently through the strands. I'm scared, I admit. Of Ghost's dad? We won't ever let that motherfucker touch you. I lift my head up so I can see his eyes. No. Of this. I gesture between us. Of all of this. Caden's brows furrow. Why are you scared? We won't hurt you. You can't promise that. Who's to say what you like about me now isn't what makes you hate me later? I know this is stemming from my ex, but he used to love all this about me, and then he didn't. Firefly, Caden murmurs, running his knuckles down my cheek. I like everything about you. You're never too much for us. It's us that are not enough for you. I wrap my arms around his neck. You don't give yourself enough credit, Caden. Neither do you. He retorts, settling his hands on my hips. Maybe it's time we both did. Don't give up on us already because of fear. His lips come down on mine and I open for him willingly. It's still crazy to me when I kiss Caden. I just hope this doesn't blow up in my face. He pulls back and pecks my lips. We trade spots, and I grab the shampoo before he can. I wash his hair like he did mine. I notice his brown roots starting to grow out. We need to touch your hair up again. I've thought about letting it grow out. I pause. Don't you dare. I love your blue hair. I switch to conditioner and work that in. We can get someone to stop and get the supplies from my house. You treat me like such a princess, Firefly, Caden says with an over-exaggerated sigh. I'll never get tired of it. I shake my head with a laugh. We take turns washing off. Caden steps out, grabs my towel, and holds his arms open so I can step into it. He wraps it snugly around me and leads me to the vanity. He picks up my brush and starts working it through the strands. I can't take my eyes off him in the mirror. I feel things shifting between us. taking this from friends with benefits to something more. I just hope I'm ready for that. We go downstairs, eat breakfast, and send Alexi to my house to pick up the hair supplies. When he gets back, I work on Caden's hair, making it the vivid blue that I love so much. It just fits him, and I can't imagine him with brown hair. The whole time, we just talk, like we used to before all of this. It's always been easy to talk to him, and I hope we can always keep it this way. There, I declare, after I get his hair rinsed and fixed. Perfect. You're perfect, Firefly. We spend the rest of the day lying around the house, and by nightfall, I can't take it anymore. I'm bored, I grouch from my spot on the couch. All day, Ghost and I have sat around the house. Ghost because he's a fucking fugitive, and me because the guys have turned into overprotective parents about my safety. I understand, but holy shit, I can only watch so much Netflix. The others can come and go as they please, chasing down leads, and it's starting to wear on my nerves. What do you want to do, Boginia? I don't know, anything. But if I have to watch one more show, I'm smashing your TV. You don't have to go to such extreme measures, Moya Shizen. Alexi chuckles. I want to do something fun, adventurous. Ghost raises a blonde brow. We're stuck in the damn house. What are we supposed to do that's adventurous? I shrug because I have no damn idea. I just know that I'm going out of my mind. Dimitri gets to his feet and holds his hand out to me. Come on. I slide my hand into his, and he hauls me to my feet, leading me to the back of the house, the others following close behind. We stop and put our shoes on, then continue, except for Nick, who I haven't laid eyes on all day long. Where are we going? I ask. Outside, Dimitri answers. What the hell for? He slides open the back door that opens up onto their expansive backyard. We're going to play a game, Boginia. What are we, 3? He raises a brow, causing me to roll my eyes. Fine. What's the game? You're going to run, Dimitri explains, and I frown. And we're going to chase you. We'll even give you a head start. Whoever catches you gets that sweet pussy as a reward. My breath catches, and I look at the other guys. All of them are wearing varying expressions, but they all show that they like this idea. I look at Dimitri and lift my chin. Who says you'll catch me? I know I fucked up the moment a devilish smile crosses his face. Then he utters one word. Run. I take off like a shot, straight toward the tree line, my heart hammering out of my chest. I'm so turned on that my clit is throbbing, just imagining what one of them will do if they catch me. I make it 2 feet and slide behind a tree, straining my ears to listen. It hits me then that I'm in the woods with a bunch of trained killers, and one of them is known for their stealth. Good fucking job, Bridget. I clap my hand over my mouth before the laugh can escape. I hear a slight rustle and start running again. Alexi and Dimitri's yard is huge, so big that I can't even see the big gate that surrounds the house yet. I run like hell until my breath is sawing out of my lungs. I take a left, and a hand clamps around my mouth, jerking me against a hard chest. Shh. Nick's voice washes over me, and I sag in his arms. I didn't realize that when someone actually grabbed me, it would make my fear spike to epic proportions. They're close by, he says, moving his hand. Does this make you the winner? I ask breathlessly. Does this mean what I think it means? He wasn't even there when we started this game. Nick chuckles against my neck, making me shiver. No, Zolotoy, it doesn't. I can't help the disappointment that hits me. I've seen how he looks at me. Did I read it wrong? I'm just giving you a chance. He spins me in his arms, and his lips are on mine. Okay, totally read that right. My arms wind around his neck and I moan into his kiss. Holy fucking shit, he can kiss. His hands slide down to my ass and jerk me against his hard cock. He pulls away from my mouth. Another time, he says, and melts into the shadows. What the fuck does that mean? And did he just leave me out here for them to find me after he turned me on even more? Hey, baby doll. Shit. I take off running again and Banger's laughter follows me. At this point, I'm going to die of self-combustion. All the thoughts of what could happen out here are running through my head. Are they going to fuck me outside? Who's actually going to catch me? Banger just had his chance and let me run. Are they toying with me? Firefly, Caden calls out. Damn, he's close. I take a right and start running the other way, only to run into someone else. Their arms wrap around me and spin me around so I'm facing the other way. Dimitri's scent washes over me and I exhale. He roughly shoves my shorts and panties down my legs, then shoves me to my hands and knees. He doesn't say a word as I feel his cock lining up with my pussy, and somehow it makes this even hotter. He slams inside of me, making me cry out. The hard ground and sticks are digging into my hands and knees, but I don't care. He starts fucking me so hard, my hands slip forward, almost making me face plant. His hand latches into my hair and pulls to stop me. Oh, fuck, I choke out. His other hand goes to my clit, rubbing it hard and fast. His thighs are slamming into the back of mine, and the only sound is our harsh breaths. My release flashes through me, making me scream. Dimitri! His thrust stops suddenly, making me whimper. This isn't over, Boginia. He pulls from my pussy and helps me to my feet. He gently dusts off my hands and knees before helping me back into my shorts. He tucks my panties into his pocket with a grin, then tucks himself back into his pants, still hard as a rock. He grabs my hand and leads me back to the house. He takes me to the bathroom downstairs. Clean up. What happens now is totally up to you. We'll be waiting for you in the master bedroom. He pecks my lips and leaves me staring at the door he just shut. We? Oh, shit.
Chapter 33. Dimitri. I walk into the master bedroom to wait for Bridget. When she took off running, more than willing to play my game, I was instantly hard. When she was out of earshot, we made up our minds that I would catch her, and we would give her what she's been wanting. All of us together. Nick doesn't know it, but I witnessed him kissing her. Although he's not ready for this part yet, it just proved that Nick would soon join us in making Bridget ours. Ghost, Caden, and Lex are leaning against the headboard. Banger is sitting at the foot of the bed, so I sit beside him to wait. Bridget pushes through the door a minute later, and I can't take my eyes off her. Her cheeks are flushed, and her breathing speeds up when she sees all of us waiting on her. Are you sure, Eugenia?
Yes,
she answers breathlessly. That's all I need. I get to my feet and walk to stand in front of her. My hands go to her tank top and pull it over her head. I undo her bra, let it fall from her arms, then push her shorts down, leaving her naked in front of us. Who owns your pleasure? I ask, rubbing my thumb across her pouty lips.
You do,
she answers without hesitation. It looks like she's finally accepting that just because we own her in the bedroom doesn't mean we own her anywhere else. Bridget leads us around by our hearts, and I fall even more in love, seeing her accept it. That's my girl, I murmur, pecking her lips. The smile that crosses her face makes me want to pump my fist in victory.
Bridget is finally mine. I drop my hand and step back. Go over there and get on your knees. I point, indicating the middle of the room to the side of the bed. She hesitates for a split second before following my command. She sinks gracefully to her knees with her head held high. Goddamn. I glance at the others, and their eyes are locked on her. I make quick work of my clothes and jerk my head for Lex to join me in front of her. He slides off the bed, tugs his shirt off, and comes to my side. Get his cock out, I demand. She reaches for Lex's shorts and shoves them down his hips. He kicks those and his boxers out of the way. Suck it. Bridget wraps her hand around him and licks around the head of his cock. When she slides her mouth down, Lex groans and threads his fingers through her hair. He knocks her hand away from the base of his cock and starts fucking her mouth. Her hands slide up his thighs, around to his ass, and she chucks him forward. Fuck my ashes. I walk behind her and crouch down, placing my mouth beside her ear. We're going to fuck you so hard that you won't be able to walk right for a week. Is that what you want, Bogeng? She moans against the head of Lex's cock in answer. I help her get on her feet, so she's squatting, and I have access to her pussy. I slide my hand between her thighs, and she's already soaking wet from sucking Lex. My fingers slide over her clit, and her hips jerk. Lex starts fucking her mouth harder. I keep my circles on her clit in time with his thrusts in her mouth, but not enough that she'll come. I want to keep her riding right on the edge. When her body starts shaking, I pull my hand back, making her whimper. I fist my hand in her hair and jerk her mouth away from Lex's cock. You don't come until we're ready for you to come. Do you understand? Yes, she hisses. I lick up the side of her neck. You are fucking perfect. Look at what you do to us. Lex steps to the side to give her a view of the bed. Banger, Caden, and Ghost are leaning against the headboard. Ghost and Caden are stroking each other's cocks, and Banger is stroking his own. All eyes locked on her. They want you so goddamn bad, Bogania. Go show them how bad you want them. Lex reaches down and helps her to her feet. He seals his lips over hers, spins, and walks her backward toward the bed. He devours her mouth until her hips are moving, grinding that greedy pussy against him. He pulls back and stares into her eyes. Remember that this is all about you. We might own your orgasms, but this is your show. She nods in understanding, and he pecks her lips. Good. Now, I think Banger's waiting for that mouth. He helps her crawl onto the bed and slaps her ass hard when she's on her hands and knees in front of him. She gasps and then moans when he does it again. God damn my ashes, Lex rasps, running his hand over the handprints he left behind on her creamy skin. We'll explore that later. Lex and Caden share a heated look. I file it away to ask about later. Bridget climbs between Banger's thighs and wraps her hand around the base of his thick cock, stroking. He pushes her hair to one side, wraps it around his fist, and watches as he disappears into her mouth. Her other hand goes to Ghost's cock, stroking him hard. Caden moves behind her and smooths his hands up her back. I want to taste you, Firefly. He gets to his back and slides between her thighs. Holy shit, he groans. I never thought I'd love pussy this much. He teases her fingers through her pussy. Lex and I share a look, and he jerks his head for me to join him beside Caden. We stretch out on either side of him.
You want to taste it straight from the source, lover boy? Lex asks, running his hand across Caden's abs. Lex slaps Bridget's ass. Sit on his face. She drops her hips, putting her pussy level with Caden's mouth. Lick around her clit, I instruct. I've picked up that Bridget's the only female that Caden's been with. He does, and I watch in fascination as he closes his eyes, savoring her flavor. Fuck, she tastes so good. Caden pants. And being between you two is fucking with me. I chuckle. How many times have you fantasized about this, Caden? He licks through Bridget's pussy. If I answer that, am I gonna get in trouble? Ghost chuckles. No, baby love, you won't. Too many to count. Who wouldn't want this with the sexy terror twins? I look at Lex and he shrugs, already game for whatever. Unlike Lex, I've experimented with this part of myself before. I knew earlier that guys were attractive to me, but Lex didn't see it in himself until he got closer to Caden. You make her feel good, and we'll make you feel good, I tell Caden, wrapping my hand around his cock. Oh, holy shit, it's happening. Bridget giggles around Banger's cock. Caden wraps his arms around her thighs and brings her down on his face. Suck her clit into your mouth, Lex instructs, kissing down Caden's chest. You're good with that mouth. Fuck yeah, he is. Ghost groans. Bridget's switched to him and is sucking him hard and fast. Fuck her with your tongue. Then switch back to her clit. I want her dripping all over your face when she's done, I say, stroking him harder. Lex slides off the bed and gets the supplies laid out on the bedside table. He climbs back onto the bed and straddles Caden's chest. Lex pops the lid on the lube and squirts it on the butt plug he bought. Relax for me, Moyajizin. I'm going to get you ready. Lex circles the tip of it around her back hole, letting her know what he's about to do. Her body shudders, and she relaxes. I watch, transfixed, as she stretches to accommodate the plug. I slide down the bed until Caden's cock is in my face. I grab it and lick around the head, and it jerks in my hand. It's been so long since I've been with a man. This is the only part of our lives that Lex and I ever kept separate. Until now. Keep working her clit, lover boy. Lex slides into Bridget's pussy, fucks her a few times, and pulls out. Lex jerks Bridget's hips up and feeds his cock into Caden's mouth. That's it. Lick it clean. Caden sucks him into his mouth and lets him go with a wet pop. Lex repeats this several times. Jesus Christ. Ghost rasps. I work Caden faster until he's lifting to fuck my mouth. Fuck, I missed this. I keep my eyes focused on Lex fucking Bridget's pussy and then disappearing into Caden's mouth. My cock is throbbing against Caden's thigh, pre-cum leaking from the tip. I'm so turned on it wouldn't take much to make me come. Bridget's moan echoes around the room. I'm going to come. Lex jerks from her pussy and shoves her onto Caden's mouth. Caden doubles his efforts, eating her pussy like a madman. Oh, fuck, Caden! His cock jerks in my mouth at the sound of her screaming his name. I pull my mouth from his cock and drag him from under Bridget's legs. His mouth and chin are covered with her. I seal my mouth over his, tasting her on his lips and tongue. He drags me closer until our cocks are rubbing together. Bridget moans loudly, causing us to break apart. Banger and Lex are both in her pussy, stretching her around him. Holy shit, Caden whispers. His eyes pull back to mine, and I grin at him. How am I the last to fucking know you both like guys? I shrug. You've always been ghosts. Not anymore. Ghost adds. Come up here, baby love. I pull him to sit up, and he turns around, crawling to Ghost. His ass is on full display, and I want to put my mouth on it. Ghost is already slicking his cock up, waiting for Caden. Caden crawls over Ghost's legs until Ghost's cock is lined up behind him. Ghost keeps a tight grip on the base, and Caden slowly slides down until Ghost is fully seated inside of him. The moan that leaves Caden's mouth almost sends me over the edge. Between his and Bridget's noises, they're driving me crazy. Bridget and Lex are working Bridget hard, but she's pushing her hips back to take all of him. You want to be full of cock? Yes, I guess. Good girl. Banger groans. Dee, come take her ass. Lex says, twisting the plug around. I grab the lube, get to my feet, and get myself slick. Swinging my leg over her back, I reach down and work the plug in and out a few times before pulling it free. I take a long look at her asshole, just begging me to put my cock in there. I drop my knees and set the head of my cock against the hole, keeping a tight grip on the base. I push forward until the head disappears. Shit! Bridget chokes out. I stop immediately and massage her back. Do you want me to stop? No. Fuck no. Keep going. That's our girl, I say, pushing forward. God damn, she's getting tight as fuck. Banger groans. Tell me how good they feel, Firefly. Her head swivels to look at him, and her whole body shudders. It feels so good. You look gorgeous, sunshine. I finally seat myself fully inside of her and stop, giving her time to adjust to being stuffed with 3 cocks. Her breathing is ragged, and her fingernails are digging into Banger's pecs. Please move. We start a slow pace until her whimpers of discomfort turn into moans. Oh, yes. Sensing she's ready, we start to really move. My eyes are going back and forth between Bridget's head tipped back on her shoulders in pleasure, and Caden riding Ghost's cock. Ghost has his hand wrapped around Caden's long cock, stroking him fast. Oh, shit! Bridget gasps. Banger's arm is moving between them, and I know he's working her clit. She's tightening around all of us, close to coming. Harder! I pull my hips back as far as I can and slam forward. Her scream echoes around the room. That's it, I encourage. I put both hands on her delicious ass and spread her cheeks apart, watching my dick work in and out of her tight hole. I tighten my hands, squeezing, and start fucking her hard. Bridget's body responds beautifully, more than willing to take me in any way. You going to come for us again? Yes, yes, yes! She chants. Her body tightens up, and she explodes again. Fuck moyajizin. Lex groans. Banger locks his hands on her shoulders to hold her in place, and we start working harder. She's moaning, whimpering, and begging. It's the prettiest sound I've ever heard. Damn, baby love. Ghost groans, coming hard inside of Caden. Let me taste you. Caden pulls himself from Ghost's cock, straddles Ghost's head, and starts fucking his mouth. Caden comes with a moan, and it's too much. I slam inside Bridget and finally let myself go. Again, I groan, coming so hard my legs are shaking. Don't swallow, I gasp out to Ghost. Let her taste it. Caden rolls to the side, and Ghost gets to his knees. I wrap my hand in Bridget's hair and pull her head back. Banger taps her cheek. Open for him. Bridget's mouth falls open. Ghost moves closer and gathers Caden's cum on his tongue. He lets his tongue fall from his mouth, and I watch it drop from Ghost's mouth to Bridget's, getting turned on all over again. He rubs his thumb across her bottom lip. You're made for us, sunshine. Before she has a chance to swallow, I twist her head over her shoulder and slam my lips against hers, tasting them all mixed together as me groaning into her mouth. She moans in return, sharing Caden's cum. I've never seen anything so fucking hot, Caden comments. I vaguely hear Lex and Banger groaning, finishing inside her. I'm lost to Bridget's tongue on mine. Caden's flavor exploding on my tongue, and knowing it came from Ghost's mouth. I reluctantly pull back from her lips, and we slip from inside her. I climb from the bed and go straight to the bathroom to run a bath for her. I let it fill halfway, before going back to the bedroom, where she's lying on the bed, the guys running their hands over her, telling her how good she did. I gather her in my arms and carry her to the bathroom, gently sitting her in the water and sliding in front of her so I can see her face for what I'm about to tell her. Something about this moment feels like the right time to tell her why I don't drive. I pull her feet into my lap, massaging them. I was in a car accident when I was 17. I take one of her hands and run it up my leg, letting her feel the burn scars. I lost control. Rolled several times, and the car caught fire before I could get out. She sucks in a gasp, but I refuse to look away from her. I was lucky that the burns were just on my legs, but they were deep, second-degree burns that required skin grafts. I'm not going to give her all the gory details, like how they had to clean the wounds out. I'll never forget what that felt like. Even thinking about it now makes these scars hurt even though they're fully healed. I found out a few years later that Victor paid one of his guys to run me off the road. He didn't care if it killed me or not. He wanted to teach me a lesson. Earlier in the day before the wreck, we got into an argument because I went against something that he wanted. His plan was to take me out. That's why I don't drive.
Oh my God, Dimitri.
Bridget pulls her feet from my lap and straddles my waist, pulling my forehead against hers.
I had no idea it was that bad.
I settle my arms around her waist. It could have been worse.
But you drove me,
she whispers. Of course. I told you that I'd do anything for you, Bogania. Tears filled Bridget's eyes.
I don't know why I waited so long for this.
You needed to be ready for what we were willing to offer. I look into those green eyes that I fell in love with. Are you ready now?
I'm still scared, but I am. I want everything.
She picks my lips.
I'm glad your dad is dead. He was a horrible person and didn't deserve two sons like you and Alexei.
Me too. I agree. Because if Victor was still alive, I would have never brought Bridget into my life. I'm glad I found you.
I am too,
Bridget whispers. The words are hovering on my lips to tell her to her face how I feel. But I fight against it. She's not ready for that. And we have the rest of our lives.
Chapter 34. Bridget. After our talk in the bathtub last night, I held Dimitri even tighter. I went to bed, tucked between him and Caden, the thought of losing them heavy on my mind. I had some idea how fucking evil Victor was, but I never thought in a million years he would try to kill one of his own sons just because he didn't agree with him. But after what he put Les through, I guess it shouldn't surprise me. I knew something was up the night Dimitri came to my rescue since he was shaking so badly, but I chalked it up to adrenaline. How the hell am I supposed to discover he never drives, but he drove for me, and not fall in love with him or any of them? I know I said one night with Alexei and Dimitri. I walked away the next morning before they woke up and knew that was bullshit. One night with them was never going to be enough. My ex was in my head, though, telling me I wasn't good enough for them, that they would get tired of my mouth and stubbornness. If anyone is going to handle that, it's the twins. They made sure I knew how they felt without being pushy for months. That speaks volumes of the men they are. If I'm being honest with myself, I fell in love with Caden at the beginning of our friendship. He's so easy to talk to and be around. He's me in man form. He gives me as much shit as I give him. Watching him accept his chip after battling his demons and the courage to show Ghost how he felt made me fall even harder. Banger and Ghost are slowly working their way into my heart. They would do anything for their family or me. They've shown that so many times. The things I have to watch Ghost go through with his dad breaks my heart, but it makes me want to pull him even closer. And then there's Nikolai. I don't know much about him, other than what I've been told. But that kiss outside blew my fucking mind. It was short, but it's enough to tell me it's not enough. Fucking Russians.
What's on your mind, Boginia?
Dimitri asks, coming to stand in front of me. I'm not ready for that heavy of a conversation, so I smile at him. I'm just glad you're still here. He tugs my hand to lead me to the living room and pulls me to sit on his lap.
Me too.
He kisses my forehead, letting his lips linger.
We have some stuff to take care of today. You'll be here with Ghost and Nick.
Just the mention of Nikolai's name makes my face flush. He was the only piece missing from last night, but I know we need to get to know each other more. He seems resistant to the whole thing.
Why don't you talk to him today?
Who? I ask, cuddling back into Dimitri's chest.
Nick. I know about the kiss.
I lean back to look into his eyes. And you're okay with that?
He would be dead if I wasn't.
The thought that they can talk about killing so casually should bother me. The fact that it doesn't says a lot about me, but I don't care.
Nick is family, and a damn good guy. He took over this mess when he didn't have to.
Doesn't he have his own empire to run? I picked up on that early on. He has a whole other life in Florida. Where does that leave me if we take this next step?
He can run it from anywhere, Boginia. Legs and I will have to step up soon to take over this empire.
He's been teaching you? Dimitri nods.
Victor didn't show us anything. He thought of himself as immortal, I guess. When he died, we didn't want to run it into the ground, so we handed it over to Nick.
You trust him? Dimitri chuckles.
With our lives.
He pecks my lips.
And yours.
Dimitri's phone rings. He digs it out of his pocket and slides to answer with a smile.
Привет, Mama.
I try to slide off his lap to give him privacy, but he clamps a hand on my thigh to keep me seated. He flicks it to speakerphone.
How are you?
I'm good. I miss you boys. I trust that you're safe.
Of course.
Liar, I mouth, making his hand tighten on my thigh. I just got off the phone with Alexei. He tells me you have a house guest. I raise a brow, and Dimitri grins. Damn, he's sexy. I could get lost in that smile.
We do, although we consider her a little more than a house guest.
Oh, Nina exclaims. I was hoping you would say that. Is this the girl you told me about? Did they tell their mom about me?
It is. Her name is Bridget. I'd love for you to meet her.
He looks me right in the eye when he says that, waiting for me to react. I've met Banger's parents, but we were just in the flirting stage then. Even then, this feels deeper somehow. I've seen Nina in passing, but since Les got her away from Victor, she's been in New York with Aldo. That is definitely something I'd love to know all about. Like, are they a couple? It would be so fucking cute if they were. I'm not sure Lexi and Dimitri would agree, though.
I'd love that. Aldo says we will come to visit soon.
Dimitri's eye twitches at the mention of Aldo, answering if they would like their mom dating Aldo, and I have to hold in a laugh.
You boys better be treating her right while she's there. You're not too big for a butt-kicking. We've been treating her really good, Mama.
I don't miss the hidden meaning of his words. Last night was fucking incredible, and he picks this moment to bring it up.
Good. She sounds like a sweet girl if she can put up with all of you.
She knows? How the hell?
Alexi told me you've started a fancy relationship with your friends and her. Family, Dimitri corrects. And Alexi has a big mouth. You didn't want me to know. You don't keep secrets from me, Dimitri.
I watch the guilt flash across his face because he's keeping more than that from her, but I'm sure he doesn't want her to worry that they've gotten themselves mixed up in some serious shit. I stroke my hand down his face, and he leans into it.
I know, but I thought it might have been better when we talked face to face. Can I call you later, Mama?
Of course.
Lalebutubia.
Something about that phrase tickles the back of my brain, but I brush it off. Dimitri disconnects the call and tosses his phone on the couch. So, I have a question. Dimitri rolls his eyes.
I can only imagine. What are your questions?
Your mom and Aldo, are they? I leave that open for him to fill in the blank. His eye twitches again, and I can't help but laugh this time. They're together, aren't they?
Yes,
he grits out.
I guess it could be worse. He treats Mama like a queen.
Then what's the problem?
It was only supposed to be protecting her.
Sounds familiar, I joke. That's exactly what happened with Evie, and now me, I suppose. But I'm not going to point that out. If he's treating her good, you should be happy for her.
That's what I told him.
I look over at the sound of Ghost's voice, and my mouth goes dry. He's standing there in gray sweatpants, no shirt, and a backward-fitted ball cap. I already know what he's hiding in those sweatpants, and his dick is outlined in them perfectly.
My eyes are up here.
My eyes snap from his dick print to his face, and he's smiling from ear to ear. I'm sorry, but goddamn, I say. Warn a woman next time before you walk around looking like a wet dream.
Ghost busts out laughing, and I totally agree with Caden that it's one of the best sounds.
I'll keep that in mind.
He walks over and seals his lips over mine in a quick, hot kiss. He plucks me from Dimitri's lap, plops on the couch, and drags me into his.
The guys are waiting for you. You don't look all that pissed off that you have to stay home anymore,
Dimitri grouches, getting to his feet.
I have this gorgeous little redhead staying with me. I'm good. And Nick,
Dimitri adds. Ghost shrugs.
That's just one more sexy Russian. Caden can't claim them all.
I lose it, laughing. I love this side of Ghost. You don't get to see it much, so it's always a treasure when you do.
Neither can your greedy little pussy. You have to share, sunshine.
Oh, I'm perfectly fine with sharing, I say. It makes my mind wander to watching Ghost and Caden last night. If any of the guys want to let go with each other, I'd never stand in the way.
I'm going to go.
Dimitri pecks my lips.
You two need to stay in the house.
Yeah, I grumble.
You also need to go call Nolan and Holden and tell them everything they need to know about your dad. Quit putting it off."
Dmitri spins on his heel and marches from the room.
"Quit putting it off,"
Ghost mocks when Dimitri's out of earshot.
"Asshole."
"But he's such a pretty asshole," I sigh, making Ghost chuckle. "He's right, you know."
"I know."
"I have something I need to do, too."
"Nick is in his office."
Ghost laughs at the surprise on my face.
"Dmitri told us about the kiss."
He pushes me to stand from his lap and stands up beside me. I crane my neck to look up at him. "You guys gossip worse than girls do." Ghost snorts.
"I doubt that. I'm sure you're dying for a girl's day with Les and Evie."
I grin, because he's not wrong. I finally have something to add to that conversation, and Les can actually enjoy it because it doesn't involve her uncle.
"That's what I thought."
He smacks my ass to get me moving. "One of these days, one of you is going to have to pay up for all this ass smacking." I throw over my shoulder and watch Ghost's face change. His eyes darken, and I see his dick twitch to life in his sweatpants. I walk down the hallway toward Nikolai's office and look through the gap in the door. His head is buried in his laptop, so I take a second to gather my courage. I push my shoulders back and shove open the door. His head snaps up, and he looks surprised to see me walking in.
"What can I do for you, Zolotoy?"
Nikolai sits back in his chair and makes it look very inviting to sit in his lap, but I choose the chair next to him instead. "I haven't seen you since last night."
"I didn't want to interrupt."
My face blooms with color, and he chuckles.
"Yes, I heard everything."
"Why didn't you join?" I blurt out. He tilts his head to the side.
"I don't know if that's something I can get involved in."
"You didn't seem to mind watching me with Alexei," I say huskily. The look on his face is etched into my brain. "And you kissed me last night."
"I did."
Nikolai sighs.
"I'm attracted to you, I won't deny that, but I'm a possessive man, Zolotoy."
My stomach drops out at his admission. He reaches over and tugs my hand until I stand up, then he pulls me until I'm straddling his lap.
"I want you so fucking bad, but I don't know if I can share you with them."
"How do you know if you don't try?" I slide my arms around his neck and let my weight settle on him. He groans deep in his throat, and his hands go to my ass. "You were turned on just watching. Imagine if you were involved."
"Fuck,"
Nikolai rasps, lifting his hips and letting me feel how hard he is through my thin shorts. Our lips crash together, moving our hips. This little bit of contact makes me want more. I grind down harder and gasp into the kiss when his cock rubs against my clit. I didn't put panties on this morning, so I'm already sensitive. I widen my legs and do it again. Nikolai jerks his mouth away and locks his hands on my hips, rocking me against this cock.
"Fuck. You're gorgeous."
His hand slides up my thigh and into the leg of my shorts.
"You don't have any goddamn panties on,"
he says when his fingers graze against my bare pussy. "No," I moan. He moves his hand until he's rubbing my clit. I know I came in here to talk to him, but something about Nikolai makes all rational thought fly out the window, just like it does with all the other guys. I start moving my hips in time with his fingers, my eyes locked on his green ones. He adds more pressure, moving faster.
"You going to come for me, Zolotoy?"
"Yes, Nikolai," I breathe.
"Say my name again,"
he demands. "Nikolai!"
"I can't wait to hear my name leave your lips when my cock is inside you. Until then, come on my fingers."
He pushes me to my feet, spins me around and pulls me back onto his lap. His hand slides down the front of my shorts. He shoves 2 fingers inside of me and lets the heel of his palm grind against my clit. You're so fucking wet. I place my feet on the edge of the chair, spreading them wide to give him better access, and start riding his fingers, imagining it's his cock inside me. He starts kissing and nipping at my neck, ramping up my desire even higher. Nikolai, I moan, my release hovering right on the edge. He slides his hand up and starts strumming my clit back and forth fast with the pads of his finger. Nikolai! I shudder and sag against his chest. I follow his hand and watch as he sucks his fingers into his mouth, groaning when he gets a taste of me. I knew you'd taste like my new favorite meal. I grind my ass on his cock. What about you? Before he can answer, the door busts open. My fucking house is on fire, Ghost says, eyes wild, phone to his ear. We have to go. He's out the door before we can register what he said. Fuck, Nikolai exclaims, helping me stand from his lap. He can't go. Ghost! I follow him, and Ghost is nowhere to be seen. Shit.
Chapter 35. Caden. I watch as Nick's black Benz comes to a screeching halt in front of Ghost's house. It doesn't even surprise me that Ghost is in the front seat. Before I can intercept him, he's already out of the car, staring at what's left of his house. The back side is up in flames and working quickly to the front. We have no idea if and when the fire department will show up. If Grant could pay off the cops, he could sure as hell pay off someone in the fire department. "What the fuck, Nick?" Lex barks, striding to the car. "Neither one of them is supposed to be here." I look into the back seat and see Bridget's bright red hair. "This is my goddamn house," Ghost grits out. "I wasn't staying home with my thumb stuck up my ass." Before they can get into a fight that I already see coming, I put my hand on Ghost's chest. "You're a fugitive, and this is probably to draw you out. You need to go home." "This is my home!" Ghost bellows. "No. Your home is wherever we are," I say quietly. "This can be replaced. You can't." Ghost finally looks at me, and I can't stand how tormented his eyes look. I peck his lips. "I know this sucks, but you need to go before someone spots you." Mercy's phone starts ringing, and the look he gives me when he listens to the person on the other end makes my stomach sink. He disconnects the call and finally turns to Ghost. "The pool hall is up in flames, too." Motherfucker. Grant is trying to flush Ghost out from wherever he can. Ghost takes off toward Mercy's Bronco before I can stop him. "Case!" Ghost yells. Mercy tosses them to him without a second thought. I slide into the passenger seat seconds before he peels off. "What are you doing?" I ask, holding on for dear life. Ghost's knuckles are white from that grip on the steering wheel. "I'm going to kill someone." "Oh, that's just fucking great." "Who?" "Whoever I see first." Ghost hits Concrete Row and starts driving straight into Hellraiser's territory. "Ghost, come on. If someone sees you, they'll arrest you again. Please don't let your dad win." "They won't take me alive this time. This is my livelihood. I bought that with my own money. I built this shit from the ground up, and this asshole comes in and burns them to the ground? Fuck that." Tink is probably the one who lit the match, but we all know Grant is behind this. Tink's garage comes into view, and several motorcycles are sitting in front of it. Ghost makes a straight line for them, and I brace myself for impact. Mercy's Bronco has an indestructible brush guard on the front, but this shit is still going to hurt. Ghost stomps on the gas, swerves, and takes out the first several bikes before jerking the wheel back onto the road. Tink's guys come spilling out of the garage, guns raised. Several shots ping off the side of the Bronco. Then the back glass shatters. Ghost doesn't even flinch. He whips a U-turn and heads right back toward them. Get down, Ghost barks. Yeah, fuck that. I pull my Glock from its holster and roll my window down. Not a chance, I say with a grin. Ghost drives right at them. Not even a hint that he's going to stop. I stick my hand from the window and fire off several shots. The guys from the garage dive out of the way last second, and Ghost slams on the brakes. He shoves his door open, pulling a Glock from the back of his sweatpants. I jump out behind him, bracing myself for anything. Where the hell is Tank? Ghost yells. The guys scramble from the ground, and I already don't like the odds until I see Nick's Benz and my Mustang flying in behind us. Lex, D, Banger, and Nick come in from all sides, guns raised and ready. Mercy and Twitch are right behind them. I'll ask one more fucking time, and then I start shooting. Where the fuck is Tink? I steal a quick glance and don't see Bridget in either of the cars. Where the hell is she? I don't know, one of the guys answers, looking around nervously. Who decided it was a good goddamn idea to burn my fucking pool hall and house down? It wasn't us. We're just supposed to be watching Tink's place. I've got more on the way, Marcy says. Good. It's about time we have an old-fashioned gang war. It's just us here, the guy who first spoke up says, gesturing to him and three of his buddies. We don't know where anyone else is. Ghost and I exchange a look. These were low men on the totem pole. That's why Tink left them here to get slaughtered. Pledge your loyalty to the Vipers, and I'll let you live, Ghost says. How? Another speaks up. Tell me where else Tink hides out, and we'll call it even. I'll initiate you when the shit is done. They look around at each other, and I see the moment they realize they're on the wrong side. He has several places that Augustus set him up with, but we don't know where they are. He's probably telling the truth, I mutter. New members usually don't get that type of information until they prove they can be trusted. Ghost jerks his head at Mercy and Twitch. Take them somewhere, and don't take your eyes off them. I'll figure out what to do later. Mercy and Twitch jump into action, shoving them into Mercy's Bronco. Sorry about that, Ghost says, nodding to the side of the Bronco that's fucked up from him taking out those motorcycles and the missing back glass. All good, Mercy grins. I just hate that I missed it. He jumps into the driver's seat and drives away. I turn to Ghost. I'm pretty sure that first bike is Tink's. Good, Ghost growls. Lex leans against the side of my Mustang and crosses his arms over his chest. So, just wondering how in the motherfuck you thought this is a good idea. I want this fucking done. I'm done hiding. You hid for less than a day, Nick says dryly, making me choke on a laugh. You can't be seen or they'll arrest your ass again. I don't care, Ghost bellows. Let them fucking come for me. Lex moves so fast that none of us have time to react when he wraps his fist in Ghost's shirt and jerks him until they are face to face. I fucking care, Lex growls. I care what happens to you. Get your head out of your ass and realize what's right in front of you. Ghost's hands are balled into fists, and his chest is heaving. I'm stepping forward to intervene when Ghost slams his lips against Lex's in a brutal kiss. Well, that's a sudden turn of events, Dimitri says, and I can't help the laugh that busts out of me. It doesn't even bother Lex and Ghost, who are seconds away from fucking in the street. Not that I care. Where's Bridget? I ask, not taking my eyes away from them. Right here, Banger answers with a laugh. I turn to him, and he's pointing inside Nick's car, where you can only see Bridget's hand waving from the back seat. We told her to stay down, and she listened like a good girl.
I heard that,
she calls out. I walk up and slide my hands around Ghost's waist. He shivers from head to toe. I hate to break up this very sexy display, but we need to move. Lex jerks his mouth, his breathing ragged. Fuck, we need to finish that shit sometime. Ghost grinds his hips into Lex's with a grin. Yeah, we do. Lex, Ghost, and I slide into my Mustang with Ghost in the seat beside me. I shift into first and pull from the curb, Nick behind me. What are you going to do about your house and shooters? I ask, whipping a U-turn and heading back to the estate. I know how much pride Ghost takes in what he's built. Ghost leans back in the seat with a sigh. I don't know. Lex sits up between the seats, leaning his arms on the console. We can rebuild, shooters, and you still have a home. Did you not see my house up in flames? Yeah, and that fucking sucks. But you have the estate. It's your house, Lex, not mine. It's yours now, too. Lex shrugs. All of ours. Or we could sell it and get something else. My eyebrows hit my hairline, and I look at Lex in the rearview mirror. This is supposed to be short-term, I remind him. I still don't know if Bridget's ready for all this, even if she is hanging in there just fine. Why does it have to be? Lex argues. We're stuck up each other's asses all the time anyway. I snort, figuratively and literally. Lex's dark eyes find mine in the mirror. I didn't hear you complaining, lover boy. It's gonna take more than good dick to make me move in with you, I joke. Is that all this is? Lex asks with a frown. Is it? I retort. I have no idea what he wants me to say. In my mind, that is all it is. Not because I don't want it to be more. I do. But I don't think Lex is thinking that. Not for me, Lex answers, surprising me. I want this all to be real. Not just fucking for the fun of it. Ghost turns in his seat to face Lex. What are you saying? Lex sits back in the seat with a groan. Do I need to spell it out? Ghost and I both nod, making Lex's eyes narrow. I need you guys all in this with me. For the long haul. I want Bridget to be ours in every sense of the word. I want Caden to quit making this seem like what we did is just fuck. I want Nick to get his head out of his ass and quit fighting his feelings for Bridget. About that, Ghost says. I heard her screaming his name at the house when I went in to get them about my house. They weren't naked, but something happened. If he got a small taste of Firefly, then he's fucking hooked. I know from experience. I'm never letting our sexy ass go now. I've been drawn to Bridget since the night she kept my mind occupied after Ghost's truth bomb. It's like she could sense I was teetering on the edge and came to my rescue. I still don't think she understands what she did for me that night. What about the rest of it? Lex insists, his eyes glued to the side of my head. I'm all in, I say quietly, and watch Lex's face morph into a huge smile. God damn, he's pretty when he smiles. Jesus Christ, now I sound like Bridget. Ghost rolls his eyes when Lex turns to him. I'm in. Good fucking answer, because I have no problem killing you, hiding your body, and taking Loverboy to keep all to myself. I bust out laughing at Ghost's stunned expression. What happened to let's all be in this together? Ghost asks. I stop at nothing to make sure this happens. You should know that. You're sexy as hell, Lex, but sometimes your creepy level overshadows that. I laugh. Lex shrugs, not at all offended. It obviously has its appeal, or I wouldn't have had you begging for my cock. He has you there, baby love. Whatever. I grouch. You need to call Les and cancel that fight tonight, I say, trying to change the subject from me shamelessly begging Lex to fuck me. No, I'm going. Dad can kiss my ass. I'll be safe there with everyone. Before I can open my mouth to argue, Ghost reaches over and squeezes my thigh. It'll be fine. I promise. Let's just hope those aren't famous last words. Chapter 36. Banger. I know this is a bad idea. Ghost shouldn't be in public, but he was adamant that he show up for this fucking fight. Ghost is one of the best underground fighters I've ever seen, and not just because people underestimate him. It's because he's that damn good. I feel a little better with Bridget being here, too, because all of us, plus Les and Evie and their crews are here. Les sat us all in VIP since she owns the place, so Bridget is protected. I look over at her, laughing and talking with Evie and Les, and wonder when she stole my heart. It goes way beyond just messing around, and the more time we spend together, the stronger the feelings are. I hope the reason we are all together isn't just because she needs constant protection. It makes me wonder what will happen when this is finally done. Will she go back home? Will she forget everything we have? If that thought scares me, I can't imagine what it does to Lex and Dee. We need to talk, Lex says, flopping down beside me. I need to know something. Okay. Are you all in, or do I need to murder you in your sleep? What the fuck? I laugh. Why do I have to die? He gestures around impatiently. With Bridget and us, are you in? I look back over at Bridget and back to Lex. I'm in. See? Lex yells. That's how you answer a fucking question. Ah, Caden says, sitting on Lex's lap and wrapping his arms around his neck. Is someone grumpy? Fuck off, lover boy. Even as Lex says it, his arms go around Caden's waist. Even if it's not something for me, I have to admit they're hot as fuck together. Why do you have to mess with me so much? Because it makes the vein in your forehead throb. It's addicting. Lex tries to shove Caden off his lap, and Caden holds on tighter. Lex leans in until he's right at Caden's ear. You remember when you said you wanted me to bend you over and turn that perky ass red? Caden lifts a brow. You're about to get your fucking wish in a room full of people. Damn it, now I'm hard, Caden says, making Lex huff a laugh. Come on, you big sexy Russian bastard, don't tease me. Les walks over to stand in front of us, arms crossed over her chest. This is not something I ever saw coming. I'm just that irresistible, Les. Caden says. You missed your chance. Les does that weird head tilt. I did. When did I ever ask for one? Ryder comes to stand behind Les, and Caden snaps his mouth closed, keeping what I'm sure would have gotten his ass beat inside. I can't help but laugh at the look on his face. Even Lex starts chuckling. What's the matter, Squid? Ryder asks, sliding his arms around Les's waist. Don't call me that, Caden pouts, making Lex laugh out loud. Lex leans in and pecks Caden's lips. Caden takes advantage by kissing him harder. Lex slides his hand onto Caden's neck, accepting it without hesitation. I love that they can express how they feel and not give a fuck.
What am I missing?
Bridget asks, coming to stand by my chair. I grab her hand and tug her onto my lap. Lex laying claim, I answer, running my nose up her neck. Fuck, you smell good.
I taste even better.
Trust me, baby doll, I know. Well, Les laughs. That's my cue. Les grabs Ryder's hand and drags him back to where the rest of her guys are. Nick sits on the other side of Lex and Caden, while Dimitri sits beside me. I watch Nick as he notices Lex and Caden. He doesn't look surprised, but he also doesn't look turned off by it. Lex and Caden break apart when the entry music for the fight starts playing. Caden jumps to his feet, and we watch the other fighter walk into the ring. I've watched the other guy fight a couple of times, and he's good, but he's outmatched against Ghost. The first notes of Rough Riders' Anthem by DMX starts playing, and the crowd goes fucking nuts. This is the song Ghost always uses. It started as a joke, but now that's how everyone knows he's about to enter the ring. This fight is going to be a street brawl with no gloves and no rules. Les's fights don't have many rules besides don't kill the guy whose ass you're kicking. That's the only reason she has referees. Ghost walks into the ring with a distant look on his face since he's already in the zone. He doesn't jump around and act like a dumbass trying to fire the crowd up like the other guy did. He doesn't need to. They love to watch him fight. Caden wolf whistles, and Ghost's head slowly comes up to where Caden's standing. I watch the small tilt to Ghost's lips, and then he's back to business. He bumps fists with his opponent and goes into a fighter stance. They circle each other, sizing the other one up. Ghost's opponent makes the first move, and I can already see this is going to end bloody for him. He strikes, and Ghost evades it easily, continuing to circle him.
What are they doing?
Bridget asks, eyes glued to Ghost. Testing each other, looking for weaknesses.
Oh,
Bridget comments.
What do you see?
This guy's too cocky. You see how he keeps jumping at Ghost, but not actually striking? He's trying to throw Ghost off his game.
Will it work?
I tug her lip from between her teeth, where she's chewing on it nervously, worried about Ghost. She doesn't need to be. Nope. Ghost is a badass, baby doll. No way he can lose this. I point at the ring. Ghost has a longer reach and quicker feet. Just as I finish that sentence, Ghost finally makes a move, hitting the guy with a right hook. It knocks him back a few steps, but the guy recovers quickly. Let's fucking go! Caden yells. That's what I'm talking about! Dimitri chuckles. Bloodthirsty as hell. Like you aren't, I snored. I can't deny it, Dimitri agrees. Bridget giggles.
I should seriously rethink who I hang out with.
Dimitri slides a hand onto her thigh and squeezes. Don't even think about it, Bogania, he says, making Bridget grin at him. Oh, shit, Lex says, sitting up in his chair. I look back at the mat and there's no more playing around. Fists and feet are flying. Ghost didn't come to play. He's got a lot of built-up tension because of his dad, and this is his easiest outlet. The bell rings, signaling the end of the round, and Caden jumps over the railing to head to the mat, with Lex right behind him. Ghost comes to the end of the mat, takes his mouth guard out, and accepts the water bottle Caden hands him.
Does it make me horrible to say that's hot as fuck?
Bridget asks. Sure doesn't, Zolotoy, Nick answers. Because I tend to agree. Bridget's mouth drops open.
You think Ghost is hot?
Nick shrugs with a sly grin, but doesn't answer. Bridget slides from my lap into Lex's chair and sits her arms on the arm, dropping her chin in her hands.
Please go on.
Nick runs his thumb across her bottom lip. Watch the fight.
That's not fair. You can't say something like that and then not expand on it.
The bell sounds again, and it drags all of our attention to the fight. Ghost is lethal, not giving the guy a chance to get his shit together before he's on him again. This goes on for 3 rounds until Les walks to the railing, waiting to see if she needs to intervene. Ghost gets the guy on the mat, wraps his arm around his neck from behind, and starts pulling backward. The guy refuses to tap out, so Ghost tightens his hold. "Call it!" Les yells. Ghost's opponent's face goes slack, and Les shakes her head. "Now!" The ref taps Ghost on the shoulder, and if looks could kill, the dude would be dead. The referee points to Les, and Ghost finally lets his arms drop. The guy's unconscious form hits the mat, and Ghost jumps to his feet. Medics that Les has on her payroll walk onto the mat and make sure the poor fool is still breathing. They get him to stand, and he's weaving back and forth. They declare Ghost the winner, they bump fists, and Ghost storms off the mat.
Shouldn't he be happy? He just kicked ass.
Bridget asks, confused. Ghost has a lot on his mind, Bogania. He'll be fine. Why don't I take you to see him? I suggest. I can see the worry all over her face, and Bridget could cheer up the meanest person.
I'd like that.
I stand up and stick my hand out for her to grab. I lead her back to the locker rooms with Dimitri and Nick shadowing me just in case. Don't leave this room without one of us, okay? I say. She pecks my lips.
I won't.
She pushes into the locker room, and I get a brief glimpse of Ghost when he swings around to see who entered. We slide down the wall to sit on the floor. We don't trust that Ghost's dad isn't lurking somewhere, and I want to make sure they stay safe. Because I have an idea of what's about to happen in that locker room. Chapter 37. Ghost. Usually, beating the shit out of someone makes me feel better. But my dad has gotten so far under my skin that winning that fight has done nothing for the tension in my shoulders. I let the referee raise my hand above my head, signaling me as the winner, and listen to the crowd go nuts. It means nothing. I bump fists with the poor fool who stepped in the ring with me tonight and make my way to the locker room. I slam through the door and jam my fingers through my hair. I need to settle this with Dad, or it's going to eat me alive. I hear the door creak open and turn around, expecting Caden. But Bridget slips through the door. I let my eyes slide down the sexy outfit she has on, mostly lingering on the skirt that barely covers her pretty ass. She walks up to me and runs her hands up my sweaty chest. "What are you doing?" I ask gruffly. I'm still riding the adrenaline, and she's walking into dangerous territory.
"I'm congratulating you,"
she replies, wrapping her arms around my neck and laying her lips on mine. I settle my hands on her hips and sink into the kiss. She moans deep in her throat and rocks her hips against my rapidly hardening cock. I back her up until her back hits the wall and jerk my mouth away.
"You looked so fucking hot out there,"
Bridget says.
"I'm so wet just from watching you."
Fuck, I love that she's bold. She tells you exactly what she's thinking, and I appreciate the hell out of it. Is that so? I reach for the tape on my knuckles to peel it off so I can feel her without scratching her, and she grabs my wrists.
"Leave it."
I run my hands up the outside of her thighs, and her whole body shudders. I push her skirt up until it's bunched up around her waist. "These have to go," I say, wrapping my hands on the strings of her panties and pulling until they rip. I let the shredded material flutter to the floor and slide my fingers through her wet slit.
"Oh, fuck,"
Bridget breathes. "You weren't lying, were you, sunshine?" She's dripping fucking wet from watching me fight, and that has my cock throbbing behind my shorts. I rub her clit with the pads of my fingers, careful with the tape on my hands. "Please," Bridget moans. "Please what?" "Fuck me." I start kissing her neck. Get my cock out. Her hands go to the waistband of my shorts, and she shoves them down my hips with my boxers, then wraps her hand around my cock. I fuck her fist a few times, then knock her hand away. I wrap my hands around her thighs, then lift her off her feet, making her wrap her legs around my waist. "Put me inside of you." She reaches between us and lines my cock up with her soaking wet pussy. I let her slide slowly down my cock until I'm fully seated. I don't know if I can go easy.
"Then don't."
Taking her at her word, I slide my arms under her legs until they are sitting in the crook of my elbows and take her hips in a tight grip. I push her up until just the head of my cock is sitting inside of her, and then jerk her down, slamming my hips up at the same time. Fuck! I start fucking her ruthlessly, not even giving her a chance to catch a breath. Bridget's hands slide into my hair, and she tightens her fists, jerking my lips to hers in a brutal kiss. Our tongues are dangling. It's sloppy and hot as fuck. I don't let up with my thrusts, slamming inside of her with just one thought. I need to mark her. I need to make her mine. She bites down on my lip, and I growl deep in my throat. Fuck. Something about that move snaps something inside of me. I pull from inside her, let her feet fall to the floor, and shove her to her knees in front of me. "Do you still want it like this?" I grit out. I'm way beyond fucked up at this point, and I want to take her hard, but I need to make sure she's still okay with it. Her eyes are locked onto mine, and I wish I could take a picture of her on her knees for me.
"Yes,"
Bridget answers without hesitation. Her hands slide up my thighs until she settles them on my hips, giving me full range of her mouth. "Open and stick your tongue out." Her mouth falls open, and I sit the head of my cock on her tongue. Gathering her hair tightly in my hand, I slide into her hot mouth until I'm in her throat. "Tap my hips if it's too much," I warn, and push it further until her nose is brushing my pubic bone. "Goddamn, you look sexy with your mouth full of my cock, Sunshine." I watch as her eyes start to water, but she doesn't tap out. "That's my girl," I praise. She moans around the head. "You like when I call you my girl?" I rasp, "Because that's what you are." I pull out so she can breathe, and she sucks in lungfuls of air. Saliva is dripping down her chin, and I'm transfixed by it. I slide back into her mouth and take her hair again. "Hold on." I clasp both sides of her face and start fucking her mouth so hard my balls are slapping against her chin. She takes everything I have to give. Her fingernails are digging into my hips, spurring me to go even harder. One of her hands disappears from my hips, and I watch as she slides in between her thighs, playing with her pussy. "They're sucking me off, turn you on, Sunshine? Come with my cock down your throat." She starts rubbing her clit fast and rough when I shove back in. "Choke on it." She gags around my cock, and a groan rips from my chest. "Fuck, you're perfect." Her movements on her clit get erratic, and I know she's about to come when her eyelids start to flutter. "Keep your eyes on me when you come. Let me see you." Tears are leaking down her face with her mascara and eyeliner, and she's never looked sexier. She explodes with a scream, and I take advantage of it, pushing in further. That seems to make her come even harder. I pull from her mouth, jerk her to her feet with my hold on her hair, and spin her around so her chest is pressed to the wall. "Widen your legs." She does as I say, and I line my cock up with her pussy and slam inside of her. Her scream echoes through the locker room, and I soak it in. "You like this, don't you? When we're so fucked up around you that we can't control ourselves?"
"Yes, fuck yes."
Bridget moans, shoving her hips back to fuck herself on my cock. I lock one hand around her throat and let my other palm crack against the cheek of her ass. "Stop moving!" Her pussy clamps down on my cock, and her moan vibrates against my hand on her throat. I tighten my hand and tip her head back. I pick up the pace, slamming into her so hard that her ass jiggles with each thrust. Goddamn, I love this pussy. Keeping my hold on her throat, I start fucking her with purpose. I'm no longer afraid of hurting her. I know that she can take it now. Gabriel! She screams as she comes again. That's it, sunshine. Scream my fucking name. Let this whole goddamn place know how much you love my cock. Let them know how good I fuck you. I slide my hand around and start circling her clit, making her hips jerk. Come for me again. I'm addicted to feeling her pussy tighten up on me and the way her whole body flushes when she comes. I slam inside her hard 3 more times, and she shatters again, my name rolling off her lips. My hands go to her hips, and I start thrusting hard, chasing after my own release. I feel my balls start to draw up, and when she comes this time, she takes me right behind her. Sunshine. I groan, burying myself as far as I can inside of her. I push her hair to the side and kiss her neck. Are you okay? Bridget giggles and turns her head so I can see her eyes.
I'm perfect, Gabriel. Stop worrying.
I breathe a sigh of relief and let my cock slide from inside her. I watch as my cum starts dripping down her thighs and can't stop myself from reaching out to gather it on my fingers. I fuck my fingers back inside of her, and when that doesn't feel like enough, I replace my fingers with my cock to hold my cum in. That needs to stay there.
Holy shit,
Bridget breathes.
What are you trying to do?
I have no fucking clue. I just need my cum to stay where it belongs. But I don't want to tell her that. I need a shower, I say instead, letting my cock slide free. She turns in my arms and takes my hand to lead me back to the shower stalls. I kick my shoes off and rip my socks off so I can undress her slowly. She wraps her hair into a bun on top of her head when she's blissfully naked in front of me. She turns the shower on, checks the temperature, then tugs me inside. I already said everything I needed inside before the fight, so she picks up my body wash and squirts some on her hand. What are you doing? I ask.
Washing you,
she says casually, rubbing her hands together.
I get the feeling you've never had someone take care of you like this. And I want to do it now.
I swallow past the lump in my throat and nod when she holds up her hands in question. Her soft hands land on my pecs, and she starts rubbing in circles.
Everyone needs someone to take care of them every once in a while,
she says softly, gently cleaning the sweat from my skin.
You're always taking care of others. It's your turn if you'll let us.
I can't look away from those gorgeous green eyes as she's massaging the body wash into my skin. When she turns me to wash my back, I can feel myself getting choked up.
You have to let go,
she says raggedly, already able to tell where my mind is taking me. She hit the nail on the head when she said I'd never had someone take care of me. I have my family now, but I've never fully let them in. And if I don't let them now, my father wins, and I'll be goddamned if I let that happen. My shoulders sag forward, and her little arms come around my waist, hugging me from behind. Thank you, I whisper.
Don't thank me.
I can hear the tears in her voice.
Just let us be here for you.
I turn in her arms and crush her to my chest. I hug her until I can feel that last little bit of tension leave me, and then pull back to kiss her pouty lips. She accepts my kiss, and it morphs into something huge. I can feel my chest swell with emotion for this woman standing in front of me. I will always know this is the moment that I fell in love with Bridget. Chapter 38. Dmitri. The following day, we finally start getting the answers we've been looking for. Your dad has his hands in a lot of shit, Holden says, bringing up a ton of files on the big screen. But this is where you need to hit him. He clicks open a folder, and it's bank accounts with a fuckload of zeros. This is his main money source. It's buried really fucking deep, but we got access to it last night. What do I need to do? Ghost asks. Nothing. Nolan answers. All we have to do is cut off the funds. Ghost looks around the table and then back at them. Do it. But I don't want you to just shut it down. I want you to make sure he knows you did and clean out the accounts. Where do you want the money to go? Holden asks. Cancer foundations, victims of human trafficking, children's hospital, just make sure it all goes somewhere good. Make the donations under Gabriel Augustus. Ghost answers. If that doesn't send a message, I don't know what the fuck does. Holden nods. I can also send him a little note, letting him know he's very fucking broke. We also had another idea. Nolan adds, looking nervously around at us. I think you should out him for this shit. Axel's other team can make it happen. Clear the accounts first. Let me think about the other part. No problem. Holden answers, sitting back in his chair. What's your plan for safety? We'll go in numbers and keep Bridget here as much as we can. I answer. This is going to piss him off enough that he'll make a move. You know you have us if you need it, right? Holden offers. Of course, Alexei says. But you fought your battles. We can handle this. And when you can't, Holden pushes. We'll be sure to call you. Nick says. We have it under control right now. Holden looks at Ghost. I'm not trying to be an asshole, but I've seen how under control you've had this. You've already had your house shot up and then burnt down, and Shooters is a total loss. You're a fugitive for the foreseeable future. How is that under control? I watch Caden slide his hand onto Ghost's thigh and squeeze. I know Holden isn't meaning anything bad. He's just pointing out the obvious. But we don't want to involve anyone else in this mess. They've had their own share of bullshit to deal with. They don't need this. You've been around Ryder too fucking much. Ghost grits out. When we need you, we'll call. Until then, we do this our way. Holden shrugs, stuffs his laptop into his bag, and stands up. Just know that if anything happens to Bridget under your watch, Les will be the least of your worries. Holden jerks his head, and Nolan follows him from the room. Caden watches him until the door shuts behind them. Does anyone remember when he was scared of his own shadow? He's actually scary now. It's fucking impressive. Banger laughs. I didn't know him then. I did, and I'm damn proud of the man Holden has become. Love will do wonders for you. Everyone starts filing from the room, and Banger stops me at the door. You want to run into town with me? I need to check on Mom and Dad. Sure, I agree. I've met Banger's parents, and they're some of the nicest people I've ever met. They don't treat me like Victor Orlov's son. They treat me like family. We head straight to the garage, and Banger slides behind the wheel of Bridget's Honda. I climb into the passenger side and raise a brow. Does she know you're taking her car? He backs out of the garage and heads toward the gate. Yeah, I think she still feels bad about mine, so she told me to use it today when I told her where I needed to go. How bad do you think this is going to get? I ask. Grant already seemed like a bomb waiting to explode. I can't imagine he'll take this lying down. Really fucking bad. After they do this, we need to stick closer than ever. That's not a problem, since these are my favorite people to be around. 20 minutes later, we pull in front of Banger's parents' house. As soon as we walk in, his mom greets us at the door, wrapping us both in hugs. It's so nice to see you, she says when she gets to me. You too, ma'am. What did I tell you about that ma'am nonsense? I'm sorry, Mrs. Ada. She rolls her eyes. I guess that's better. But you can call me just Ada. Okay, just Ada. I joke, making her laugh. Being around her makes me miss Mama. But I'm glad she's happy in New York, even if I'm not a fan of her relationship with Aldo. He's a damn good man, and took her in when he didn't even know her. But that's still my Mama. She swats my arm and then hooks hers through it. Where's Bridget? At the house, Banger answers, and Ada's face splits into a grin. Stop it, Mom. It doesn't mean anything. I can smell that lie from a mile away, but I guess he doesn't want his mom to know everything yet. Where's Dad? Ada leads us to the living room and gets comfortable in her chair while we sit on the couch. He took that Paletti job, so he's at work. That's good. It's a big job. Ada smiles. It is. We can do so much for that money. Mom, I told you if you need money. She cuts Banger off with a look. We've done this for a long time. I told you that we don't want your money. You work hard for that. Banger chokes on a laugh. You could say that. If I didn't know better, I'd swear Banger's parents have no idea what he really does for a living. Have you boys had breakfast? I was about to whip something up. Let me, I offer, standing from the couch. Oh, you don't have to do that. I smile. I want to. I leave the living room before she has a chance to argue. Once in the kitchen, I pull out everything I need. Bacon, eggs, and hash browns. When the bacon starts sizzling, I hear someone walk into the kitchen. Ada slides into a chair at the table, watching me cook. What's really going on with Bridget? What do you mean? I ask, cracking eggs into a skillet to fry. You know exactly what I mean. I watched both of your faces change when I mentioned her. This isn't going to come between your friendship, is it? What the hell am I supposed to tell her if Banger's not ready? And why is she coming to me? I finally sigh. I can't lie to her. It's not going to come between us. We both care for her. I'm not sure what that means. Maybe you should ask Banger. Roman is keeping his lips sealed. That's because I'm not ready to talk about it yet, Banger says, walking into the kitchen. He sits in front of his mom. I'm not hiding anything on purpose. I just need time to process. Process what? Are you guys fighting over her? I turn my back to them so she can't see me smile. There is no fighting over Bridget. She's become the center of our universe. Mom, Banger groans. No, can we drop this? Absolutely not. You guys are like brothers. You can't let a girl come between you. I put everything onto plates and carry them to the table. I take my seat, and we eat in awkward silence. The only sound in the room is the clock on the wall ticking and the scrape of the silverware on the plates. Ada pushes her plate back.
That was good. Thank you for doing that, Dimitri.
You're welcome. It was my pleasure.
Now, tell me what's going on.
Jesus! Banger sighs. We're both dating her, okay? Knowingly and willingly. So are Caden, Ghost, and Lex. Banger drops his forehead on the table. And maybe Nick. I watch Ada's face closely, looking for any reaction. Her eyes are flicking back and forth between the two of us. Okay, she says slowly. I'm not sure what to say to that. Is it serious? It's new. Very new, Banger answers, lifting his head. I'm going to have to give him shit later for being so fucking dramatic. Just know that I'm happy.
That's all I want for you, Roman. Or for any of you boys. I like her. I think she'll be good for you all. Maybe she can keep you in line.
I can't help to laugh at the skips. If anyone's going to keep us in line, it would be Bridget, if she wanted to. But she likes us just the way we are. You can bet on it, Ada. We finish breakfast, steering clear of the entire relationship conversation. Until we figure it all out, it's probably for the best. Banger and I clean up the dishes and tell his mom goodbye. Once in the car, Banger drives into one of the many abandoned lots in downtown Abbs Valley and turns to face me in the seat. I'm going to suggest something, and you have to promise not to punch me in the throat. I raise a brow in question. I think you should get behind the wheel of a car again. Banger holds a hand up when I open my mouth. You don't even have to drive it yet. Just sit behind the wheel. My hands start shaking immediately, and I clench them into fists, pissed off that I can't let this go after all this time. I think about my answer, and just when I think I can do it, my heart starts thumping in my chest, and the vision of the car burning around me pops beyond my eyes. I can't. I croak. It's cool, Banger soothes. Maybe another time. He shifts into gear, and I grab his arm to stop him from pulling out of the parking lot. Just give me a minute. Banger nods and shifts back into park. Why can't I just sit behind the goddamn steering wheel? I drove to Bridget's that night, yes, but she was in danger, and there was no way I was letting anything happen to her, no matter how much it fucked me up inside. We sit there for 5 minutes before my heart rate returns to almost normal, and my hands barely have tremors. Switch spots with me, I say. Are you sure? Yes. I push my door open before I change my mind and pass Banger at the hood. I hesitate for a second before sucking it up and sliding behind the steering wheel and slamming the door. Banger gets into the passenger side and relaxes back in his seat. Every time I reach to even run my hands over the wheel, my hands start to shake. When I was 6, I wrecked my bike and broke my arm, Banger says, staring through the windshield. I was fucking terrified to get back on it when I could. My dad told me to just sit on it until I felt better about riding it. It took me a long time, but eventually I did. He finally turns to look at me. I know that's not nearly as close as what you went through, but I thought it might work for you too. My dad sat with me for hours a day until I was ready, and I'm willing to do the same thing for you. Words are locked in my throat, so all I can do is nod. I know we picked the right people to build the family with. And this just proves it. I look over at Banger, and that's when I see the car flying into the parking lot. He catches sight of it in the side mirror at the same time and twists in the seat to look through the back window. Two more appear with it, and Banger and I look at each other. Drive, D. We have time to switch. Even as I say it, I know it's bullshit. D, you have to drive, Banger says, pulling a Glock from under the seat. Now, man! I jerk the car into drive and peel from the lot. I don't have time to panic. All I can think about is getting the fuck away from whoever this is. They probably have any access to concrete road blocked. Take a left from the lot. I follow his instructions and fly onto the main road. The car's right on my tail. Bridget's car isn't built for a high-speed chase with an inexperienced driver behind the wheel. At the stop sign, take another right. Banger punches several buttons on the dash, and Lex's voice filters through the speakers. We have problems. Banger outlines what's happening, and I can hear Lex start barking orders. Where are you headed? Les's cabin, Banger answers. She's got the firepower stashed there that we're gonna need. We're on our way, Lex says, and I can already hear a car firing up. D, you've got this. Where's Bridget? I ask, trying to distract myself. She went to a meeting with Caden. Ghost answers. Nick's trying to get a hold of them now, but Caden doesn't take his phone in. When you get in touch with him, tell them to go straight back to the house and go into lockdown, I instruct. Take this left, Banger says. I whip the wheel and glide effortlessly down the hill. You're doing fucking great, man. Just a little bit longer. I'll tell them, Nick answers. See you at the cabin. The line disconnects, and I peek in the rearview mirror. The cars are just as close as they were before, but they are gaining fast. I punch the gas and hold onto the steering wheel, reminding myself that I'm in control. I take the next right, and the car skids a little bit. I correct easily and swallow down the overwhelming panic. Just 2 more rights. I keep repeating that over and over. I jerk the wheel for the next turn, and the vehicle behind me slams into the back of the car. I lose control on the loose gravel, and it sends us straight through a guardrail, right into the water 15 feet below. I brace myself for impact, but it's useless. We hit hard, and my head hits the windshield, making my vision waver. Water rapidly starts filling the car through the open windows, and I can feel myself losing consciousness. I only have one thought before I pass out. Я люблю тебя, богиня.
Chapter 39. Bridget. Telling your mom that you're in a relationship is hard enough. Telling her that you're in a relationship with multiple dudes is worse. I know Mom is used to it because of Les, and she's very accepting. But will she feel the same way about me? One way to find out. Mom, I call out, shoving through the front door. I couldn't even come alone. Since Dimitri and Banger were out, Lex and Nick are currently sitting outside the house like guard dogs. In here! I follow her voice and find her in the living room. She stands when I walk in and pulls me into a hug. I've missed you. I've missed you too. I never go this long without seeing Mom, but I've been busy. Your pussy has been busy. We get settled on the couch and I take a deep breath. Mom, I need to tell you something. Oh my God, are you pregnant? What? I squeak. No! Why is that your first thought? Because you look so serious. You're never serious. Excuse me, I can be serious. Look at me being serious and shit. She gives me the mom look, making me laugh. Okay, let's start again. I pull my leg up to turn to face her. I'm dating someone. Mom claps her hands together in excitement. It's Caden, isn't it? I just knew it. Yes. I roll my eyes when her smile stretches across her face. Too bad that won't last. But it's not just him. What do you mean? I take a deep breath and hope she doesn't lose her mind. I'm not just dating Caden. Mom stares at me for so long that I start to get nervous, and then I see the moment she realizes what I mean. Who else? This is the part that makes me even more nervous. She doesn't really know Ghost or Banger, but she knows the twins. I know a side of them that not everyone has seen, the caring, sweet side. Les was right when she said that Alexei and Dmitri love hard, and they've proved it time and time again. I'm still unsure where Nick and I stand, even after what happened in his office. We haven't had much time to discuss it. You remember Ghost and Banger? She nods, but I can see the frown forming. Alexei and Dmitri, too. Bridget, she sighs. Those boys are trouble. I'm already shaking my head before she finishes that sentence. You don't know them like I do, Mom. They do what they have to do to survive, but they treat me so good. I never wanted you involved in this life, and that's the path you'll take, getting involved with them. I think it's a mistake. My temper flares, and I stomp it down. She has every right to worry. You got involved when you started working for the Palettis, and they've treated you damn good this whole time. How can you have an opinion like that about them? They have, Mom agrees. But I'm not thinking about having a relationship with any of them, especially with a name like the Orlovs. They aren't like their dad, I argue. Alexei and Dmitri are 1,000,000 times the man that Victor was. I need you to believe me when I say that this is what I want. What happened to not wanting to get involved with anyone? That was before I saw what they had to offer, I say quietly. It started the night of Les's wedding. They never pushed, but they made sure I knew they were thinking about me. They accept me. For me. All of them do. They make all the shit that happened with Travis disappear. They make me feel like I'm worth it. Mom grabs my hands. You are worth it, she sighs. I want you happy, and I can tell by the way your face lights up that they do that. You're just going to have to give me time to adjust. I was around during Victor. I need to rewire how I see the Orlovs. So, it's not that I'm dating 5 guys, possibly 6. It's because I'm dating the Orlov twins? I need to adjust to it all. Maybe if you let me meet them, it will help. You want to meet them? I want to meet the men who put that sparkle back in your eyes. Emotion rushes to the surface. I thought I hid how much Travis really hurt me, but I should have known Mom would see right through it. They're perfect, Mom. I've never felt so alive. Then invite them for dinner. It's still early enough. I choke on a laugh. I think we may need to wait on that. I couldn't bring them around Mom right now, not with Grant breathing down our necks. And I don't even know if they want to meet my mom in an official capacity. I just told them I wanted to see Mom. I didn't tell them I planned on telling her about us. Soon, though. I promise. Let's just hope they're game for a normal dinner with their girlfriend's mom. Sleepover! Caden yells, running into my room. He dives onto the bed, making me bounce like crazy. I came in here when I got back from Mom's to clear my head. What are you doing? I ask with a laugh. We haven't done this in a while, Firefly. I miss it. I curl into his side and lay my head on his chest. Me too, I admit. I love where this whole thing has taken us, but I miss when we could just hang out and talk. Things have been so tense with Ghost, and I hate that I can't help him. The hits just keep coming, and there doesn't seem to be a way to slow any of it down. I look up at Caden's face. Do you think this will ever end? He frowns. What do you mean? All this shit with Ghost's dad. Is this how his future looks? Nope. We will take that motherfucker down. Now that Nolan and Holden found the weak spot, we just have to exploit it. Won't that make things worse? Caden shrugs. Probably, but it will piss Grant off enough that he'll fuck up. He rolls so we're face to face. What did you talk to your mom about today? I consider what to say for a second. Would he be okay that I outed us? I don't even know what we are. I guess there's one way to find out. I told her about us. A smile spreads across his face that takes my breath away. Us? All of us? I did. I run my hand down his cheek. What are we now? You're still my best friend, Firefly. That will never change. We're just building onto that friendship. I can't lose you, I whisper. I'm so afraid this is going to blow up in my face. I'm not going anywhere. You're stuck with me. I look into his brown eyes, and the truth is staring right at me. I lean in and press my lips to his, and he opens immediately. Kissing Caden is all-consuming and something I'd never thought I'd feel from him. The kiss morphs until I don't know who's trying to hold the other one tighter. Caden's hand slides under my shirt and I shiver from head to toe. I reluctantly pull away and sit up on my bed to jerk my shirt over my head. His eyes stay glued to my hands as I unhook my bra. When I massage my breasts in my hands, it springs him into action. Caden jumps from the bed and rips his shirt off and shoves his shorts down, making his long cock slap his stomach. I let my eyes roam all over his body, and he stands there and lets me look all I want with his feet spread wide and hands at his sides. You're beautiful, I say. I don't just mean his physical appearance either. Caden is beautiful from the inside out, from his infectious smile and laugh to the way he protects those he loves without hesitation. That's you, Firefly, Caden says gruffly, climbing onto the bed. He jerks my legs out from under me until I sprawl on my back. Hooking his hands in the top of my shorts, he pulls them and my panties down my legs and tosses them over his shoulder. Caden puts his hands on my knees and spreads my legs wide, then lays between them so his cock slides through my wet slit. His lips land back on mine, needy and desperate, the same way I'm feeling. He keeps pumping his hips, so he keeps constant pressure on my clit, and I can't stop the moan that leaves my mouth. Caden starts kissing down my neck until he gets to my breasts. He pushes them together, and his eyes flash to my face. I never thought I'd love titties this much. He runs his tongue ring around my nipple, causing it to tighten into a hard peak. But yours are perfection. He repeats the move with the other, and my fingers thread through his blue hair. He works each nipple with his lip, tongue, and teeth until I'm grinding against his cock, trying to get any friction that I can. Fuck, Caden, I breathe, and he looks up with a cocky grin. He starts kissing down my stomach, licking around my belly button, and takes his hands, places them on the back of my thighs so I'm wide open. Hold them for me, he says. I wrap my hands around the back of my thighs and he groans. Your pussy is so pretty. He reaches out and rubs my clit. Pink, pouty. He leans down and lets his tongue ring glide across my clit. And mine. That's the only warning I get before his mouth is on me. He slides 2 fingers inside of me and I can feel him searching for that magic spot. I'm about to tell him where to find it when the pads of his fingers rub across it. Caden feels my body tense and sucks my clit into his mouth. Here's a lesson for you boys. This man has only had his hands on pussy a handful of times. If he can find the G-spot, so can you. It's really there. Caden finds a rhythm between his fingers and mouth. It instantly has my hips rocking, seeking more of what he's offering. It doesn't take long until I feel my stomach start to tighten, signaling my release. Caden, I moan. More. He starts moving his fingers faster and he sucks on my clit hard. Caden! My scream echoes off the walls. He doesn't give me a chance to recover before he lines up and slams inside of me. Oh, fuck! I gasp. His lips slam against mine and he devours my mouth while his hips start moving in a mesmerizing dance. His cock is rubbing all the right places. He sets a fast pace, and my hips are rocking to keep up. My hands are sliding through his hair and down his back. God, I want more. Need more. It's like we can't kiss hard enough or get close enough. My release hits me like a freight train, and my back bows against the bed. Caden jerks his mouth from mine and lays his forehead on mine. Something changes between us, locking our eyes together. Holy shit, Caden whispers, feeling what I'm feeling too. His thrust slow to where he's gently rocking inside me. Tears spring into my eyes and he kisses each side. I know, Firefly. I know. Caden, I breathe, bracing my hands on his biceps. It feels like an invisible string is binding us together. Oh, God. The more he moves, the more I feel my feelings for him grow. He hasn't changed from the slow pace of building me up, and I have a feeling that when I come this time, he's taking my heart right along with it. Do you know how much I care about you, Firefly? Caden asks. I nod. I don't think you do, he whispers. He picks up the pace, not giving me a chance to answer. When I tip over the edge this time, it's soft and sweet. It washes over me, and when my eyelids flutter open, Caden's eyes are still locked on mine. So many words are sitting on the tip of my tongue, but I can't bring myself to say them. If I do, it changes everything, and I'm still not ready for that step. Caden sits back on his knees, puts his arm under my leg, and braces his hand back on the bed. The angle causes him to go even deeper, and the moan that leaves my mouth should be embarrassing as fuck, but it feels too damn good to care. He shifts his hips and makes sure he's rubbing against my clit with each thrust. Are you sure I'm your first? I gasp. My first and my last, Firefly. He slams his hips forward. This pussy is mine. He pecks my lips. These are mine. He leans down and sucks my nipple into his mouth. These are definitely mine. His eyes meet mine. You're mine. His thrusts intensify until the bed is rocking with each movement, and all I can do is hold on. You're mine too, I moan. You're damn right. He keeps that same rocking rhythm, and I can feel my next release coming on. Don't close your eyes. I want you to see who's making you come. Holy shit. Something about that sets me off. Caden! I come hard, my whole body tight as a bowstring, but I keep my eyes glued on him the whole time. With a gasp, I feel him swell inside me. Firefly! Caden groans, making sure he's buried as far as he can get. He collapses on my chest and gathers me close. I lock my arms around his neck. So fucking happy I didn't chicken out of starting this. You mean everything to me, Caden whispers. You mean everything to me too. Those aren't the exact words that we are wanting to say, but it's all either of us is willing to give up right now. Caden rolls to the side, still buried inside of me, and runs his fingers through my hair. I have a meeting tonight. Will you go with me? Of course, I answer without hesitation. I'm glad he's willingly sharing this part of his life with me. We need to shower first. He kisses me until I'm melting into the bed. Let me clean you up. He gently pulls from inside me and slides to his feet. Caden helps me from the bed and then scoops me into his arms, carrying me to the bathroom. Caden sits me on my feet long enough to get the shower ready and tugs me inside. He washes my body, careful not to get my hair wet, and I have to fight like hell not to start crying again. These men are wreaking havoc on my emotions, and I'm not sure if I like it or not. Once I'm clean, we switch places, and I clean him the same way. We don't say anything because we don't need to. Everything is said with our actions. After our shower, Caden leads me back to the bedroom and slips out to get dressed. Before long, we are on the road to the church where he first took me to a meeting with him. His hand is on my thigh, rubbing circles with his thumb. I'm just getting ready to say something when he rounds the corner, and several cars are blocking the road so we can't pass. Guns aimed right at us. Shit! Caden shifts into reverse and tries to back away, but cars come in behind us, effectively boxing us in. Get down! He pushes my head between my knees, his head swiveling, trying to find a way out of this. I've only seen Tink twice, but I can pick him out of all the guys standing in front of the car. Come out, you fucking pussy! Tink yells. It's time we finish this shit! Firefly, I need you to listen to me, Caden says, never taking his eyes off Tink. I'm going to get out and you're going to slide into the driver's seat and go get help. Do you understand? Caden, please! There's gotta be another way! I cry. Tears are already pouring down my face. I don't even want to think about what will happen if they get their hands on him. There isn't. Go straight to Ghost. Caden shoves his door open and I grab his arm to stop him. Please don't do this. Caden's eyes finally find mine, and he looks so fucking sad. He gently pries my hand loose, kisses my knuckles, and steps from the car. I love you, Firefly. Caden! I yell, watching Tink's guys roughly grab him and start pushing him toward one of the SUVs. Oh, God! How can I just drive away? The cars start pulling away and I jump into the driver's seat with one thought in mind. I have to go get help.
Chapter 40. Caden. Everything fucking hurts. Those assholes tied me up and beat the shit out of me as soon as they had me back at whatever piss-smelling basement they're hiding me in. I'm pretty sure they broke a couple of ribs after the last beating that knocked me out. I adjust my hips and hiss in pain. Yeah, definitely broken. Caden? My eyes snap open at that voice, and what I see makes me want to break down in fucking tears. Firefly, what the fuck? Bridget sniffs from her position against the wall. Her arms are tied behind her back, and tears are rolling down her face. I tried to get help. I'm so sorry. Don't apologize. I gasp. Shit! It even hurts to talk. What happened? I got about 2 miles before they caught up, and they dragged me here. What did they do to you? Don't worry about me. Ghost will realize we're missing and come looking for us. Caden, I'm so scared, she whispers, and I wish I could pull her into my arms. I know, Firefly. We will get out of this. I just need you to be strong for me no matter what happens. Okay? Okay, Bridget whispers. I love you. I said it before I got out of the car, and it wasn't just because of the danger we were in. I meant every word. I love you too, Bridget chokes out. The door bangs open and Tink walks in. Motherfucker. When I get out of here, he's gonna pay for putting his hands on her. I don't give a fuck what he does to me. This has been building between us since I took over the Disciples. I should have taken him out the 400 times Ghost offered, and I'm kicking my ass for not taking him up on that sooner.
Well, isn't that just goddamn sweet? Tink walks towards Bridget, and I struggle against my binds no matter how much it hurts. Get the fuck away from her. What are you gonna do about it? You ain't in the position to be making demands. He runs his finger down her cheek, and she flinches so hard her head hits the wall. I thought you were more of a fudge packer, but I can see the appeal in this one. Stop fucking touching her! This is between me and you fucking coward. You have to get help from some rich, arrogant prick to take me down instead of taking me one-on-one? Tink spins toward me, pissed as hell, just like I want him. What's the matter, Tink? I jerk on my binds. Afraid this fudge packer will rip your goddamn heart out of your chest? Let me go, and let's see what'll happen. Tink's fist snaps out and smashes into my nose, which I think is already broken. The bones crunch, and I bite my lip before any sound can escape. I'm not giving him that satisfaction. Cheap shot, Tink, I taunt, doing anything I can to keep his focus on me and not my woman. Is this really what you needed to do to take me down? You're the fucking coward, Tink hisses, hiding behind the goddamn vipers. Hiding? Are you serious? I never hid. You're the rat that ran into his hole the fucking minute shit got too deep for him. Fuck you. Tink makes a grab for me again, and Bridget's scream bounces off the walls. Please don't hurt him, she cries. Just let us go. Shut up, you dumb fucking cunt. You should have stayed away from this bunch, because when Grant's done with them, there will be nothing left. Tink laughs and locks his hand on my throat, crushing my windpipe. You thought you did something draining his accounts. All you did was piss him off enough for him to finally let me make a move. I've been dying to take you down, ever since you strutted your ass in as the lead disciple. That should have been me. What the fuck? What the hell are you even talking about? I wheeze. I was next in line for the disciples, but you licked Alessa's pussy good enough that she put you in charge. That's what this is about? I push out past his hold. Because you didn't get lead of a gang you weren't even in? No, that's not what this is fucking about, Tink yells. We need to settle this the way it should be. He drops his hand and I suck in a breath. How's that? Locking me to a fucking wall while you beat the shit out of me? This shit used to be settled in the goddamn streets. I think it's time I shut you up for good. Tink storms from the room, and I look at Bridget again, my gut twisting. You remember what I said about being strong no matter what? She nods. I need you to test your binds. I already know mine are tight as shit. I'm just hoping that maybe they underestimated her and didn't tie hers as tight. Bridget pulls on her binds hard, making me proud as hell. They're really tight. Keep pulling, Firefly. No way is she going to suffer for some fucking reason I don't even understand myself. Tink was never part of the disciples, so I don't know what kind of delusion he's living in. I can't, Gaten, she sobs, sagging against the wall. What's going to happen? I honestly don't know how to answer that. Nothing about this place looks familiar, and Ghost has no way to track us if they took our phones. Not saying he won't burn this world down trying, but right now, it's not looking good. It's been plenty of time since my meeting would have been over, so my only hope is the guys will start wondering where we are. Nothing's going to happen to you, no matter what they do to me. I want you to be quiet. I can't do that! I heard what they did to you in the other room, and when they brought you back here with blood pouring from your veins, I thought you were dead. Shh, I soothe.
I've had it worse, Firefly. The door bangs back open, and Tink walks back in with 2 other guys, all of them wearing evil-ass smiles. Going to beat my ass again? I shrug as much as I can with the way they have my arms twisted behind my back. Do your worst. You talk a lot of shit for someone that can't do anything, Tink says, and gestures to the other guys. They come to me, and each grabs an arm. I have something for you. Tink reaches into his pocket and pulls out a syringe. My goddamn stomach sinks to my feet when I see the gold liquid inside. I know exactly what that is. It ruled my life for fucking years. What the fuck are you doing? You think I forgot about this? Tink wiggles the syringe in front of my face. This is payback for the fucking bikes in my apartment. You started this shit, I yell, struggling like hell. Hold him, Tink barks. Then they tighten their hold. He uncaps the syringe, and Bridget starts yelling. Please! Oh my God, don't do this to him! I can hear her thrashing, and her yelling fades into the background as they wrap a tourniquet around my arm. Fuck, Tink. Please don't do this. I'll give you whatever the hell you want. Don't fucking do this! I'm begging, tears rolling down my face. Please, please, please! Please! Leave him alone! Bridget's scream of frustration echoes around the room. Leave him the fuck alone! Tink gets in my face. We already took care of Dimitri and Banger. The rest are next. This'll take care of you. What the fuck does he mean, he took care of them? I start bucking, my muscles straining with every pull. I'm doing anything and everything not to let him take 2 years of sobriety from me. I'm fighting so hard that I don't even feel the prick of the needle until it's too late. I feel the drugs flow through my veins and drop against the wall. All fight leaving me at once. No. I sob. I don't give a fuck anymore that I'm giving him exactly what he wants. No, no, no. As the heroin makes its way through my system, taking over my mind, I look at Bridget one last time. The look on her face is enough to make me shut my eyes. I can't bear to see the pain in her eyes. Pain for me. This is one hell I don't know if I'll make it out of again. Chapter 41. Ghost. Where the fuck are they? Lex rages. We just pulled up at the cabin, and Bridget's red Honda is nowhere to be seen. We've tried calling Dimitri and Banger's cell phones, and they're both going straight to voicemail. Let's ride back up the road and see if we missed something, I suggest. They have to be here somewhere. We pile into Nick's BMW and take off the way they should have come. We're about to head back the other way when I spot the skid marks. Right there! I point out the windshield, and Nick slams on the brakes. We're out of the car and running to the smashed guardrail that leads straight down into the water below. We skid to a stop at the ledge, and that's when we see the top of Bridget's car, almost fully submerged in the water. Dimitri! Lex wails. He backs up and takes off running before I have a chance to stop him, diving right into the water. Nick jumps in right behind him. I jerk my phone from my pocket and dial 911. I relay where we are and what's going on, tossing my phone on the hood of Nick's car. I jump off the cliff and into the water below. I hit it hard with a splash and swim straight to the car. Nick and Lex are working on getting an unconscious Dimitri out, so I swim to Banger's side. Thanking anyone who listens that his window is down, I reach in and hook my hands under his arms, dragging him free.
He doesn't even stir, and I have to lock every emotion down. I should have known this is how this would end. I should have made sure no one left the fucking house after Holden drained those accounts. If anything happens to them, it'll be on me. I drag Banger to the ledge and heave him up on it, checking for a pulse. It's weak and thready, but he's not breathing. "Come on, D," Lex cries. "You can't leave me here." Nick gently pushes him back and starts doing chest compressions. "Lex, I need your help," Nick instructs. "Don't fucking fall apart. We can bring him back." Even as Nick says it, tears are streaking down his face. I start working on Banger, all of us praying that they don't take them from us. I don't know how long we work on them before we finally hear sirens. Paramedics swarm us, and they have to fight like hell to get Lex to back away from his brother. I jump over and grab him before the punch he's winding up for meets the poor paramedic's face. "Lex, they're trying to help. It's my blood, my brother." I jerk him in for a hug. "I know," I say raggedly. "It's my brother too, but we have to let them do their job." I pull Nick in with Lex. They'll bring them back. I don't know how much of that is bullshit. I just know that we need them in our lives. "I have a rhythm," one of the paramedics yells. "Get unloaded." We all spin as they start to load Dimitri onto a stretcher. "Move fast." They hustle up the hill, and I push Lex and Nick to move. "Go. I'll stay with Banger." I drop to my knees behind the paramedics, working hard to make him breathe again. "Come on, man. Bridget needs you. We need you." After what feels like an eternity, Banger finally starts coughing, water spluttering out everywhere. "Let's go." God, if you still listen to me, please make sure they make it through this. After they got Banger loaded, I jumped into Nick's car and followed the ambulance to the closest hospital, where I've paced this floor 1,000 times, waiting for someone to tell us what was going on. "Why won't they tell us anything?" Lex growls. "It's my goddamn brother." "Let me go find out." I jog up to the nurse's station, and the nurse gives me the side eye. I need an update on Dmitry Orlov and Roman West. She clicks a few keys, not in a hurry at all. I grind my teeth to keep from snapping at her. "They're still being checked out." "It's been an hour," I grit out. "There's nothing you can tell us." She looks up and pops her gum. I've never wanted to strike a woman, but she's pushing it. "If there's something I could tell you, I would. Now, go have a seat." Before I can reach across the counter to strangle her, my phone starts ringing. I jerk it from my pocket. "What?" I bark. "Is that any way to talk to your father?" My blood runs cold, and I stride toward the door and shove outside. "You fucked up, motherfucker. You messed with my family when you went after Dmitri and Banger." Dad starts laughing, and it makes me stop mid-stride. "You don't know, do you?" "Know what?" "When's the last time you talked to the blue-haired freak and the gorgeous redhead? If you touched one hair on their goddamn head, you can't have Caden and Bridget. No, 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 no!" "I didn't," Dad says. "Someone else did. Danny's been dying to get his claws into them." Danny. I rack my brain trying to figure out who the fuck that is, and then it hits me like a ton of bricks. "Tank has them!" I bellow. My heart is hammering in my chest, and I feel like I'm going to throw up. "You don't know what you've done." "Yes, I do," Dad says easily. "I finally got your attention. You've been running long enough. It's time to come back home to your rightful spot with your real family." Are you fucking kidding me? That's what this is about. Where the fuck are they? I'm pacing on the sidewalk like a caged animal. People are giving me a wide berth and where it looks. I don't give a fuck. Tink is my sunshine and baby love. Come back home, and I'll release them. I stop dead in my tracks. No fucking way. Then you'll never find them. And it's hard to tell what kind of condition you'll find them in. Danny is a sadistic bastard. He has major plans for what's-his-name? Caden? You don't say his name. I snarl through clenched teeth. Where the fuck are they? That's not how this works. Dad barks, finally losing his cool. You need to come home. The minute you touch down in Rose Hills, I'll set them free. But the longer it takes you to decide, the more harm that will come to them. Make your choice fast, Gabriel, or I'll finish what you started. I didn't start this. Tick-tock. The phone goes dead, and it takes all my willpower not to launch it across the parking lot. Fuck! I jam my hands through my hair and run through my options. Tink has been gunning for Caden for as long as I remember. It's only gotten worse over the years. And he has Bridget, the one fucking person who should have never been mixed up in this. And right after I realized how much I love her. I know Dad has plans for me when I get to Rose Hills. I can't even guarantee he won't kill me as soon as my feet touch the ground. But I'd do anything for Caden and Bridget. For my family. Even this. I pull my phone out and send a message that will change the course of my entire life. Gabriel, I'm on my way home. This is the end of The Heart of Psychos, Part 1, a Podium Audio production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more dark romance, check us out at podiumaudio.com and sign up for our newsletter. We promise we won't spam you. Also, consider joining our community of listeners, fans, and trolls on social media. We're active on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, X, and Reddit. We'd love to connect. You have been listening to The Heart of Psychos, Book 1, Book 6 of Abbs Valley. Produced by Troy Otey. Written by Ames Mills. Performed by Patrick Zeller, a member of SAG-AFTRA, and Ada Sinclair. Text copyright 2022 by Ames Mills. Production copyright 2024 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.